Chapter 346. The people of Floating City had left through the South City Gate. Jiyu Fei did not have to expend much effort to discover Pan Hong and the others' whereabouts. He carefully followed behind them. The South Road was the way out of the northern lands and into the Central Plains. For Pan Hong and his 3 junior brothers to leave Northern Mountain City at this time seemed a little strange. Jiyu Fei followed behind Pan Hong and the others. He was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to establish a powerful enemy for the Dongfang family. Misty City was undoubtedly a very good choice, because the conflict that happened in front of the inn today was witnessed by everyone. If the people of Floating City were to be attacked at this time, everyone would naturally think of the Dongfang family. It would be best if the people of Floating City were to clash directly with the Dongfang family. That way, he could take advantage of the chaos between the two families and reap the benefits. Very soon, Jiyu Fei realized that Pan Hong and the others were not planning to leave the northern lands. Instead, they seemed to have left the city to welcome someone. They had arrived at a small town less than 20 kilometers away from Northern Mountain City and had checked into an inn in the town. Pan Hong and the others' every move was under Jiyu Fei's surveillance. When Jiyu Fei saw Pan Hong and his 3 junior brothers enter the inn, he began to wander around the vicinity of the inn. He observed the surrounding terrain and tried to sense if there were any powerful cultivators in the inn. Once he was certain that there were no powerful cultivators from Floating City in the inn, Jiyu Fei walked out of the small town. He found a spot in the nearby snowy forest that was away from the wind and sat down cross-legged. He was recuperating his spirit as he waited for the arrival of night. Time trickled by and the surroundings were silent. Only the occasional sound of human voices and other noises could be heard from the small town in the distance. Jiyu Fei sat cross-legged behind a large rock in the snowy forest. He was as still as a stone statue and no longer showed any signs of life. Several hours passed and the sun gradually set in the west. Just as the last ray of sunlight disappeared beneath the horizon, Jiyu Fei opened his eyes. Gently shaking off the snowflakes on his body, he silently stood up from behind the boulder. Jiyu Fei's eyes were like cold stars, exceptionally bright in the gloomy snow forest. "It's time to meet those fellows from Floating City," Jiyu Fei muttered to himself, before looking up at the sky and striding out of the forest. This small town was not far from Northern Mountain City, and it was also the only way to leave the northern lands and head to the Central Plains. Hence, even though it was already night time, it was still bustling with activity, and the streets were still filled with people. The figure of the cultivator riding the strange beast appeared above the town. There were only 2 decent-sized inns in the town. Because of the recent events in the northern lands, cultivators from all over the world had flocked to the northern lands. The 2 inns in the town were now overcrowded. Jiyu Fei entered the inn where Pan Hong and the others were staying, then sat down in a corner and ordered a few dishes. He was in no hurry to attack Pan Hong and the others. When others saw Jiyu Fei's appearance, they knew that he was a cultivator. Hence, even though he had taken a table by himself, no one dared to sit with him. Moreover, he did not hide his identity as a cultivator. With the ancient sword on his back, he only needed to release a slight wave of sword energy, and it was enough to intimidate ordinary cultivators. With Jiyu Fei's cultivation base at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he could clearly sense the aura of Pan Hong and the others upstairs. Cultivators and mortals belonged to 2 different worlds. Cultivators usually kept a low profile, unwilling to have too much contact with mortals. They would not easily reveal themselves in front of mortals. Jiyu Fei sensed that Pan Hong and the others were eating in the private room upstairs. Jiyu Fei's cultivation base was higher than Pan Hong and the others, so Pan Hong and the others had no idea that they were being watched. Jiyu Fei's meal lasted for half an hour. After he was full, he paid the bill and went upstairs. On the 2nd floor, he went straight to the private room where Pan Hong and the others were. "That friend is here to visit. Why don't you come in for a while?" Just as Jiyu Fei arrived at the door, Pan Hong's voice was heard from the private room. Jiyu Fei did not reply. He sneered and the powerful aura of the Ascended Realm suddenly exploded from his body. Peng! With a bang, the wooden door of the private room exploded, turning into thousands of wood shavings that shot into the private room. A few exclamations could be heard from the private room. A few figures quickly moved to avoid the shards of the wooden door. Ji Fei strode into the private room. "You're courting death." Pan Hong's voice rang out once again in the private room. A black light suddenly burst forth in the private room, and the thousands of broken wood shavings immediately disappeared without a trace, as if they were swallowed into the void. Not even a speck of dust fell. At the same time, the black light quickly condensed into a large black hand. It emitted a powerful wave and grabbed towards Ji Fei, who was striding into the private room. Ji Fei. Ji Fei moved his finger like a sword and pointed it forward. Kai. A dazzling five-colored sword radiance shot out and pierced forward. The chilling sword aura immediately filled every inch of the void in the private room. If one looked closely, they could see that the five-colored sword radiance was surrounded by hair-thin lightning. The five-elemental sword aura carried a trace of the power of lightning. Without any suspense, although the large black hand seemed to have the ability to swallow everything, it could not swallow Ji Fei's five-elemental sword aura. The sword aura directly pierced through the large hand and stabbed towards Pan Hong's chest. Damn it! Pan Hong was shocked and quickly retreated. Bang! He directly smashed through the wall behind him and fell out of the private room. This sudden turn of events happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Only when Pan Hong broke through the wall and fell out of the private room did the other three Misty City disciples react. Clang! A golden saber shadow flew out from one of them and slashed towards Ji Fei. Suddenly, a golden rainbow swept across the sky and split the sky. The entire private room was covered in a layer of golden light. A powerful and incomparably sharp saber chi spread out in all directions. It's just a small trick. Ji Fei sneered. He was unparalleled. In the face of the sharp saber light, he not only did not dodge, but also took a step forward and directly met it with a punch. Ji Fei's fist collided with the dazzling saber light like a golden rainbow. There was a metallic clang, and the golden saber shadow was shaken away. Swoosh! At this moment, a dark green whip shadow, like a dragon coming out of the sea, wrapped around Ji Fei's waist. A stone seal that emitted a grey light also smashed towards Ji Fei's head. The people of Floating Mist City had good cultivation, and their reactions were even more agile. The two of them joined forces and actually sealed off all of Ji Fei's escape routes. Good. Ji Fei growled. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the dark green whip shadow. At the same time, he punched upwards with his left hand. Bang! His fist fiercely hit the stone seal that was smashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone seal was sent flying by Ji Fei's punch. It directly smashed through the top of the private room and flew out. "I'll break your arm," the young man who had wrapped the dark green whip around Ji Fei's right hand shouted. He suddenly pulled with force, wanting to tear off Ji Fei's right arm. Unfortunately, Ji Fei's body was extremely tough. It had been tempered by him to the point that it was comparable to a cultivator's magic treasure. Even if a divine weapon slashed his body, it would not be able to hurt him at all. Ji Fei was like a huge mountain. Under the pull of that cultivator, not to mention Ji Fei's arm, even Ji Fei's body could not be moved at all. The young cultivator couldn't help but be shocked. The long whip in his hand was a powerful magic treasure. As long as it was wrapped around something, he only needed to pull to break it in two. The entire whip was like a sharp blade. Shameless boasting. Ji Fei shouted. He pulled with his right hand and directly pulled the cultivator over. Then, he punched the cultivator in the chest and sent him flying. "Who are you?" At this time, Pan Hong, who had been forced through the wall by Ji Fei, had already jumped in from the outside. He just happened to see Ji Fei beating up his three junior brothers. "Weren't you very awe-inspiring during the day?" Ji Fei said coldly as he looked at Pan Hong. You're from the Dongfang clan?" Pan Hong was startled. When did the Dongfang clan have such a powerful young expert? Weren't the people he saw during the day the elites of the Dongfang clan? Pan Hong's thoughts rapidly changed and his expression changed several times. The powerful aura exuding from his opponent caused him to feel a great pressure. If you have the guts, then come with me. As Ji Yufei spoke, he directly rushed out of the roof that had been smashed by the stone seal, and then headed towards the snowy forest outside the small town. At this time, their fight had already alarmed the people in the inn. The noise they made was too loud. Not only did they break through the wall, but even the roof of the private room was broken. All the cultivators in the town sensed the energy fluctuations and headed towards the inn. Preposterous! I want to see just what kind of divine being you are. Pan Hong was infuriated, and he too leapt out. In just a few short exchanges, his 3 junior brothers had been defeated, and this made him furious. The other 3 young cultivators also put away their magic treasures and chased after them. Among the 3, only the young cultivator who used the whip was punched by Ji Yufei and suffered internal injuries. The other 2 cultivators used magic treasures to attack Ji Yufei, so they weren't injured. As for the other cultivators, other than a few who were at the transcending mortality stage and above, none of them were willing to follow because they didn't have the ability to protect themselves. If they were to be caught in the crossfire, they would be out of luck. After everyone left, the inn owner saw that his inn was almost destroyed by those people. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire snowy forest shook. Ji Yufei and Pan Hong moved quickly in the snowy forest and fought fiercely. Large areas of the snowy forest collapsed and the snow on the ground was swept up into the sky. It had to be said that Pan Hong was very strong. Among the young cultivators, he was definitely one of the best. However, it was a pity that he met Ji Yufei. The battle didn't last long. Pan Hong's spells and divine abilities were broken one after another, and he was completely suppressed by Ji Yufei. His 3 junior brothers hurriedly went forward to fight with Pan Hong against Ji Yufei. The green whip shadow soared into the sky, as if it had turned into a green dragon. It crazily attacked Ji Yufei. The golden saber chi traversed hundreds of feet, constantly slashing towards Ji Yufei. A huge stone seal the size of a small mountain emitted a misty grey brilliance, bombarding towards Ji Yufei. Chapter 347. Bam! Ji Yufei sent the mountain-sized stone seal flying with a punch and pointed with his finger. Kai! Then, he swept away the green whip with a whip kick and sent the golden divine saber flying. He displayed great combat strength that made people's hearts palpitate. Master of the Void, I am supreme. Destroy! 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 Pan Hong bellowed. A vast amount of energy surged out from his body. 2 balls of chilling black light erupted from his hands, as though 2 black holes had appeared in his hands. 2 balls of black light instantly spread out and shrouded Ji Yufei. The terrifying fluctuation of the void seemed to be able to annihilate everything in its path. Snow and trees, as long as they were shrouded by the 2 balls of black light, disappeared in an instant as if they had vanished into thin air. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Sword breaks all things. Kill, kill, kill. Ji Yufei was like a reincarnated god of war. His long hair danced wildly. As he shouted, a 10-meter-long 5-colored sword radiance burst out of his hands. Like 2 5-colored rainbows, they pierced through the 2 balls of black light. Rumble. The earth trembled and the trees fell. 2 rays of dreadful sword chi instantly pierced into the 2 masses of black light that were spreading out. The other 3 ethereal city cultivators hurriedly dodged to the side. No one knew better than them how terrifying their senior brother's magical powers were. If they were shrouded by the black light, they would be annihilated in the void in an instant. Not even a speck of their remains would be left. What Pan Hong cultivated was a forbidden magical ability of Floating City, a black demonic light that could obliterate everything. Even the magical treasures of martial cultivators would be obliterated. Unfortunately, Ji Yufei's 5-elemental sword chi was almost tangible and carried a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning could intimidate all things and was difficult to destroy. Even though it shot into the black light curtain, it was not destroyed. The 2 forces collided violently. The terrifying light curtain formed by the 2 balls of black light shook violently and was actually shaken. The pitch-black light was like the light of death from hell, but it could not destroy the power of the 5 elements. Ji Fei's 5 elemental sword qi blocked the light curtain of death that enveloped him. Boom! With a loud bang, the void violently trembled. Then, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out as the 2 black light curtains that had enveloped the void exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. The earth violently undulated like waves. Large swathes of trees fanned outwards. The accumulated snow on the ground was swept up high into the sky. The 3 young cultivators who had already escaped were also inevitably affected, and they cried out in alarm as they fled even further away. Roar! Pan Hong roared angrily as he flew backward. 2 5-colored sword rainbows with traces of thunder and lightning power pierced through the power of his forbidden divine ability and chased after him like 2 bolts of lightning. Pu! Pu! With 2 soft sounds, the 2 5-colored sword rainbows instantly pierced through Pan Hong's shoulders. Blood splattered everywhere. In the air, it was impossible for him to dodge. Senior brother. When the 3 young experts from Ethereal City saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. One of them hurriedly leaped forward and caught Pan Hong, who was falling from the sky. The other 2 young cultivators controlled the golden divine saber and stone seal to slash at Ji Fei, who was chasing after them. Weren't you very arrogant during the day? Why aren't you arrogant now? Ji Fei sneered. Facing the fierce attacks of the 2 young experts, his expression remained unchanged as he strode forward. Bam! The stone seal that was surrounded by grey light was punched away by Ji Fei. With a point of his finger, the golden saber qi that spanned hundreds of meters immediately collapsed in the air, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating in the void. Ji Fei was unparalleled and displayed his unparalleled combat strength. With every step he took, the earth shook. Bam! Bam! The 2 young cultivators who attacked Ji Fei coughed out blood and flew backward. Their golden divine sabers dimmed and one of the stone seals returned to its original form, its light fading away. Ethereal City. That's all there is to it. Ji Fei said disdainfully. He instantly arrived in front of Pan Hong and the cultivator who used the whip. Pan Hong was in an extremely sorry state. He no longer had the demeanor of a young expert who looked down on everyone during the day. Both of his shoulder joints were pierced, and his hands hung limply by his side. Blood flowed out of the wounds, and he had lost the ability to move his arms. Pan Hong stared at Ji Fei and said coldly, "I have to admit that you are very strong. However, in Ethereal City, my strength is only above average. There are many people stronger than me. Is that so? Then call the experts of your sect to come find me. Of course, the result will not change. They will all be defeated by me," Ji Fei said coldly. "I'll fight you to the death." The young cultivator who was supporting Pan Hong let go of him and fiercely swung the whip in his hand. The whip immediately turned into a dark green dragon and swooped towards Ji Fei. "A little spark dares to compete with the bright moon?" Ji Fei chuckled disdainfully and pressed his right hand forward. A dazzling golden aura immediately surged out of his palm and rushed forward. With a casual palm, he attracted the power of metal in all directions and shook the heaven and earth. The golden aura surged like a golden wave. The dark green dragon was instantly annihilated in the golden wave of energy. Pan Hong and the young cultivator were directly sent flying 200 to 300 feet away and vomited blood. "All of you remember that my Dongfang clan isn't one to be bullied." Ji Fei left behind an afterimage on the spot after he spoke these words, and then he vanished on the spot. Damn it! The Dongfang family. After a long while, Pan Hong and the junior brother who had been sent flying by Ji Fei supported each other and stood up from the ground. In the battle with Ji Fei, the 4 young cultivators of Floating City were all defeated by Ji Fei. Pan Hong's eyes were about to spit fire. To him, Ji Fei's contempt was even more infuriating than his defeat. The cultivators who had followed the trail from the small town and were watching the battle from nearby witnessed the battle. Soon, news of the battle began to spread. "Senior brother." After the other 2 young cultivators found the magic treasures that had been sent flying by Ji Fei, they gathered towards Pan Hong. Everyone could not help but feel a wave of dejection. Ji Fei's strength made them feel a sense of helplessness. We are only the vanguard to scout ahead. When the experts of the sect arrive, the Dongfang family will pay the price for what happened tonight, Pan Hong said coldly. Ji Yufei had achieved his goal. What he needed to do now was to wait and see how things would develop. Just as the old ancestor of the Dongfang family had predicted, the people of Floating City wanted to reappear in front of everyone as experts. But now, Ji Yufei had taught them a harsh lesson. If the people of Floating City did not get back at him, people would say that they were afraid of the Dongfang family. For an ambitious sect that wanted to make a name for itself in the cultivation world, this was simply a blow to the head. If they did not do something, Floating City would lose all face. Ji Yufei returned to Beling City that night and found a small inn near the Yunlai Inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying. The night passed uneventfully. Other than sitting cross-legged in the guest room and cultivating, Ji Yufei paid close attention to the movements of the Dongfang family. Early in the morning, Ji Yufei, who had changed his appearance, began to wander around. He had changed his appearance again and suppressed his cultivation to the 5th or 6th layer of the awakened heaven. He did not carry the ancient sword on his back, but left it in the guest room. To him, that ancient sword was dispensable. Last night, when he fought with Pan Hong, he did not draw it at all. He did not walk the path of a sword immortal. His sword was in his heart, his body, and the surging 5 elemental yuan qi all over his body. After being struck by lightning for more than 10 days in the Thunder Lake, Ji Yufei's 5 elemental yuan qi had fused with a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. He felt that his strength seemed to have undergone some kind of change. However, it was only a feeling. He did not know why he had such a feeling. The disciples of the Dongfang family rarely went in and out of the inn, so Ji Yufei did not see Dongfang Chen again. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk again. Ji Yufei, who had changed his appearance again, sat in the tea shop opposite the Yunlai Inn in an ostentatious manner and sipped tea as if nothing had happened. Of course, although he looked like he was sipping tea, he was actually paying attention to the movements on the opposite street. Suddenly, he noticed a few cultivators coming from the direction of the city gate. The few cultivators headed straight for the guest cloud arrival inn. When Ji Yufei saw the appearance of these cultivators, he couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. Among the cultivators, he found a familiar figure. The burly middle-aged man who shot him with an evil bow shrouded in ghostly aura outside Beeling Pass and almost killed him, as well as the middle-aged man with a strand of silver hair on his forehead and a black saber on his back, were among them. These guys. Ji Yufei couldn't help but clench his teeth. These people were too despicable. They were a bunch of sanctimonious bastards. One must know that these people were from the older generation, but they disregarded their status and ganged up on a young cultivator like him. This was too much and could not be forgiven. Ji Yufei thought that with his cultivation at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he should be able to fight against these people. However, he wouldn't act rashly, but if he did, he would kill them in one strike. He didn't feel any guilt killing these people because they wanted him dead, so they had to be prepared to be killed by him. He couldn't be lenient to his enemies. There was an old saying that was right. Being kind to your enemies was being cruel to yourself. Ji Yufei would never make such a low-level mistake. After watching those people enter the inn, Ji Yufei was still leisurely sipping his tea. A few batches of people from the Dongfang family came back one after another. Their expressions were very solemn, and they didn't talk much. They all walked into the inn in silence. It was a peaceful day, and nothing happened. The people from the Floating City didn't come to the Dongfang family to punish them. Ji Yufei couldn't help but feel a little strange. Could it be that the experts from the Floating City haven't reached the northern lands yet? Chapter 348. As night fell, Beeling City gradually calmed down. Ji Yufei had long left the tea house, but he did not go far. He continued to keep an eye on the cloud arrival inn. Time, to transcending mortality stage cultivators, was only a number. They had a lifespan of 500 years, but to young cultivators who had already broken through to the transcending mortality stage, it was not enough for them to worry about prolonging their lifespan. Ji Yufei had gone through all kinds of hardships. His heart was as strong as a piece of godly steel. He was like a ferocious beast hunting its prey. If anyone from the Dongfang family came out alone, or if they were alone, he would make a move. However, it was a pity that he didn't get such an opportunity. The Dongfang family seemed to be very cautious. No one moved alone, and no one was alone. In Biling City, where powerful cultivators gathered and the situation was complicated, the Dongfang family would undoubtedly protect themselves. After a day and a night, Ji Yufei did not find a worthy opportunity to make a move. When it was late at night, Ji Yufei quietly sat on the roof of a pavilion a few hundred meters away from the inn. He hid his body in the shadows as he quietly watched the inn under the night sky across from him. Are the people of Floating City strong in appearance but weak in reality? Are they afraid of offending the Dongfang family? Ji Yufei could not help but doubt the strength of Floating City. Ji Yufei was not impatient. On the contrary, his state of mind was as calm as a mirror. He sat on the roof for a few hours. When dawn was about to break, Ji Yufei thought that there was no chance for him today and was about to leave. But at this moment, a figure silently flew out of the inn across from him. In a flash, it disappeared into the darkness before dawn. Ji Yufei was instantly invigorated. He immediately stood up and jumped down from the pavilion like a phantom. He silently chased after the figure. "You're unlucky. I'll start with you," Ji Yufei thought. Soon, he caught up to the figure. Looking at the figure's back, it seemed to be a young cultivator. The young cultivator ran quickly above the houses, sometimes leaping onto the streets. He seemed to be very careful, stopping from time to time and hiding in the shadows for a while to see if anyone was following him. Then, he would continue forward. However, his tricks were useless against Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was a veteran in stealth and had rich experience. How could he be fooled? As the young cultivator was thinking about heading towards the southern part of the city, Ji Yufei did not want to recklessly take action. Thus, he kept a certain distance from the young cultivator, neither too far nor too close. That person didn't seem to notice that someone was following him. Soon, the young cultivator arrived at the southern city wall. He jumped onto the wall and jumped over it. For cultivators, it was not difficult to climb over a city wall that was dozens of feet tall. Ji Yufei was very careful. He did not follow them immediately, but waited in the dark for a while. Sure enough, a head suddenly popped out from the city wall and looked around. "This guy is too paranoid," Ji Yufei thought to himself. If he had jumped over the wall just now, he would have been caught red-handed by that person. The person on the city wall saw that there was no movement in the surroundings, so he jumped off the wall. Only then did Ji Yufei come out from the dark and leaped onto the city wall. He looked outside the city and saw a figure quickly disappearing into the snowy forest outside the city. What is that guy trying to do? Why is he so careful? Ji Yufei couldn't help but be a little curious. The person in front was definitely a disciple of the Dongfang clan, but why did he leave the city alone? Swoosh! Ji Yufei jumped down from the city wall and landed on the ground like a feather without making a sound. After he landed, he immediately used his extreme speed 8 steps movement technique and rushed into the snowy forest, leaving no traces in the snow. That person's cultivation doesn't seem to be low. Ji Yufei noticed that there were no obvious footprints in the thick snow in the forest. After walking for about a mile in the snow forest, a pavilion appeared in the snow forest. Ji Yufei carefully walked towards the pavilion. From a distance, there seemed to be 2 figures standing in the pavilion. When he was only 20 to 30 meters away from the pavilion, he was shocked. He actually knew the 2 people in the pavilion, and one of them, Ji Yufei, didn't expect to see him here at this time. The young cultivator who had come out of the guest cloud arrival inn was indeed a disciple of the Dongfang clan. This young cultivator had once been defeated by Pan Hong. "Dongfang Yu, why did you ask me to come to this place?" A crisp voice with a hint of anger came from the pavilion. A slender and elegant woman in white was glaring angrily at the young cultivator. "Hee. Do I need a reason to see my fiancé who is about to marry me?" Dongfang Yu said with a smile. His eyes were constantly moving around the white-clothed woman's body. "Me? Who said I'm going to marry you? Don't think too highly of yourself," the woman in white said coldly, her face as cold as frost. Li Mengyaro, junior marshal sister Li, you still don't understand the situation? Marriage is an important matter. It's decided by the parents and the matchmaker. How can you just say no? Dongfang Yu said proudly. She is Dongfang Yu's fiancée? Ji Yufei couldn't help but be shocked. The woman in the pavilion was Guangqing's junior marshal sister Li Mengyaro, who he had intimate contact with in the virtual sky world. Back then, in the virtual sky world, Ji Yufei and Li Mengyaro accidentally entered the Valley of Passion Flowers. They were enchanted by the fragrance of the Valley of Passion Flowers and had sex with each other. Today, when Ji Yufei suddenly saw Li Mengyaro, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Dongfang Yu, don't be delusional. The reason why I came to see you is to make it clear to you that I'm wholeheartedly cultivating and comprehending the Tao. I'll never get married, Li Mengyaro said. Dongfang Yu smiled frivolously, then said ambiguously, Mengyaro, don't reject me. Those who cultivate and comprehend the Tao are not allowed to get married. In this world, who knows how many immortal couples there are who cultivate and comprehend the Tao together. Dongfang Yu, you. Li Mengyaro couldn't help but be angry. She pointed at Dongfang Yu with her trembling hand. Outrageous. You want to marry my woman? The conversation in the pavilion passed into Ji Yufei's ears. Ji Yufei couldn't help but be furious. Ji Yufei didn't want to listen anymore, so he walked out from the darkness. Dongfang Yu immediately sensed something strange. He turned around abruptly and shouted in Ji Yufei's direction, "Who is it?" Li Mengyaro also looked at Ji Yufei's direction cautiously. She was very surprised that someone was nearby and she didn't notice it at all. There was only one possibility, and that was that this person's cultivation was higher than hers, much higher. Swoosh. Ji Yufei took one step forward, leaving an afterimage on the spot and directly appeared outside the pavilion. His movement was so fast that it was like teleportation. Dongfang Yu and Li Mengyaro, who were inside the pavilion, were shocked again. Swoosh. A green light flashed, and a 1-foot-long green spear rushed out from Dongfang Yu's body. It shot towards Ji Yufei, who was outside the pavilion, like a green lightning. Dongfang Yu. Li Mengyaro quickly shouted. She wanted to know the situation before making a move. You should know that the northern land right now was definitely not peaceful. She didn't know how many cultivators had entered the northern land. Dongfang Yu was really too rash. He rashly attacked someone. If the opponent's cultivation level was lower than his, it would be fine, but if the opponent was an expert, the consequences would be unpredictable. At this time, Ji Yufei had moved all the muscles in his body. Not only did he change his appearance, but he also changed his figure. Li Mengyaro didn't know that the person who suddenly appeared in front of her was the person who had the most intimate contact with her in the virtual sky world. Dongfang Yu had already made his move, so the result couldn't be changed. A grim smile appeared on Ji Yufei's face. He stretched out his right hand and caught the green spear that was shooting towards him. In an instant, he forced himself in front of Dongfang Yu and punched Dongfang Yu's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Dongfang Yu let out a blood-curdling scream and flew out of the pavilion while vomiting blood. Bang! He smashed into the snow outside the pavilion. Everything happened too quickly. Ji Yufei's movement technique was extremely fast. In just a single exchange, he had already heavily injured Dongfang Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to spare Dongfang Yu's life, Ji Yufei's punch would have killed Dongfang Yu. Li Mengyaro couldn't help but be stunned. The opponent's attack was extremely ruthless, and his cultivation level seemed to be extraordinarily high. She couldn't help but be greatly shocked. She immediately opened her mouth and spat out a sword light to protect herself. "You're courting death." Ji Yufei deliberately lowered his voice. He then grabbed the green spear and took another step, directly passing through the pavilion towards Dongfang Yu. "Be lenient," Li Mengyaro exclaimed. Although she hated Dongfang Yu very much, she couldn't just watch him die and watch him be beaten to death. Ji Yufei turned a deaf ear to her and directly arrived in front of Dongfang Yu, who was rolling in the snow. He stretched out his left hand, grabbed the clothes in front of Dongfang Yu's chest, and lifted him up from the ground. "Excuse me." A light shout came from behind. A sword light rushed out from the pavilion like a dragon coming out of the sea, and slashed towards Ji Yufei's waist. Ji Yufei didn't want to fight with Li Mengyao. After grabbing Dongfang Yu, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 20 feet away. Swoosh! The sword light swept across in an instant. Several big trees were immediately cut in half and fell down from the sky. Snowflakes suddenly flew in the snow forest, making it a mess. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ji Yufei carried Dongfang Yu like a dead dog and rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Li Mengyao wanted to chase after him, but after chasing for a few hundred feet, she lost the trace of Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei carried Dongfang Yu and quickly went through the snow forest. Soon, he got rid of Li Mengyao's pursuit and entered the depths of the desolate snow forest. He carried Dongfang Yu and came to a piece of snowland. Then, he threw Dongfang Yu on the snowland. Cough, cough. Dongfang Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, then gasped for breath and said, "You, who the hell are you?" Ji Yufei's punch was extremely heavy. With just a single punch, it had already shattered Dongfang Yu's sternum. The force of the punch even penetrated his internal organs and caused serious injuries to Dongfang Yu. "Who am I? Hasn't your Dongfang family been looking for me?" Ji Yufei said coldly. Then, the muscles on his body began to return to their original position, gradually revealing his true appearance. You. Dongfang Yu's eyes gradually widened as if he had seen a ghost. In his excitement, he spat out another mouthful of blood with a WA sound. "Do you know who I am now?" Ji Yufei said with a chuckle. After Dongfang Yu saw who the person in front of him was, he was scared out of his wits. He was almost scared to death. His already pale face became even paler. "You're Ji Yufei." Dongfang Yu's entire body was ice cold. He collapsed powerlessly on the snowy ground. First publication of this book. Chapter 349. Although Dongfang Yu hadn't really seen Ji Yufei, it didn't mean that he couldn't recognize Ji Yufei, because all the young masters of the Dongfang family had seen Ji Yufei's portrait. The person who has enmity with you is Dongfang Chen. If you want to take revenge, you should look for him. Why did you attack me? Dongfang Yu still had a glimmer of hope. However, when he saw the incomparably cold smile on Ji Yufei's face, he knew that he didn't even have a glimmer of hope. "Dongfang Chen? I will look for him, but now." Ji Yufei grinned at Dongfang Yu, who was paralyzed on the snow. His snow-white teeth were so conspicuous in the dark. But in Dongfang Yu's eyes, it was like the smile of a devil. "What do you want?" Dongfang Yu panicked and hurriedly struggled to shrink back. However, as soon as he moved, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to involuntarily groan in pain. Ji Yufei took a step forward, looked down at Dongfang Yu, and sneered, "What do you think?" Then he grabbed the short spear that was surrounded by green light, and with a poof sound, he fiercely stabbed it into Dongfang Yu's right thigh. "Whoa!" Dongfang Yu screamed, and blood suddenly splashed from his thigh. Blood dripped down, and in just a short while, his clothes were soaked. The short spear that was surrounded by green light was the magic tool that Ji Yufei snatched from Dongfang Yu. It was extremely sharp, and directly pierced through Dongfang Yu's thigh, nailing him to the snow. "Hehe, I just want to collect some interest from the Dongfang family first." Ji Yufei's words were extremely cold. He didn't have any pity for the people of the Dongfang family. Raw. Those who go against the Dongfang family will absolutely not have a good ending. My family will definitely avenge me. Dongfang Yu's handsome face was extremely twisted in pain, and he roared fiercely. Saying that, Dongfang Yu suddenly slammed his head against a big tree next to him. He wanted to kill himself, so that he would suffer less. Bam! Ji Yufei kicked Dongfang Yu away. This kick directly landed on Dongfang Yu's face, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose. A few of his teeth fell out. His handsome face immediately swelled up. Dongfang Yu's thigh was nailed to the ground by the short spear. When he was kicked by Ji Yufei and rolled to the side, the wound on his thigh immediately burst open, turning into a bloody mess. But because of this, Dongfang Yu was freed from the pain of being nailed to the ground by the short spear and unable to move. Ji Fei did not intend to kill Dongfang Yu immediately. Therefore, the strength of that kick was just right, only injuring Dongfang Yu, but not killing him. Kill me now. Dongfang Yu felt dizzy from Ji Fei's kick, but as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately rushed towards Ji Fei and roared loudly. Blood splashed out from Dongfang Yu's mouth along with his muffled voice. I will kill you, but before that, I have to properly greet you, Ji Fei said in an understated manner. These plain words, in the ears of Dongfang Yu, had a different feeling. Dongfang Yu's swollen face suddenly turned green, and his whole body involuntarily trembled. Killing is not too much, please give me a quick death, Dongfang Yu said to Ji Fei in a pleading tone. Give you a quick death? That's impossible, Ji Fei said disdainfully. If you want to blame someone, blame Dongfang Chen. In fact, I really don't want to attack you. Who told you to be a member of the Dongfang family? Roar. Ji Fei, you will die a horrible death. Dongfang Yu threw caution to the wind and cursed at Ji Fei, wishing he could roar out the most vicious words in the world. Humph. I want you to die a horrible death now. Ji Fei's face sank, stepped forward, and stepped on Dongfang Yu's thigh with the short spear. Catcher. The creepy sound of bones breaking immediately came from Dongfang Yu's thigh. There was no doubt that his thigh bone was broken. Blood splashed out from the wound pierced by the short spear, and the blood shot out several meters away. Dongfang Yu's cursing immediately turned into a scream. Dongfang Yu screamed, suddenly made up his mind, put his tongue between his teeth, and then fiercely bit it. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his mouth, and his tongue and blood were spat out on the ground. Biting my tongue to commit suicide. Ji Fei was stunned, let go of his right foot that was stepping on Dongfang Yu's thigh, and then said coldly, You idiot, you actually bit your tongue to commit suicide. Ha ha. What a joke. Ji Fei laughed. Dongfang Yu's move was really stupid. The physique of a practitioner was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he would absolutely not die. In the period of time before Dongfang Yu died because of excessive blood loss, it was enough for Ji Fei to torture him to his heart's content. Ji Fei wielded his palm like a knife, and a bright aura rushed out of his palm. Puff, 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 puff. 4 soft sounds sounded, and blood burst out. Ji Fei directly cut off Dongfang Yu's limbs. Don't you want to marry that Pharaoh-like woman? I don't believe that the elders of that woman will marry her to a stick. Woo-woo. Dongfang Yu bit his tongue and could no longer speak. He stared at Ji Fei fiercely, and his eyes became blood red, revealing endless resentment. Remember, the reason why you have such an end is completely thanks to Dongfang Chen. Ji Fei had no mercy, because he was dealing with the enemy, and there was no mercy for the enemy. Just when Ji Fei was about to continue to torture Dongfang Yu, a long roar suddenly came from the distance. Woo-woo. When Dongfang Yu heard that long roar, he suddenly became excited. He wanted to shout and tell the people in the distance that he was here, but unfortunately, his tongue was gone, and he couldn't shout. Hearing the roar, Ji Fei couldn't help but frown. He looked in the direction of the roar and muttered to himself, so fast? Should I kill or not? Ji Fei immediately looked down at Dongfang Yu, who had turned into a bloody person. His expression changed several times. He raised his right hand and put it down again. In the end, he didn't directly kill Dongfang Yu. However, before leaving, Ji Fei stepped on Dongfang Yu's crotch. Dongfang Yu's eyes suddenly bulged, and the sound of balls breaking came from under Ji Fei's foot. In the mortal's palace, I heard that there are people who are neither male nor female, called eunuchs. It's not good to kill you, it's better to make you a eunuch. Ji Fei's words before he left angered Dongfang Yu so much that he vomited blood and passed out. After a while, in the snow forest, there were a few long roars. It seemed that there were experts searching for traces of Dongfang Yu in the nearby forest. Dongfang Yu was seriously injured and taken away. Although the process was short, Li Mengyaro saw it all. Obviously, Li Mengyaro sent out a message to inform the people in the city. Swish. A white figure appeared nearby. This person was tall and had a mighty appearance. He was an expert of the older generation of the Dongfang family, eldest brother Dongfang. He followed the smell of blood in the forest and found Dongfang Yu. When he saw Dongfang Yu's miserable state, his eyes turned red. In the snow forest, there was a roar of grief and indignation. Ji Yufei didn't go far, he watched everything in the dark. Swish, swish, swish. Very soon, a few figures appeared nearby after Boss Dongfang roared. Every single one of them emitted obscure energy fluctuations. Not a single one of them was a weakling. Ji Yufei decisively retreated. Although his cultivation had broken through to the fourth sky of the ascended mortality realm, he knew that it would be difficult to deal with these experts at the same time. He was like a ghost, silently traversing through the snow forest. From time to time, angry roars could be heard behind him, but he turned a deaf ear to them. Gradually, the voices behind him could no longer be heard. Ji Yufei walked a big circle in the snow forest, then returned to Northern Mountain City. Without anyone noticing, he entered his inn and returned to his room. Tonight, he finally got his revenge. Although the other party wasn't Dongfang Chen, it made Ji Yufei feel a sense of satisfaction after taking revenge. Knowing that not only did he not die, but he also came back, the Dongfang family should be panicking now. Although Dongfang Yu's limbs were cut off and he killed himself by biting his tongue, the Dongfang family would still know through Dongfang Yu that it was him who did it. The reason why Ji Yufei had revealed his true appearance in front of Dongfang Yu was because he had planned to torture Dongfang Yu before killing him. However, Ji Yufei had changed his mind. He wanted Dongfang Chen and the others to panic so that he would have a chance to make a move. Ever since he left the mountain, Ji Yufei learned a lot of things. His heart became harder and his methods of dealing with enemies became more ruthless. The cultivation world was cruel. The weak were prey to the strong. Only by being more ruthless than others could he live longer. Dongfang Chen wanted to put him to death again and again, completely disregarding the friendship between him and his fellow disciples. There was nothing more to say. The hatred between Ji Yufei and Dongfang Chen had reached an irreconcilable point. Either he dies, or I die. After returning to the inn, Ji Yufei sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Ever since his cultivation broke through to the transcending mortality realm, Ji Yufei rarely slept. The time he rested was the time he meditated. Closing his eyes to adjust his breath instead of sleeping was the most basic difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. A cultivator in the transcending mortality realm was gradually breaking away from the habits of ordinary people. When Ji Yufei returned to the inn that was booked by the Dongfang family in the distance was boiling. In the darkest period before dawn, the guest cloud inn was brightly lit, and from time to time, there were people from the Dongfang family coming in and out of the inn. The attack on Dongfang Yu really made the people of the Dongfang family panic. They didn't know who was against them. Of course, they had a suspect, and that was the Misty City. However, those who knew the inside story were even more terrified, because they were about to face a disaster. Book. Chapter 350. In the Dongfang family, there weren't many people who really knew about the grudges between Dongfang Chen and Ji Yufei. Only a few people from Dongfang Chen's branch knew. 1. The Dongfang family was a big family with several branches. It was a big force in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the Dongfang family wasn't as united as it seemed on the surface. The various branches fought openly and covertly, all wanting to rise to the top. The people of the various branches all wanted to control the entire clan. Only Dongfang Chen's branch came to the northern lands. The other branches of the Dongfang family didn't appear in the northern lands. Dongfang Yu was one of the few young experts with the most potential in this branch. His cultivation had already reached the second sky of the ascended mortality realm. He was one of the few people in the family who were qualified to enter the family's secret place to cultivate. Unfortunately, he was crippled by Ji Yufei. Not only did Ji Yufei cut off his hands and feet, even his balls were crushed by Ji Yufei, turning him into a eunuch. This was a great humiliation to the branch of the Dongfang family that Dongfang Yu belonged to. As a result, Biling City was in an uproar. Before the sun rose, the people of the Dongfang family began to move. The ancestor of this branch of the Dongfang family used his great divine ability to read Dongfang Yu's memories and drew 2 portraits overnight. Then, he ordered the disciples of the Dongfang family to search the city with the portraits in hand. They sent out all the people they could and rushed into all the inns and restaurants in the city, trying to find the person in the portraits. However, the higher-ups of the Dongfang family knew that Ji Yufei had the ability to change his appearance. The possibility of finding him was very low. The people of the Dongfang family searched the entire city in an incomparably strong manner. They made a ruckus in the city for a whole day, causing the cultivators in the city to complain. However, there were only a few people who dared to ignore the Dongfang family. Of course, Ji Yufei was one of the people who dared to ignore the Dongfang family. As a cultivator, he had already cultivated to the extent that he could move his muscles and bones at will. Although there were limitations to changing the shape of his body and he couldn't really change the position of his bones, there was no limit to changing his appearance. He moved the skin and flesh on his face and changed his appearance. In the eyes of others, Ji Yufei, who had changed his appearance, looked like a sturdy, fair-skinned young man. At dusk, he walked into a restaurant near the Yunlai Inn, ordered a few dishes and drank by himself at a table by the window. The people of the Dongfang family came in and out of the Yunlai Inn. Even the restaurant where Ji Yufei stayed was searched several times by the disciples of the Dongfang family. However, no one was able to recognize Ji Yufei, who had changed his appearance. Ji Yufei was right under the noses of the Dongfang family members, but the Dongfang family members were still searching for Ji Yufei throughout the city. Apart from the city governor's mansion, the Dongfang family could be said to have turned the entire Biling city upside down. However, no one would have expected Ji Yufei to be drinking alone near the inn they were staying at. The Dongfang family was a place with a high status in Biling city. Even the Dongfang family didn't dare to step into it easily. In a courtyard behind the Yunlai Inn, many disciples of the Dongfang family gathered. In a guest room in the courtyard, a young man with an abnormally pale face was sleeping on the bed. In front of the bed stood a dark-skinned middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man was the ancestor who scared away Pan Hong when the people of Misty City came to cause trouble. Behind the middle-aged man, a burly man stood with his head lowered. This burly man looked mighty and his muscles bulged under his clothes like a horned dragon, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This man was the Dongfang eldest brother who saved Dongfang Yu. That person is too ruthless. After a while, the ancestor turned around, walked to a nearby chair, and sat down. Ancestor, can you recover? Dongfang eldest brother said in a trembling voice. In front of this middle-aged man, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Even if he was angry and excited, he could only suppress it. Network, the middle-aged man frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, freeze his limbs and keep them safe. When we return to the family, maybe we can ask for elixirs and medicines to reattach them. Thank you, ancestor. Dongfang eldest brother was overjoyed. As long as his limbs could be reattached, Dongfang Yu still had a glimmer of hope. His cultivation would not be wasted. But, the broken limbs can be reattached, but the damage to his lower body will be difficult to heal. He may completely lose the ability to reproduce. The ancestor's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it was about to drip water. This Dongfang eldest brother couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He was Dongfang Yu's second uncle, and his eldest brother only had Dongfang Yu. If Dongfang Yu became a eunuch, then wouldn't his eldest brother have no descendants? Hey! Ji Yufei! Dongfang eldest brother's eyes were red, and his whole body was surging with murderous intent. Right now, he couldn't wait to tear Ji Yufei to pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Even if that little guy is from the Supreme Mystery Sect, I will still kill him, the middle-aged man said coldly. It was obvious that he was also angry. Pass down the order. If you find that little guy, don't hesitate to kill him. The middle-aged man's eyes were like cold lightning, flashing with a threatening cold light. Yes. Dongfang eldest brother quickly accepted the order, then turned around and walked out of the room. At the same time, in a courtyard in the east of Biling City, several people were sitting in a pavilion, whispering about something. Everyone's expression was very serious. Brother Li, why is the Dongfang family looking for Brother Jiyu? Do they have the same purpose as us? A young man in white sitting at a stone table asked a dark-skinned, unprepossessing young man. I don't know. The Dongfang family is Brother Dongfang Chen's family. He may know why the Dongfang family is also looking for Brother Jiyu, the unprepossessing young man said indifferently. In the pavilion, there were 4 young cultivators in white sitting around. They were all disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The unprepossessing dark-skinned young man sitting in the seat of honor was the eldest senior brother, Li Lingfeng. The other 3 were Ziyu, a disciple of the head of the Supreme Mystery Peak, Song Ruochen, a disciple of the Tongtian Peak, and Qin Daoyun, a disciple of the Taishu Peak. The actions of the Dongfang family are very strange, Ziyu said thoughtfully. Could it be? Brother Dongfang actually told the secrets of the sect to the people of the Dongfang family? Song Ruochen said in surprise. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the Dongfang family was looking for Jiyu Fei. The Dongfang family had made such a big move in the city that it attracted the attention of all the major forces. Li Lingfeng and the others were surprised to find that the Dongfang family was only doing this to find 2 people. Among these 2 people, one was actually Jiyu Fei. Although Li Lingfeng and the others were disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect like Jiyu Fei, Li Lingfeng and the others never imagined that the 2 people the Dongfang family was looking for were actually the same person. These 2 people were both Jiyu Fei. Brother Dongfang shouldn't be going so far as to betray the sect. Li Lingfeng said in a low voice, and his eyes shot out 2 cold lights that made the hearts of 2 people palpitate. When everyone heard this, they could not help but fall silent. They all knew very well what the consequences of betraying the Taishan sect were. Any disciple who betrayed the sect would be crippled of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. If it was serious, they would be killed by the law enforcement disciples. Betraying the sect was a great taboo in the world of cultivation. It was an act of deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. Just as everyone was silent, a figure silently appeared outside the pavilion. Li Lingfeng was the first to notice the person. He hurriedly came out of the pavilion and then respectfully bowed to the person. Greetings, Uncle Dan Chengzi. The others in the pavilion also hurriedly came out and bowed to the person. Li Lingfeng, take a few of your juniors and go out for a walk. Dan Chengzi waved his sleeves and did not say much. He directly ordered Li Lingfeng. Yes. Li Lingfeng hurriedly accepted the order. After Dan Chengzi gave the order, he gathered his spiritual power and turned into a golden rainbow that shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. No one knew where he went. Senior brother, what does Uncle Dan Chengzi mean by this? Ziyu asked Li Lingfeng. Could it be that Uncle Dan wants us to go find junior brother Jiyu? Qin Daoyun, who was standing next to Ziyu, said aloud. Li Lingfeng rubbed his chin and lowered his head to think for a while. Then he said, since Uncle Dan wants us to go out for a walk, then let's go out for a walk. As he said this, Li Lingfeng walked straight out of the courtyard. Ziyu and the others looked at each other. Although they did not understand what was going on, they still hurriedly chased after him. The sudden action of the Dongfang family not only alerted the people of the Taishan sect, but also the other 2 major Taoist sects. The Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect also sent out disciples to understand what was going on. The ancestor of the Dongfang family probably did not know that they had already crossed the bottom line of the 3 major Taoist sects. The masters that the 3 major Taoist sects sent to the north were not to kill the first son of the demon lord, Chu Ji. They only had one goal, and that was to find Jiyu Fei. In other words, the reason why the people of the 3 major Taoist sects appeared in the north was to find Jiyu Fei. This was because Jiyu Fei had a very important thing that the 3 major Taoist sects wanted. No matter what, the 3 major Taoist sects would not let Jiyu Fei fall into the hands of the Dongfang family. As the person in question, Jiyu Fei had no idea that he had become a delicious cake that everyone wanted a bite of. He was still drinking alone on the 2nd floor of the restaurant near Ku Yunlai. From the window, he could clearly see the front door of the Ku Yunlai Inn in the distance. He could also see the bustling crowd on the street. Ji Yufei ate until the lanterns were lit. Only then did he pay the bill and leave the restaurant. However, when he walked out onto the street, Ji Yufei saw two young cultivators walking toward him. When he saw the two young cultivators, Ji Yufei could not help but be startled. A look of surprise flashed across his face. The two young cultivators walking toward him were actually people he knew. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu? I didn't think I would meet them here, Ji Yufei thought. At this time, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu walked over slowly. They did not recognize Ji Yufei, who had changed his appearance, and walked straight past Ji Yufei. Book. Chapter 351. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not recognize Ji Yufei, who had already changed his appearance. They brushed past Ji Yufei and walked towards the inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying. They did not even look straight at Ji Yufei, who walked past them. Network. Ji Yufei stopped, then turned around and quietly followed behind Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. He did not follow too closely, but he did not deliberately hide his tracks either. He felt that Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not enter the inn, but wandered around the vicinity. They seemed to be monitoring the people in the inn. After searching for more than half a day, the people of the Dongfang family gradually stopped their search. The disciples they sent out all returned to the inn one after another. No one moved alone anymore. They became even more careful. No one moved alone anymore, giving the opponents hidden in the dark a chance to attack them one by one. The Supreme Mystery Sect did not send too many disciples into the northern lands. Having too many people often did not bring about the effect of doing good things. The Dongfang family was a very good example. With Shaoyang Peak's Daoist Chaoyang making a move, it was enough. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu did not seem to feel that someone was following behind them. They wandered around the inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying for an hour, then left immediately. In the streets and alleys of the city, the figures of cultivators could be seen everywhere. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu walked through the streets, intentionally or unintentionally heading towards a secluded area. Their slight changes did not escape Ji Yufei's eyes. Ji Yufei smiled, then continued to follow behind Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. When they came to a place where there were not many people, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu suddenly turned into an alley and disappeared before Ji Yufei's eyes. Ji Yufei hurriedly chased after them. When Ji Yufei turned the corner of the street, he found that Li Lingfeng was standing less than 3 meters in front of him, looking at him with a cold smile. At this moment, Ji Yufei suddenly felt a slight ripple coming from behind him. He turned around and saw that Ziyu was already blocking his way. These two fellows are quite vigilant, Ji Yufei thought. Actually, he did not deliberately hide his tracks at all. It was not surprising that Li Lingfeng and Ziyu found out. Of course, if Ji Yufei deliberately hid his tracks, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu would not be able to sense that Ji Yufei was following them. Who are you, and why are you following us? As Li Lingfeng pressed forward, a powerful wave of magical power rippled out from his body, and there seemed to be several faintly discernible rays of light coiling around his body. At the same time, Ziyu, who was behind Ji Yufei, flipped his right hand, and a branch surrounded by a dark green spiritual light appeared in his hand. The dark green branches emitted an enormous fluctuation of wood elemental energy, as if they were shrouded in a layer of hazy green light. On the branches, there were 7 bright green leaves. This was Ziyu's Dharma treasure, a Dharma treasure refined from the branch of a spirit root of heaven and earth. After Ji Yufei changed his appearance and his cultivation advanced greatly, the aura on his body changed as well. If he did not recover his original appearance, it would be impossible for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to recognize him at all. Haha. Senior brother Li, senior brother Ziyu, how have you been? Ji Yufei glanced at Li Lingfeng and Ziyu with a composed expression, and then said. You are. Ziyu and Li Lingfeng could not help but be taken aback, their faces revealing looks of astonishment. What? You guys really can't recognize this little brother? As Ji Yufei spoke, the flesh on his face began to tremble, and his true appearance gradually revealed. Like this, do you guys recognize me? Ji Yufei said. You're Jade Spirit Peak's junior brother Ji Yu? After Li Lingfeng looked at that Ji Yufei's true appearance that was gradually revealed, his eyes gradually widened, and he asked in shock. "Junior brother Ji Yu, is it really you?" Ziyu hurriedly put away his Dharma treasure and walked forward. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both very excited when they suddenly saw Ji Yufei. It had to be known that the reason they appeared in the northern lands was for the sake of finding Ji Yufei. "Online, this isn't a place to talk, follow me," Ji Yufei said in a low voice, and then without waiting for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to react, he turned around and walked out of the alley. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu exchanged a glance, and hurriedly followed. As the muscles on Ji Yufei's face walked out of the alley, they started to tremble lightly again. Under the trembling of his skin and flesh, his appearance changed once more. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both extremely shocked. They found it hard to believe that Ji Yufei actually had this kind of ability. This was not an ordinary disguise technique, nor was it a technique to change one's appearance. Ji Yufei's method was really too brilliant. Moving his muscles and changing his appearance, in the eyes of outsiders, there was absolutely not the slightest flaw. Ji Yufei led Li Lingfeng and Ziyu directly out of Biling City through the western gate. Outside the western city, there were fewer people than in the other three directions. Not far from the city gate was a snowy forest covered in thick snow. Because no one often walked around, and no one cleared the snow, the area outside the western city was a vast expanse of whiteness. The roads were all covered in thick snow, and only the deep footprints could be seen in the snow. As Ji Yufei walked on the snowy ground, he didn't leave any traces under his feet. The same was true for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu. With their cultivation levels, aside from the fact that they couldn't soar into the air, it was very easy for them to walk on snow without leaving any traces. They didn't even need to do it deliberately. The three of them walked into the snowy forest outside the city and stopped in an open space. This place had a wide field of vision, and if someone approached, they would immediately discover them. "Junior Marshal Brother Ji Yu, it's really great that you didn't die. How did you get lost in the virtual sky world? And how did you get out of the virtual sky world?" Ziyu hurriedly asked after they stood still. When he saw Ji Yufei, he really wanted to ask. He really wanted to know how Ji Yufei escaped alive. It had to be known that for thousands of years, among the three great Daoist schools, there were definitely many people who entered the virtual sky world, but none of those who got lost in the virtual sky world survived. Now, however, Ji Yufei actually broke this curse. It was really shocking and unbelievable. Li Lingfeng also wanted to know why Ji Yufei was an exception. Ji Yufei stared at Ziyu and Li Lingfeng for a long time before he finally said, "I was completely lucky to be able to come out of the virtual sky world. Maybe I'm not fated to die yet." Images of his experience in the virtual sky world flashed in Ji Yufei's mind. He wasn't lying. He was completely lucky to be able to come out of the virtual sky world. If he hadn't met the 10,000-year-old old tortoise in the ancient absolute formation, if that old monster hadn't known the secret of the virtual sky world, if the ancient shrine in the death swamp hadn't happened, all these coincidences would have happened to Ji Yufei. Otherwise, Ji Yufei would have definitely been sealed in the virtual sky world like the other Dao school disciples who got lost in the virtual sky world. If this wasn't luck, what was it? Without the old tortoise and the ancient shrine, Ji Yufei definitely wouldn't have been able to escape alive. If he got lost in the virtual sky world, there would only be one outcome: death. Luck. Luck. Ziyu and Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at each other and didn't really believe what Ji Yufei said, but they could see that Ji Yufei didn't seem to want to say much. They still had an important task, so everything else had to be put aside for the time being. Therefore, Li Lingfeng said to Ji Yufei, "Junior Marshal Brother Ji Yu, the Chaoyang constellation of Shaoyang Peak is in the city. Come with us to see the Chaoyang constellation first." "Yes. The Chaoyang constellation came to the north to find you," Ziyu said immediately. "To see the Chaoyang constellation?" Ji Yufei couldn't help but frown. If he was with Li Lingfeng and the others, it would be difficult for him to deal with Dongfang Chen. After all, Dongfang Chen was a disciple of Taishan sect. If he attacked him, Li Lingfeng and the others would definitely not stand by and watch. Ji Yufei didn't want people to know about the grievances between him and Dongfang Chen, and he didn't want to use the power of others to deal with Dongfang Chen. He wanted to fight Dongfang Chen with his own strength. Moreover, the leader of Shaoyang Peak actually came to the north to find him. This seemed to be making a big fuss over a minor issue. I still have some things to take care of. I'm afraid I can't go with you now, Ji Yufei said after pondering for a while. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu heard this and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. In this bitter cold place, what other things did Ji Yufei have to take care of? Ziyu said, so it's like that. What do you have to take care of? Maybe we can help. If we can't help, we can ask the Chaoyang constellation to take care of it. Yes. Come with us to see the Chaoyang constellation. Li Lingfeng continued to persuade. I'm very sorry. I have to take care of this myself, Ji Yufei said. He didn't want to leave it to others. He had to take revenge himself. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Junior Marshal Brother Ji Yu, the situation in the north is complicated. It will be dangerous for you to travel alone. Ziyu saw that Ji Yufei wasn't willing to go with them and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. I'm afraid you still don't know the current situation. The people of the Shongqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect have also arrived in the north, Li Lingfeng suddenly said. Ji Yufei was startled. He faintly felt that there was more to Li Lingfeng's words. He then said, the people of the Shongqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect have come to the north. What does that have to do with me? I'll tell you the truth. They're all here for you. They're not here to slay demons. Ziyu then explained to Ji Yufei. They're here for me, Ji Yufei said in shock. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu both looked at Ji Yufei, then nodded with serious expressions. Why are they here for me? Ji Yufei said in a low voice. He already vaguely knew that this was probably not a simple matter. There was definitely some secret that he didn't know about. Actually, they're here for something on you, Li Lingfeng said. Chapter 352. Ji Yufei wasn't willing to go with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to meet Daoist Chaoyang. Furthermore, the three great Daoist societies were actually coming for him. This puzzled Ji Yufei, and at the same time, made him vigilant. In fact, this is no longer a secret among the three great Daoist sects. You collected 3 9-colored immortal herbs in the virtual sky world. Those 3 immortal herbs are the legendary longevity grass, Li Lingfeng said. Longevity grass? A frown appeared on Ji Yufei's face. He immediately recalled the 3 9-colored immortal herbs growing above the earthfire vein in the virtual sky world. According to legend, longevity grass has the miraculous effect of going against the heavens and seizing life. Even if ordinary people eat it, they can seize 200 years of life from the heavens, Ziyu said. The lifespan of humans was limited by heaven and earth. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, this was reincarnation, and no one could escape. Cultivators in the world, whether they practiced devil cultivation, immortal cultivation, or ghost cultivation, were all doing the same thing. That was to get rid of reincarnation and enjoy longevity. However, those who truly enjoyed longevity were few and far between. Even the legendary immortals and gods would fall at some point. Countless cultivators advanced wave after wave in order to fight for the slim chance of survival in the world. After struggling bitterly, some people succeeded, but the vast majority still perished in the endless years. You might be disappointed, but the longevity grass isn't with me, Ji Yufei said to Li Lingfeng and Ziyu after thinking for a moment. What? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. This. Is it that? Dragon turtle? No, I mean, is it in the hands of that demonic old senior? Ziyu said in shock. In the virtual sky world, everyone saw with their own eyes that Ji Yufei seemed to have a good relationship with that ancient divine beast, the dragon turtle. If it wasn't for the dragon turtle, they might have already died in that primordial ominous city. It's not in his hands. That old monster doesn't care about the longevity grass at all. Ji Yufei answered. How could a guy like the old turtle, who had lived for countless years, care about a mere 200 years of life? Was it robbed by those guys from Shangqing sect or Guangqing Immortal sect? Li Lingfeng realized the seriousness of the matter, and his voice trembled. Robbed? I guess so. Ji Yufei couldn't help sighing. His interspatial pouch was still in the hands of Yang in the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Whether or not he could retrieve it was still a problem. However, if Ji Yufei were to know that all the elixirs in his storage bag had been confiscated by Yang it was unknown what kind of expression he would have. The longevity grass was very important. The people of the three great Daoist sects had entered the northern lands for the longevity grass. No one knew how many terrifying old monsters had come. After all, there were old monsters in the three great Daoist sects who were nearing the end of their lifespans. The longevity grass was their lifesaver. With the longevity grass, these old monsters could dominate the cultivation world for another 200 years. Moreover, within these 200 years, they would have the opportunity to break through to the demigod realm. If they could successfully break through to the demigod realm, they would truly be on the path to immortality. What's going on? Li Lingfeng could no longer maintain his composure. He knew very well how important the longevity grass was to the Taishen sect. They absolutely could not lose it. On the surface, among the elders of the Taishen sect, only Taoist Chaoyang had entered the northern lands. However, Li Lingfeng knew that one or two of the highest elders of the sect had also entered the northern lands. And the old monsters of the Shongqing sect and the Guangqing immortal sect would definitely not sit idly by. There would definitely be such peerless experts entering the northern lands. It's hard for me to say for a while. After I settle my matters, will I be able to retrieve the longevity grass? Ji Yufei said. Ji Yufei knew from his conversation with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu that the three great Daoist sects seemed to be determined to get the longevity grass. This might be a bargaining chip for him. However, his own interspatial pouch was in the hands of Yang How troublesome. Ji Yufei knew very well that the Danding school was a sect that entered the Dao through the art of danding. They were best at refining pills. Elixirs were absolutely full of temptation for the disciples of the Danding school. If Yang discovered the elixir in the interspatial pouch, wanting to make her hand it over would be no different than ascending to the heavens. Junior brother Ji, this is not a joke. You must get the longevity grass. Otherwise, you will be in trouble, Ziyu said anxiously. Got it. Ji Yufei responded, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. The reason why the masters of the sect had come out was, to put it bluntly, not for him, but for the longevity grass on him. Junior brother Ji. Li Lingfeng wanted to persuade him again. But Ji Yufei rushed to say, I still have things to do. Let's say goodbye here. As he spoke, he bowed to Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, leaving behind an afterimage where he was, and disappeared into the snow forest in an instant. By the time Li Lingfeng and Ziyu reacted to it, Ji Yufei was already several hundred feet away. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu could not help being startled. Ji Yufei's movement technique was swift like the wind and lightning. Furthermore, he left as he pleased. This made them very astounded. Ji Yufei's figure rapidly disappeared into the snow forest. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu could not help exchanging glances, both rather helpless. Only after a good while did they come back to their senses and walked out of the snow forest. Senior brother, should we report today's events? Ziyu asked as he walked. Of course. Junior brother Gu's appearance is a major event. This matter is not what we can resolve, Li Lingfeng said solemnly. Actually, he already wanted to make a move to stop Ji Yufei earlier. But, Li Lingfeng had misgivings. Because he could not tell Ji Yufei's depths. Furthermore, everyone belonged to the same sect. Li Lingfeng did not wish to offend Ji Yufei. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu quickly left the snow forest and returned to Biling City. At this time, Ji Yufei, who had returned to Biling City first, once again arrived near the inn where the people from Dongfang clan stayed. He, who had changed his appearance, did not have to worry about being recognized at all. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but it was nearing dusk. Time passed unknowingly, and Biling City at dusk was still cold. The blood-like setting sun hung high above the horizon, emitting the last radiance of the day. His conversation with Li Lingfeng and Ziyu made him feel rather displeased. If it were not for the fact that he collected the longevity grass in the virtual sky world, the people in the sect would definitely not regard him so highly. The people in the cultivation world were all very realistic. Sometimes, they were so realistic that it made people's hearts turn cold. Only by becoming powerful would one not be ignored by others, and only then would one be respected. Ji Yufei secretly made up his mind that he must become a strong cultivator who could look down on the world. When the last ray of light from the sun disappeared below the horizon, the night had completely enveloped the world. The people who had gone out had already returned to the city. Ji Yufei walked into a tavern across from the inn where the people from Dongfang clan stayed, found an inconspicuous corner, and sat down. The tavern was not big, and there were only a dozen or so tables in the lobby. The people drinking and chatting in the tavern were all ordinary people. There were no cultivators present. Ji Yufei's aura was completely restrained, and he did not release any fluctuations of energy. In the eyes of others, he was not a lofty cultivator, but rather an unprepossessing young man. No one noticed Ji Yufei in the corner. Ji Yufei ordered a pot of wine and leisurely drank by himself. However, he was constantly paying attention to the movements in the inn across from him. The people from Floating City did not show up last night, but Ji Yufei knew that after being beaten up so miserably by him, they would definitely not swallow this insult. If they wanted to end their seclusion and forcefully return to the world of cultivation, the best way to do so was to cause some disturbance in the world of cultivation. Just as Ji Yufei was drinking by himself in the small tavern, as if he had completely blended into the mortal world, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above a courtyard behind the Cloud Arrival Inn. Dongfang Lai, the newcomer said in a deep voice, his voice filled with dignity. In an instant, his voice spread to all the courtyards behind the inn, echoing mightily in the air. However, the people outside the inn did not hear any sound at all. It was very obvious that the person who spoke had used magic power to restrict his voice to a certain range. It seemed that he did not want to alarm anyone other than the people from Dongfang clan. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from the courtyard below. Brother Chaoyang, you have graced us with your presence. I apologize for not going out to meet you. The figure who rushed out from the courtyard down below stopped in front of the man who was wearing a golden robe and a purple golden daoist hat and a golden crow robe. The person who rushed out from the courtyard below was the middle-aged man that the young cultivators of the Dongfang clan called Great Ancestor. This person was Dongfang Lai. And the Taoist who suddenly appeared in the air above the courtyard, like a true immortal descending to the world, was the head of the Shaoyang peak of the Taishen sect, Taoist Chaoyang. Dongfang Lai, why are you searching for the disciples of the Taishen sect? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, HMPH. As soon as they met, Taoist Chaoyang's eyes fiercely shot out two rays of cold light. He glanced at the person in front of him and said in a low voice. Taoist Chaoyang's temperament was the same as his cultivation method. He was like a raging fire, and in the Taishen sect, he was the most aggressive elder. When it came to external matters, it was usually him who came forward to resolve them. When Dongfang Lai heard this, his expression could not help but immediately become cold. He said coldly, Taoist Chaoyang, are you here to denounce me? Could it be that this is your analysis? Taoist Chaoyang said coldly. When he learned that Ji Yufei was being hunted by the Dongfang family, he was already angry. The Dongfang family really did not give the Taishen sect any face. Were they not deliberately embarrassing him? Other people did not know that Ji Yufei was a disciple of the Taishen sect, but the people of the Shongqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect knew. What made Taoist Chaoyang even more angry was that in this way, the people of the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shongqing sect also knew that Ji Yufei was in the north. Ji Yufei crippled an outstanding disciple of the Dongfang family for no reason. Do you want to protect your sect? Dongfang Lai said tit for tat. Although the Dongfang family was weaker than the Taishen sect, they were not to be bullied. The right and wrong will be decided by the public, but you should not have searched for the disciples of the Taishen sect without informing me. Don't tell me you did not know I was in the city. Taoist Chaoyang's voice became colder. The two sides were full of the smell of gunpowder. At this time, the people of the Dongfang family were all alarmed. They all came out of the inn in surprise and looked at the two peerless masters standing in the air. This book was first published. Chapter 353. Dongfang Lai seemed to know that Daoist Chaoyang would come to question him. In the face of Daoist Chaoyang's accusation, he did not back down at all and confronted Daoist Chaoyang. Network, what do you want? Are you going to destroy the relationship between our two families for the sake of a ruthless young disciple? Dongfang Lai said coldly. The relationship between the Dongfang family and the Taishan sect was close to an alliance, but it was not like the three great Taoist sects. They were true allies. The Dongfang family and the Taishan sect, to put it bluntly, were in a mutually beneficial relationship. The Dongfang family had sent Dongfang Chen and the others to the Taishan sect to become disciples of the Taishan sect in order to build a relationship with the Taishan sect. However, this relationship was actually very fragile. For the sake of profit, they could become friends, but for the sake of profit, friends could also become enemies. You said that the disciples of the Taishan sect are ruthless? Daoist Chaoyang could not help but be furious. His two eyebrows immediately rose, and the golden crow sky-burning robe on his body fluttered without any wind. Breaking people's hands and feet, cutting off people's tongues. Their methods are worse than demons. Is this not ruthless? When Dongfang Lai thought of Dongfang Yu, who had been tortured by Ji Fei, his heart was filled with anger. Actually, Dongfang Yu's tongue had been bitten off by himself in an attempt to commit suicide. However, this was also credited to Ji Fei. Daoist Chaoyang could not help but be shocked when he heard this. Could Ji Fei really? Daoist Chaoyang then said calmly, "This is just your side of the story. Do you want me to ask someone to bring out the junior who was destroyed by the disciples of the Taishan sect and let you examine his injuries?" Dongfang Lai said. He was now in the right, and it could be said that he was in the right. Before things are clear, don't push everything on the heads of the disciples of the Taishan sect, Daoist Chaoyang said sternly. Daoist Chaoyang thought that there must be something hidden inside. Otherwise, Ji Fei would never have attacked the people of the Dongfang family for no reason. However, to find out the ins and outs of the matter, he must first find Ji Fei. Moreover, Daoist Chaoyang was determined to get the longevity grass. Network either people from the Shongqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect were also eyeing them. Perhaps the Yuanshan green lamp was secretly destroyed by those people to make them lose the initiative. The function of the primordial soul lamp was not a secret. It could be used to find Ji Fei. However, the primordial spirit green lamp was a treasure of the Taishan sect. The Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect did not have one. That junior from your sect has injured the successor of the Dongfang family. He must be punished. I hope you won't shield him, Dongfang Lai said. He was not afraid of Daoist Chaoyang. Their cultivation levels were about the same. Even if they were to fight, he might not necessarily lose to Daoist Chaoyang. Seeing Dongfang Lai's tough attitude, Daoist Chaoyang couldn't help but feel angry and was about to speak. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the south, and a green light appeared in the night sky in the distance, quickly approaching. Daoist Chaoyang and Dongfang Lai were both shocked and quickly looked in the direction of the aura. Where is Dongfang Lai? A loud voice echoed in the sky above the city of Biling. The green light arrived before them in the blink of an eye. A powerful wave of energy surged and immediately broke through the domain set up by the two powerhouses. The newcomer did not care about anything and had no intention of hiding. His voice spread across the entire city of Biling. Everyone in the city was startled and they all came out to look in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! A green light pierced through the sky and appeared before Daoist Chaoyang and Dongfang Lai. Within the green light, a silhouette appeared. After the domain set up by the powerhouses was broken, everyone near the inn saw the three blurry silhouettes in the sky. Some ignorant mortals saw people flying in the sky and thought they were immortals descending to the mortal world. They hurriedly knelt before the three people in the sky. Network E, the cultivators who were startled were also inexplicably shocked. It was unbelievable that there were powerhouses appearing in Biling City without fear. Although there had been many peerless experts appearing in the northern lands recently, There had never been a situation where three peerless experts appeared at the same time, let alone in Beeling City. The cultivators in Beeling City quickly gathered at the inn where the Dongfang family was staying. "I am Dongfang Lai." Dongfang Lai was inexplicably shocked. He did not know why this middle-aged man shrouded in green light would specifically look for him. "Very well, I, Yang Chonglu of Mist City, would like to learn from you." With that, the middle-aged man in black stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Dongfang Lai. A green radiance surged out from Yang Zhonglu's hand, illuminating the night sky. The entire world was illuminated, and the fierce qi radiance was like a surging river, rushing towards Dongfang Lai, who was standing in the void. "Friend, let's talk this out." Dongfang Lai could not help but be shocked when he saw that the man was directly attacking him. As he spoke, he quickly retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. At the same time, Dongfang Lai pushed his right palm forward. A purple light rushed out from his palm and collided with the green light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, and the surging power shook the world. A dazzling light illuminated the entire Beeling City. The collision of the two terrifying forces produced a huge airwave that seemed to blow a hurricane in the air. A great pressure shrouded all directions, and the mighty aftershock caused the entire city to tremble. Even Taoist Zhaoyang turned into a ray of fire and retreated at the first instance. Dongfang Lai and Yang Chonglu, the powerhouse from Mist City, were both sent flying hundreds of feet away before they stopped and steadied themselves. In the distance, under the shadows of the eaves, Ji Yufei watched the scene in the sky coldly. He was extremely excited. His guess was right. The people from Mist City had indeed come to find the Dongfang family. To Ji Yufei's surprise, he actually saw Daoist Chaoyang, the leader of the Shaoyang Peaks lineage. The disciples of the Dongfang family below the inn were also shocked by the scene before them. At the same time, the terrifying aura of the two peerless experts made them tremble with fear. The mighty aftershock from the sky made their blood boil. The disciples of the Dongfang family rushed out of the inn in panic and retreated into the distance. Ji Yufei had been paying attention to the disciples of the Dongfang family. Suddenly, he saw a few familiar figures in the crowd that was retreating in panic. "I didn't expect Dongfang Long to be here. Saves me the trouble of looking for him." Ji Yufei looked at the 7 or 8 figures retreating into the street in the distance, then walked out from the shadows under the eaves. "Friend, I, Dongfang Lai, don't seem to have offended you in any way," Dongfang Lai said in a low voice. His voice reverberated in the air, and every word was heard by everyone present. "Your people almost crippled 4 of my floating city's young disciples with unlimited potential, and you still say you haven't offended me?" Yang Zhonglu shouted. "What? Don't accuse me first. It was your floating city's disciples who came to find trouble yesterday. My Dongfang family's disciples didn't hurt anyone," Dongfang Lai said loudly. He didn't understand why Yang Zhonglu would say that. Could it be that he was also looking for an excuse to attack him? Dongfang Lai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Did the people of Floating City really think that the Dongfang family was easy to bully? Dongfang Lai never thought that someone would go to their door and teach Pan Hong and the others a good lesson, and then frame the Dongfang family. And the person who framed them was Ji Yufei. Taoist Zhaoyang stood in the air far away, watching the scene before him with interest. He didn't intend to interfere and was happy to watch the show from the side. Cut the crap. Yang Zhonglu was extremely domineering. He didn't give Dongfang Lai a chance to analyze and once again closed in on Dongfang Lai. His entire body surged with a monstrous wave of magical power, displaying the power of a peerless cultivator. However, at this moment, a monstrous wave of energy spread from somewhere in the city. The terrifying wave caused the expressions of the 3 peerless cultivators in the sky to change at the same time. That was because the power was too great. It was like a vast ocean that drowned the world in an instant. At this moment, not only the 3 peerless cultivators in the sky, but all the cultivators in Beeling City also felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their heads, causing everyone to feel a heavy pressure. Then, an old voice sounded as if it came from the 9 heavens and rang in everyone's ears. "You 2 juniors, how dare you fight in the city? Don't you know the rules of the city? I order you to leave now, or you'll have to bear the consequences. It seemed like only the cultivators in the entire Beeling city could hear that old voice. All the cultivators understood that the old man in the dark was using a sound technique to speak to them. Other than the cultivators in the city, the residents of the city probably didn't hear anything at all. A turbulent wave of power rose and fell between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire Beeling city. Whether it was the three peerless cultivators in the sky or the hidden cultivators, all of them were shocked. The old man's power in the city was too terrifying. His cultivation base was definitely above theirs. Moreover, the old man had called Yang Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai juniors. His background was unimaginable. Perhaps, that person was the legendary demigod who guarded the north. It was said that there was a demigod guarding the area near the abyss of immortals and demons. This demigod was definitely a ruthless character who could be mentioned in the same breath as the demigod in the far north demon region. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such power. He seemed to have controlled the entire sky above Beeling city before he even arrived. Perhaps the old man was in one of the houses in the city. Perhaps he was very far away, but he was definitely in the city and not outside Beeling city. Chapter 354. Legend has it that the north is guarded by a peerless powerhouse. It seems to be true. A demigod. That's a peerless figure who has truly embarked on the path of immortality. The cultivators in the city were inexplicably shocked. Everyone vaguely guessed the owner of the old voice. What kind of existence was he? They could not help but whisper among themselves. All the cultivators in the city were shocked by the remarkable ability of the suspected demigod. Dongfang Lai, do you dare to fight outside the city? Yang Zhongluo did not dare to continue his attack. He did not dare to provoke the powerful figure in the dark. He loudly invited Dongfang Lai to fight. His voice echoed in the air and spread throughout the entire Beeling city. It was as if he wanted everyone to know. The people in the city were also shocked. They were all inexplicably shocked and did not know what was going on. Why not? Dongfang Lai said coldly. At this time, under the watchful eyes of the cultivators in the city, it was no longer up to Dongfang Lai to refuse the challenge. Swoosh, swoosh. Two figures, one in front and one behind, flew out of the city. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky like two meteors streaking across the night sky. Daoist Zhaoyang immediately turned into a flame and chased after the two of them. There was definitely going to be a battle between the two peerless powerhouses. Daoist Zhaoyang did not want to miss it. Three divine rainbows, two in front and one behind, rushed out of Beeling city in an instant and disappeared into the night sky. The cultivators in the city did not want to miss the upcoming battle between the peerless powerhouses either. Therefore, figures rushed out of the city, stepped on the roof tiles, flew past the houses, and chased in the direction where the three peerless powerhouses disappeared. Under the night sky, there was a loud sound as hundreds and thousands of powerhouses rushed out from the dark. Terrifying energy waves gathered into a vast ocean, causing the people in the city to be extremely terrified. The scene of thousands of powerhouses rushing out of the city was absolutely shocking. In the dark, there were even a few obscure rays of light that shot into the sky and chased after the three peerless powerhouses. The disciples of the Dongfang family also rushed out of the city. The battle between their ancestor and someone concerned the reputation of the Dongfang family. The disciples of the Dongfang family were more anxious than anyone else. Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long were also among them. Those who were as powerful as first brother Dongfang had already rushed out of Beeling city, leaving those with weaker cultivations behind. Dongfang Chen's cultivation was shackled at the awakening self 9th layer, and he was quickly left behind by the transcending mortality cultivators. However, his big brother, Dongfang Long, stood beside him with a grave expression. They couldn't ignore Jiyu Fei's threat. One had to know that Dongfang Yu, who was at the second sky of the Ascended Realm, had been crippled by Jiyu Fei. Dongfang Long knew that he was only slightly stronger than Dongfang Yu. With the treasured blade in his hand, he was confident that he could fight against cultivators at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm. Very soon, the Dongfang brothers crossed the city wall and rushed out of the city. They didn't notice that a ghost-like figure was following them silently. The speed of the transcending mortality cultivators wasn't something that the awakening self-cultivators could compare to. The awakening self-cultivators had long been left behind by the transcending mortality cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfang Long had to protect his brother, he would have already rushed to the front. The ones lagging behind were all the awakening self-cultivators. Of course, Dongfang Long and the person who was secretly following them were excluded from the group. Following the tracks left behind by their predecessors, the group of cultivators rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the front, followed by a terrifying wave of energy. Everyone was shocked. They could even clearly feel the tremors coming from under their feet. In the snow forest, the snow on the trees rustled and fell down. It's starting. Under the shock, all the cultivators in the snow forest immediately understood that the two peerless cultivators had begun to fight in the depths of the snow forest. All the cultivators immediately stepped forward and rushed towards the direction of the energy wave. Some of the transcending mortality cultivators didn't hesitate to use their magic power to activate their magic treasures and soared into the sky. They rushed out of the snow forest and flew towards the direction of the energy wave. Although transcending mortality stage cultivators couldn't be like Imperial Void stage peerless experts who didn't need to rely on external objects and directly fly in the air, they relied on the help of magic treasures to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Shua! 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 A dozen or so streaks of sword light shot out from the snowy forest like divine rainbows. They were sword cultivators who could control their flying swords. With a single sword, they could soar into the sky and burrow into the ground. Dozens of sword lights, like meteors, swept across the snow forest and rushed into the depths of the snow forest. At this time, a terrifying wave of energy that made people's hearts palpitate came out from the depths of the snow forest. Beams of strong light shot up to the sky and lit up the dark sky. After entering the snow forest, the awakening self-realm cultivators who were lagging behind immediately dispersed. The number of cultivators around the Dongfang brothers quickly decreased. Everyone's attention had been attracted by the two peerless cultivators fighting in the depths of the snow forest. No one noticed that someone had already set their eyes on the Dongfang brothers. After entering the snow forest for tens of miles, there were only a few young cultivators of the Dongfang family left around the Dongfang brothers. The transcending mortality realm cultivators had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest to watch the battle. Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared in front of Dongfang Chen and the others and stopped them from running. Dongfang Chen! A cold voice rang out in the forest. That person's eyes were as bright as stars in the dark snow forest. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept across the faces of Dongfang Chen and the others. Dongfang Chen and the others were shocked. They felt as if a blade was at their throats. Just a glance from the person in front of them made them feel cold. "Friend, please step aside." Dongfang Long took a step forward and said coldly. His right hand had already quietly pressed on the hilt of the treasure sword tied to his waist. The Guangcheng Celestial Sect cultivated the sword Immortal Dao. However, Dongfang Long was a disciple of the Saber Emperor and cultivated the tyrannical Saber Dao. With a saber, he would slay gods, Buddhas would slay Buddhas, and devils would slay devils. Dongfang Long seemed to have become one with the saber. A tyrannical saber aura surged out from his body. In the snow forest, a biting cold airflow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and swept up the snow on the ground. The incomparably sharp aura forced Dongfang Chen and the others behind him to continuously retreat. Their faces were pale. "Dongfang Long, we haven't seen each other for a few years. I've missed you very much." That person slowly walked forward and said such words. No one would think that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared and stopped them would be Dongfang Long's friend. This was because this person's words revealed a cold killing intent. "Who are you?" Dongfang Long couldn't help but change his expression when he heard this. The tyrannical saber aura from his body became even stronger. His right hand was already tightly gripping the saber hilt, ready to be unsheathed at any time. Holding the treasured saber, his heart was at ease. This was because Dongfang Long knew very well the terrifying power of this treasured saber that his master had passed down to him. When his master passed the saber to him, He had once used this treasured saber to split a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half. The might of that saber was earth-shattering, and it had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. This was a tyrannical saber. The scabbard had to be engraved with talismans in order to suppress the tyrannical aura emitted by the treasured saber. "You really don't remember who I am?" That person continued to close in on Dongfang Long. His entire body emitted a terrifying murderous aura, and there was a faint light flowing around his body. "His Jiyu Fei." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Dongfang Long. The person who spoke was Dongfang Chen, who had already retreated. "Jiyu Fei? You're Jiyu Fei?" Dongfang Long was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. He looked at the young man who was approaching him step by step in disbelief. "Me?" That person sneered. His gaze swept over Dongfang Chen, who was behind Dongfang Long, and coldly said, "Dongfang Chen, I have to say that you're really smart, but unfortunately, you seem to be too smart. Although you've changed your appearance, at this time, other than Jiyu Fei, I really can't think of anyone else who would attack us." Dongfang Chen's tone was very calm, as if he had already expected this to happen. "He." That person stood 3 feet away from Dongfang Long. Then, his face began to change. In the blink of an eye, the unassuming young man turned into a young cultivator with a resolute expression. Although Jiyu Fei's appearance was not outstanding, there seemed to be a kind of magic about him. As long as someone has seen him before, it would not be easy to forget him. "I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. So, Dongfang Chen, Dongfang Long, both of you must die." Jiyu Fei's words were cold and suffocating. Rays of 5-colored light began to emerge from his body. Within the 5-colored light, one could see the power of thunder and lightning bursting and wandering. Dongfang Long felt a strong pressure from Jiyu Fei. He was secretly surprised. No wonder Dongfang Yu was crippled by Jiyu Fei. He indeed had the strength. "If you want to kill us, you must have the strength to do so," Dongfang Long said in a deep voice. From the moment Jiyu Fei appeared, his eyes never left Jiyu Fei. "Is that so?" Jiyu Fei smiled disdainfully. Then, he pointed his right hand. "Kai." A ray of light suddenly shot out and pierced forward. "Damn it!" Dongfang Long roared. Clang. With a sound, he unsheathed his saber. The tyrannical saber energy like lightning immediately cut through the void and blocked Jiyu Fei's finger light. Jiyu Fei's finger was not aimed at Dongfang Long. Jiyu Fei's target was Dongfang Chen, who was behind Dongfang Long. With Dongfang Chen's cultivation base, Jiyu Fei could pierce through him with one finger. In front of a transcending mortality cultivator, a cultivator of the awakening self stage had no power to fight back. The dazzling saber light illuminated the snowy forest. An extremely tyrannical saber energy filled the air. After Dongfang Long blocked Jiyu Fei's finger light with his saber, he immediately chopped down at Jiyu Fei. The tyrannical saber energy burst out like a raging sea. The blazing saber light rushed up hundreds of feet, like a heavenly saber, exuding endless power. In an instant, it descended on Jiyu Fei's head. Chapter 355. The power of the blade stirred up a strong wind, causing the snow under Jiyu Fei's feet to fly into the air. Snowflakes danced in the sky, and the mighty and powerful pressure caused Dongfang Chen and the Dongfang family disciples to turn pale with fright. They quickly retreated further away. In the face of the incomparably powerful blade, Jiyu Fei's expression still did not change. He directly punched upwards, as if it was a very casual punch. Bam! Jiyu Fei's fist collided with the terrifying blade light in an instant. The powerful fist force suddenly erupted like a volcano, directly shattering the 100-foot-long blade light. Rumble! The ground under Jiyu Fei's feet shook violently, and the ground burst open under his feet. The soil mixed with the snow spread out like a wave with him as the center. It had to be said that the power of Dongfang Long's blade was also as heavy as a mountain. The blade energy and the fist force collided, and the powerful force that erupted immediately caused the surrounding trees to be affected and fall outwards. Jiyu Fei's long hair danced in the wind as he took large strides forward, displaying an unparalleled and powerful aura. Dongfang Long, on the other hand, was shaken by Jiyu Fei's punch and flew backwards. No one had thought that this would happen. Dongfang Chen, who had retreated, also changed his expression. Although he knew that Ji Yufei was able to cripple Dongfang Yu, his cultivation must be above Dongfang Yu's. However, he never thought that Ji Yufei would be so powerful. In just one exchange, he had already put his big brother Dongfang Long at a disadvantage. Although Dongfang Long's blade energy was tyrannical, Ji Yufei was obviously stronger than him. He could directly contend with Dongfang Long's unparalleled blade with his bare hands. Could it be that his body was cast from fine iron? Not only the Dongfang brothers, but the other Dongfang family disciples present were also incomparably shocked. Ji Yufei's physical body was so strong that it had exceeded the scope of their understanding. In fact, when Ji Yufei's fist collided with Dongfang Long's blade, the treasured blade still left a bloodstain on his hand. However, no blood flowed out, and the wound immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had never been injured. This was the strength of a martial artist. Even if a powerful martial artist was injured, they could quickly recover. The toughness of a martial artist's body was not something that other cultivators could imagine. If Ji Yufei cultivated to the indestructible body martial body realm, his physical body would truly be indestructible. Without special methods, it would be difficult to completely kill him. Die. Ji Yufei used the 8 desolation steps and took a step forward, leaving an afterimage where he stood. In an instant, he arrived in front of Dongfang Long, who was flying backwards, and punched him in the chest. He did not use any martial skills. Instead, he simply swung his fists with overwhelming force. Even so, Dongfang Long felt that his life was in danger. Roar. Dongfang Long roared furiously and spun the saber in his hand. At the critical moment, he used the saber to block in front of his chest. A strong saber chi surged out from the saber. Bam! Ji Yufei's fist heavily hit the saber, directly dissipating the heavy saber chi, and the saber heavily hit Dongfang Long's body. Whoa! Dongfang Long felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the snowy forest behind him. Dongfang Chen was sent flying by Ji Yufei's punch. He broke 7 or 8 trees in succession before rolling on the snowy ground, no longer breathing. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, including Dongfang Chen. It was hard to believe that Ji Yufei had defeated Dongfang Long in 2 moves. It seemed that Dongfang Long had no room to fight back. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. Ji Yufei sneered, and then his cold eyes fell on Dongfang Chen. Now it's your turn. Ji Yufei's tone was very calm. He looked at Dongfang Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. Dongfang Chen's face became pale. Under Ji Yufei's emotionless gaze, he couldn't help but take a step back and said with a trembling voice, Ji Yufei, do you know the consequences of killing a fellow disciple? Several disciples of the Dongfang family behind Dongfang Chen suddenly turned around and fled. Ji Yufei didn't attack them. In his eyes, there was only Dongfang Chen. Ha ha! Ji Yufei laughed when he heard this, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Dongfang Chen, at this time, you can't be so naive to think that I will let you go because of the sect rules, right? Dongfang Chen knew that he couldn't escape, but he quickly calmed down. Ji Yufei, you are too arrogant. Do you think that after you crippled Dongfang Yu, I will still not be vigilant? The panic on Dongfang Chen's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a cold face. Oh, is that so? You really know how to act. Ji Yufei approached Dongfang Chen step by step. He had fantasized about revenge more than once. When things were really about to come true, Ji Yufei strangely found that his heart was unexpectedly calm. He didn't know why it was like this. With Ji Yufei's current strength, killing Dongfang Chen was as simple as pinching an ant to death. Dongfang Chen's bluff could not scare him off his determination to kill Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen, although you and I are not disciples of the same master, the 9 veins of supreme mystery are a family and also belong to the same sect. I will give you a quick death. As Ji Yufei said this, he slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Dongfang Chen. A 5-colored light immediately appeared at the tip of his finger. Ji Yufei didn't want to torture Dongfang Chen. As long as he moved his finger slightly, the light condensed from the warrior's true chi would be able to penetrate Dongfang Chen's body and kill him on the spot. Dongfang Chen's face was livid and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. At this moment of life and death, he could no longer maintain his calm. However, right at this moment, Ji Yufei's expression suddenly changed. Without any warning, he soared into the sky, and a ray of black light shrouded in black chi instantly pierced through his afterimage. The black light came from nowhere and it was silent. Ji Yufei was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for his cultivation breaking through to the fourth sky of the ascended realm and his spiritual sense becoming more sensitive, it would be absolutely difficult to detect someone sneak attacking him. After the black light pierced through the afterimage left by Ji Yufei, it didn't shoot forward. Instead, it turned in the air and actually chased after Ji Yufei, who had jumped into the air. Preposterous. As soon as Ji Yufei saw this black light, his eyes suddenly turned red. He immediately formed a seal with both hands and a golden light immediately gathered in his hands. Then, along with the seal he made, it turned into a bright golden light as thick as a child's arm, and it met the black light that was shooting down below. Bang! The golden divine radiance collided with the black chi and black light. The black chi and black light instantly exploded, but they did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into countless smaller black chi and black light that shot toward Ji Yufei from all directions. Ji Yufei's attack was like poking a hornet's nest, causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. Ji Yufei couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that he definitely couldn't let these black lights land on his body. He had already recognized the origin of these black lights. It was the profound yin ghost arrow shot by the 9 hell blackbone bow in Boss Dongfang's hand. It was an evil object that had once tortured him to death. Roar! Ji Yufei let out a furious roar. Being in the air, it was difficult for him to dodge, but he definitely wouldn't sit and wait for death. Just as the countless black lights were about to land on his body, Ji Yufei's skin suddenly turned purple. A hazy layer of purple light emitted from his skin. His entire body seemed to have become a piece of dark green divine jade. Rays of purple light revolved around his body, and a powerful sword chi rippled out from his body. Kai! 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 Countless black lights shot onto the purple light and exploded one after another, then dissipated in the air. The profound yin ghost chi couldn't invade Ji Yufei's body. After suffering a loss, Ji Yufei would definitely not allow himself to suffer the same pain. He spread the essence of the divine weapon he had refined into his body, temporarily giving his body the characteristics of a divine weapon, rendering the profound yin ghost arrow useless. Ji Yufei slowly landed on the snowy ground from the air. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the darkness. When he saw this person, Ji Yufei's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The person who came was the Dongfang boss who had shot him with an arrow. Humph! Plotting behind people's backs, is the Dongfang family full of despicable and shameless people like you? Ji Yufei's sharp eyes stared at this person's face and said coldly. Dongfang boss sneered and didn't answer. Do you think you can save Dongfang Chen? Ji Yufei said. Then, he directly pressed his palm towards Dongfang Chen. A vast power fluctuation surged out from his palm. A 5-colored palm of light rushed out from Ji Yufei's hand and rushed towards Dongfang Chen. Shua! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Dongfang Chen. Clang! A black light rushed out for hundreds of feet and then struck forward. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, Ji Yufei's palm of light collided with the terrifying black blade light. Ji Yufei's 5-colored palm of light dissipated, and the black blade light that spanned hundreds of feet also collapsed in the void. The figure of the person who attacked swayed a few times and took 3 steps back. Ji Yufei, on the other hand, was like a huge mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. The energy storm that exploded shook the void, swept out a huge wave of air, rolled up the snow on the ground into the sky, and the surrounding trees fell outwards. It's you. At this time, Ji Yufei clearly saw the person's face. This person was the middle-aged man with a black blade on his back who once attacked him with Dongfang boss outside Biling Pass. How is this possible, your strength? Black Blade Song Wentian was even more shocked than Ji Yufei. In the battle with Ji Yufei just now, He actually fell into a disadvantageous position, which was unbelievable to him. All right, since those who should come are here, I will reluctantly take care of you all at once, so that I don't have to find you one by one. Facing two transcending mortality realm masters, Ji Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. At this moment, his battle intent was like a rainbow. Chapter 356. Boss Dongfang drew the 9 nether black-bone bow in his hand, and the mystical yin ghost arrow that was shrouded in black mist appeared on the bow. An eerie and terrifying aura immediately filled the air. The snow forest was instantly filled with ghostly qi. Boss Dongfang's body was shrouded in black mist, as if there were countless ghostly shadows around him. Vaguely, one could hear the shrill cries of ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. It was this weapon of the ghostly Tao that had once caused Ji Fei to fall for it and almost lose his life. When Ji Fei saw Boss Dongfang take out this evil weapon, he was shocked and furious. He did not dare to be careless. That day, he had been careless and was shot by Boss Dongfang, causing him to suffer greatly. The pain of the mystical yin ghost qi invading his body was still fresh in Ji Fei's memory. Now that he thought about it, he still shuddered. However, he would not allow himself to fall into the same pit a second time. He spread the essence of the divine weapon throughout his body. His entire body seemed to be cast from purple gold godly metal, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine weapon. A terrifying wave of sword qi emanated from his imposing body. The weapon refinement technique was very mystical. By fusing the weapon into one's body, the body would be like an armory. By using the divine weapons displayed in the armory, one would be able to obtain the characteristics of the divine weapon. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's strength, and the more effectively one could bring out the characteristics of the divine weapon. With the protection of the sword soul, Ji Fei was actually not afraid of the mystical yin ghost arrow at all. The mystical yin ghost qi could not invade his body. Previously, Boss Dongfang's sneak attack had only succeeded because Ji Fei had been careless. Terrifying energy waves were still coming from the depths of the snow forest. The two peerless experts were still fighting fiercely. Yang Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai did not seem to have a winner yet. A battle of this level was undoubtedly very attractive to all cultivators. No one was willing to miss it. Perhaps all the cultivators in Beeling City had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Of course, that was excluding the peerless expert in the city who was suspected to be a demigod. As for Ji Fei, Boss Dongfang, Song Wentian, the Dongfang brothers and the others, they had no interest in the great battle that was happening in the depths of the snowy forest. Because they were fighting with their lives on the line. The Black Saber Song Wentian, the inheritor of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, and first brother Dongfang, a senior expert of the Dongfang clan, blocked Ji Fei in the snowy forest. It was obvious that Ji Fei had fallen into a trap. These two fellows definitely did not coincidentally save the Dongfang brothers from his hands. Song Wentian's countenance turned solemn as he gripped a long saber that glowed with a jet-black radiance, pointing it at Ji Fei. Eldest brother Dongfang drew his 9 nether black-bone bow and condensed a profound yin ghost arrow on the bowstring, aiming it at Ji Fei. It seemed as if he would release the arrow at any moment. Both sides were at daggers drawn and a great battle could break out at any moment. At this moment, no one would pay attention to anything else. The auras of the three experts had enveloped the entire area. As long as any side reveals a flaw, it will incur a fatal blow from the other side. Dongfang Chen retreated to the distance, then rushed towards Dongfang Long, who had been blown away by Ji Fei, and hurriedly pulled Dongfang Long out of the snow. Big brother! Big brother! Dongfang Chen saw the glaring scarlet blood on his big brother's chest and couldn't help but panic. He quickly reached out to check Dongfang Long's pulse. Dongfang Long's pulse was faintly discernible. Although it was weak, he was not dead. Dongfang Chen was overjoyed. He quickly helped Dongfang Long to sit up. He took out a pill and stuffed it into Dongfang Long's mouth. Then, Dongfang Chen placed one hand on Dongfang Long's back and guided his spiritual power into Dongfang Long's body to help him dissolve the medicinal pill. He didn't die. Ji Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew very well how heavy his punch was. Seeing that Dongfang Long didn't die under his own punch, Ji Yufei's mind was inevitably shaken and revealed a flaw. Kai. With a sound, Dongfang Big Brother seized the opportunity to make a move. His right hand pulled the bow to its fullest, and in an instant, a black arrow-shaped light appeared. Like a black lightning, it exuded an incomparably cold aura and pierced towards Ji Yufei. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Wherever the Xianyin ghost arrow passed, even the void seemed to be frozen, and the ground was instantly frozen. Before the Xianyin ghost arrow hit him, Ji Yufei felt a chill surging from behind, and a layer of transparent ice appeared on his body. Almost at the same time, Song Wentian also caught the flaw revealed by Ji Yufei. He immediately shouted, held the blade with both hands, and slashed towards Ji Yufei. A terrifying saber aura erupted from the pitch-black saber, shaking the void. The black saber radiance seemed to have split the heavens and the earth into two, causing the earth to tremble under the tyrannical saber. Pang! Pieces of ice flew in all directions. Ji Yufei shattered the thin layer of ice covering his body. Then, he extended his two golden hands toward the abstruse yin ghost arrow and the unparalleled saber radiance that were shrouded in black gas. Rumble! The whole world trembled, and a terrible energy wave exploded out. The snow forest seemed to have an earthquake, and the three terrifying forces violently collided. Dust and ice were lifted into the air, and the earth was violently undulating like waves. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and trees were constantly falling, as if the end of the world had arrived. Dongfang Chen, who was helping Dongfang Long dissolve the medicinal power of the pill, suddenly turned pale with fright. A terrifying energy storm swept over, and he hurriedly carried Dongfang Long and retreated into the distance. Ji Yufei used the ancient battle skill, the 5-elemental annihilation hand, in the face of Dongfang First and Song Wentian's incomparably sharp attacks. The power of the metal element surged violently, causing a golden light to illuminate the world. Rumble! Two big golden hands, like a raging sea or a raging tide of yuan qi fluctuations, blocked the unparalleled blade aura and the Xianyin ghost arrow. The terrifying forces collided and offset each other. The vast and mighty remnant power caused the ground under the three of them to collapse, and the three of them fell down. Then, the big golden hands gradually dimmed, the blade aura gradually dissipated, and the Xianyin ghost arrow that was shrouded in black qi was almost obliterated by the big hands. The soil continued to crumble, and the three of them fell more than 10 feet down. The jet-black blade aura, the big golden hands, and the black arrow that was shrouded in ghost qi were finally completely destroyed. Kill! 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 The three of them shouted at the same time, and attacked each other. The blade aura pierced through the air, and strangled towards Ji Yufei. Dongfang Big Brother repeatedly pulled the 9-nether black bone bow, and shot a Xianyin ghost arrow that pierced towards Ji Yufei. Fire seal, gold seal. Ji Yufei's hands separated, and his hands quickly formed two different hand seals, executing the 5 elements annihilation seal. A fiery qi surged out from his right hand, sealing away the Xianyin ghost arrow that was shooting towards him. His left hand, however, emitted a boundless golden light, like a golden tsunami, to meet Song Wentian's domineering jet-black blade aura. Ji Yufei fought 1 against 2, Dongfang Big Brother and Song Wentian. The three of them fought fiercely underground, and the terrifying energy that erupted from their battle shook the heavens and earth. Soil and snow were constantly sent flying into the air. Rays of jet-black blade aura constantly slashed out from the ground, breaking the ground and leaving behind terrifying blade aura that was hundreds of feet long. The Xianyin ghost arrow that was shrouded in ghost qi also pierced out from the ground from time to time, shooting out hundreds of feet away before gradually weakening. In the end, the arrow aura completely dissipated into the void. Rumble! The earth trembled, the space was distorted, the three forces raged wildly underground, as if the heavens and earth were shaking, as if this part of the world was about to collapse. The three great experts in the center of the area, along with the collapse of the ground, once again fell down together. In the area where they were located, the ground within a radius of dozens of feet collapsed, dust and ice soared into the sky, reaching hundreds of feet high. The area around the three people continued to shake the sky, the earth was sinking, the trees were blown away, and then collapsed in the air, turning into thousands of sawdust. "Go to hell!" Jiyu Fei shouted. His golden fist directly collided with the black blade in Song Wentian's hand. At the center of the collision between the fist and the blade, the void was distorted. Clang! A strong sound of metal colliding rang out from the ground, so that the people within a radius of several miles could clearly hear it. Song Wentian was blasted out of the ground by Jiyu Fei's incomparably powerful punch. The mighty aftershock also shocked Dongfang Chen, who was watching the battle from afar. His face instantly turned pale, a mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but in the end, he did not spit it out. Instead, he forcefully swallowed it back. Is this the power of a transcending mortality realm expert? Dongfang Chen was shocked. He quickly carried Dongfang Long and retreated further away. With his cultivation base of the awakened realm, even the aftershock of the explosion could hurt him. Roar! How is this possible? How did his cultivation base increase to this level? Song Wentian roared, forcefully stopping the exit. The ground cracked under his heavy footsteps, a trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. He could not believe that he was forced to retreat by a punch from Jiyu Fei. Thinking back to the day outside the northern mountain pass, Jiyu Fei was no match for them at all. He was easily injured by Dongfang Long. However, as the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Jiyu Fei's cultivation base seemed to have taken a qualitative leap, becoming incomparably powerful, enough to compete with them. While Jiyu Fei forced Song Wentian to retreat, he was also shot a few arrows by Dongfang Long. However, with the divine weapon's sword soul possession, the mystical yin ghost arrows could not penetrate his skin and enter his body. However, although the mystical yin ghost arrows did not penetrate his body, the powerful force contained in the arrows still caused a great impact on Jiyu Fei. He was blasted out of the ground by the explosion of the mystical yin ghost arrows. The mystical yin ghost arrows were condensed with terrifying mystical yin ghost chi. The power of the explosion was simply like a few mystical yin demonic lightning exploding around Jiyu Fei. His blood and chi were in turmoil, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Jiyu Fei landed on the ground, his hand reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes had already become pupils. He coldly stared at Dongfang Long, who rushed out of the ground. If looks could kill, Dongfang Long would have died many times over. In the exchange just now, it seemed like no one could suppress the other, but Jiyu Fei's strength shocked Song Wentian and Dongfang Long to the extreme. They could feel a dangerous aura from Jiyu Fei's body. Chapter 357. Song Wentian, the elder of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, and the eldest brother of the Dongfang family felt a chill run down their spines. Jiyu Fei's progress had shocked them. It had been less than a month since they surrounded Jiyu Fei outside Biling Pass. However, Jiyu Fei's cultivation had increased to the point where he could fight against 2 cultivators at the 8th sky of the transcending mortality realm. This kind of cultivation speed was too shocking. Song Wentian and the eldest brother of the Dongfang family had to re-evaluate Jiyu Fei. The conclusion they came to was that they absolutely could not let him have a chance to grow. It was not hard to imagine how much trouble a young cultivator with unlimited potential would bring to the Dongfang family and the Saber Emperor's bloodline once he grew up. Just based on Jiyu Fei's identity, the eldest brother of the Dongfang family and Song Wentian would not let him walk out of this snow forest alive. Things had developed to this point. It was no longer just between Dongfang Chen and Jiyu Fei. If they let Jiyu Fei leave alive, the relationship between the two would be over once the Taishan sect found out what the Dongfang family had done. This was the best time to kill Jiyu Fei. All the cultivators in northern Mountain City had been attracted by the battle between Dongfang Lai and Yang Zhonglo and had gone deep into the snowy forest. No one noticed the other battle that was happening here. The ground collapsed, trees fell, and the area within a few 100 feet radius looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. The soil was flipped over, and a large pit appeared in the forest. At the edge of the pit, 3 cultivators stood surrounded by spiritual light. Cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could already feel the power of heaven and earth and use it for their own use. It could be said that they had truly reached the point where spiritual energy was instilled into their bodies and their power was endless. This was something that was difficult for cultivators to achieve. This kind of magical power was not unique to cultivators, nor was it a secret skill of demonic cultivators. When a cultivator reached this realm, they could also communicate with heaven and earth. Because Jiyu Fei's skin was covered with the purple-gold aura of the divine weapon, his entire body seemed to have turned into a purple-gold divine sword. His skin flowed with purple-gold light. However, the warrior aura emitted from his body was like a five-colored divine flame, rising outside his body. Within the divine flame, there was a faint flash of lightning. He was incomparably domineering. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his body surged with powerful yuan qi fluctuations. Facing two great experts, he was awe-inspiring and fearless. His battle intent was like a rainbow. With the protection of the divine weapon, Jiyu Fei was no longer afraid of the profound yin ghost arrow shot by the 9-nether blackbone bow. The ghost Dao weapon in Boss Dongfang's hands was no longer a threat to Jiyu Fei's life. This cultivation speed. We can't let him leave alive. Big brother Dongfang gripped the 9 Serenity's blackbone bow that was shrouded in ghostly aura. His right hand's fingers were on the bowstring as he spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. Song Wentian wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He stared at Jiyu Fei with a pair of terrifying eyes that seemed to have materialized. He did not speak but took a step forward, using his actions to respond to Dongfang first brother's words. Humph. Two despicable and shameless fellows. Although you look young, you must be old men who are already 70 or 80 years old. Don't you have the slightest shame to deal with me one after another? Jiyu Fei said with a sneer. Dongfang first brother and Song Wentian only sneered when they heard this and did not speak. They simply ignored Jiyu Fei's words. In the cultivation world, they were indeed considered as the older generation of cultivators. 3 waves of power fluctuated in the forest. Dongfang first brother and Song Wentian formed a pincer attack on Jiyu Fei. In the distance, Dongfang Chen did not leave but guarded Dongfang Long's side. His elder brother Dongfang Long had already woken up. Dongfang Chen's medicinal pill had played an effect. Dongfang Long would not die. Dongfang Chen looked nervously at the 3 people in the field. He wished that his uncle Dongfang first brother and the successor of the Saber Emperor, Song Wentian, could get rid of Jiyu Fei at once. One must know that if Jiyu Fei revealed what he had done, not only would his reputation be ruined, but his life would also be in danger. In this world, the person who wanted Jiyu Fei to die the most was Dongfang Chen. Quickly kill him. Quickly kill him. Dongfang Chen stared at the figure surrounded by the 2 transcending mortality realm cultivators in the distance. He kept shouting in his heart and his palms were sweating. Dongfang Long was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. His blade had already fallen to some unknown place, and there was a large hole in the clothes on his chest. One could see that under his clothes, there was a fiery red light flashing. It seemed to be a treasure armor. Perhaps this was the reason why Dongfang Long was able to escape. Jiyu Fei deliberately wanted to kill the Dongfang brothers. Therefore, he would not show any mercy with his punch. He was also confident that he could kill Dongfang Long with one punch. However, things went beyond Jiyu Fei's expectations. Dongfang Long was not killed by his punch, but even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. Jiyu Fei, do you think that you are a match for the 2 of us? Dongfang big brother slowly pulled the 9-nether blackbone bow in his hand and said coldly. A ghostly arrow shrouded in black aura condensed on the bowstring. Spiritual qi from all directions converged towards the evil blackbone bow. Dongfang big brother's figure was gradually shrouded in cold black aura. The 9-nether blackbone bow had the ability to transform the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into Xianyin ghost qi. If those 2 guys were here, I might not be a match for them. However, against the 2 of you, I think I can still handle it. Jiyu Fei said. If the 2 transcending mortality realm cultivators from the Beitang clan were here, he would not have a chance of winning. However, with his current strength, even if the 4 of them joined forces, he could still easily retreat. Arrogant. Reckless. Song Wentian and Dongfang big brother spoke in disdain. Only they knew how strong these seniors were. Their combat experience was incomparable, and they could already tell that although Jiyu Fei's strength was tyrannical, he had yet to reach their level. Tyrannical strength required a corresponding state of mind to control it. From their point of view, Jiyu Fei was like a little kid who possessed great strength. Although he had the strength to fight against them, he would still be defeated by them in the end. Less nonsense. You all want to kill me, but I also want to kill you all. Let's talk with our strength, Jiyu Fei said in a low voice. His aura instantly rose to its peak, as a heavy and majestic energy rippled out from him. Both of his hands moved, as a series of hand seals appeared around his body. Martial arts were truly profound and unfathomable, possessing great might. Although these hand seals looked simple, they actually contained the Tao within the mysteries. The hand seals formed by Jiyu Fei contained 5 different colors. The energy of the 5 elements surged violently from his body. He was currently using the 5 elemental annihilation seal to guide the spiritual chi from all directions, transforming it into a violent wave of energy, condensing it into the annihilation seal. Saber shattering the dome of heaven, dominating the world. Song Wentian roared, his voice shaking the skies. In the instant he slashed out with his saber, his aura instantly rose to its peak. Clang! Saber chi erupted from the black saber in his hand like a mountain torrent, transforming into a jet-black saber light that was several hundred zhong long. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, it chopped down towards Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei used the 5 elemental annihilation seal to gather his strength, but Song Wentian and Dongfang First Brother absolutely wouldn't let him gather all his strength before attacking. Immortal slaying arrow. Dongfang First Brother also shouted, drawing the 9 nether blackbone bow to its limit. With a twang, he released the bowstring. A black light shot out, piercing towards Jiyu Fei. Using his full strength without holding back, the saber light was as terrifying as a spatial crack that suddenly appeared in the void, causing the entire world to tremble. The profound yin ghost arrow shot out by Dongfang First Brother exuded a boundless evil aura. Amidst the ghostly chi, there seemed to be countless evil spirits lingering around the arrow-shaped devilish light. Rotation of the 5 elements, martial break all laws. Jiyu Fei let out a ferocious roar. The yuan chi in his body surged and surged violently. In an instant, thousands of hand seals converged into the most primitive 5 hand seals. Each of the hand seals emitted a mysterious and elusive Daoist rhyme as they shot towards Dongfang First Brother and Song Wentian. The power of the 5 elements was unprecedentedly strong. The 5 seals emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. 2 of the seals met Song Wentian's tyrannical saber, while 3 of the seals blasted towards Dongfang First Brother. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out at the same time. The seals that emitted the power of the 5 elements instantly collided with the saber light and the arrow shadow. A terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions. The world shook violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. The saber light shattered, and the seals vanished. Jiyu Fei had used 2 seals to block Song Wentian's tyrannical saber strike, and at the same time, Song Wentian was forced to retreat. As for the 3 seals that were aimed at Dongfang First Brother, 2 of them exploded at the same time as the profound yin ghost arrow. The 2 terrifying forces violently collided and cancelled each other out. However, the 3rd seal directly broke through the terrifying power of destruction. It emitted a powerful yuan chi fluctuation as it shot towards Dongfang First Brother. It was obvious that Dongfang First Brother was someone that Jiyu Fei had paid special attention to. As the seals arrived, Dongfang First Brother felt as if a giant mountain was crashing towards him. The violent wind blew his hair backwards, and the extreme pressure caused his feet to sink into the ground. It was already too late to shoot another arrow. Roar! Dongfang First Brother let out a ferocious roar. A powerful wave of magic power surged out from his right hand, and a dazzling white ball of energy condensed in his hand. Dongfang First Brother flipped his palm and pressed it forward. Boom! There was a loud sound, like a sudden clap of thunder. A bright electric light blasted out from Dongfang First Brother's palm, and the strong light illuminated the world in an instant. Even Dongfang Chen, who was watching the battle from a few miles away, felt his eyes hurt by the strong light. In an instant, he could no longer see the scenery in front of him, and hurriedly closed his eyes. Palm lightning. Dongfang First Brother seemed to be using the palm lightning. However, it was definitely not a simple palm thunder. It was a profound magic art. When the palm thunder was sublimated to the extreme, it became another kind of Taoist magic art. That was the famous Shentian Taiyi heavenly thunder in the cultivation world. Chapter 358. Boom. Dongfang First Brother's heavenly Taiyi thunder clashed violently with Ji Yufei's 5 elements exterminating hand seals. The two terrifying forces collided and wore each other down. A destructive storm erupted, and the ground between the two instantly sank. Then, a cloud of dust shot up tens of feet into the air, and a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. The heavens and earth shook, and rocks flew into the air. A large pit with a diameter of more than 20 feet appeared in the forest. Ua! Dongfang First Brother spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards, his clothes stained with blood. This was a direct collision of strength. It was obvious that Dongfang First Brother was no match for Ji Yufei in terms of strength. Die! A cold voice rang out. Ji Yufei stepped forward and used the desolate steps. Swoosh! With a loud bang, he charged through the billowing dust cloud and instantly arrived in front of Dongfang First Brother, who was still flying backwards. He did not give Dongfang First Brother any chance to catch his breath. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and a blinding light illuminated the night sky. A vast amount of 5 elements energy surged out from Ji Yufei's hand seals. It seemed as if it had materialized into a dazzling hand seal that blasted towards Dongfang First Brother. Bam! Dongfang First Brother tried his best to block, but there was no suspense. Ji Yufei's physical body was too tyrannical, and his martial arts battle techniques displayed a great deal of power. Dongfang First Brother was once again sent flying backwards, crashing into several trees. Bam! 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 Ji Yufei's strength was unparalleled. Every time he blasted out a hand seal that contained a frightening amount of energy, Dongfang First Brother would spit out a mouthful of blood. It seemed as if he was being beaten by Ji Yufei to the point where he had no strength to fight back. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yufei had beaten Dongfang First Brother until he vomited blood again and again. Both of their movement techniques were extremely fast. By the time Song Wentian regained his senses, Ji Yufei and Dongfang First Brother had already rushed out several hundred feet away. Roar! Like a crazy beast, Song Wentian roared and stamped his feet on the ground. His entire body immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei had the soul of a divine weapon protecting him. He was not afraid of any weapon. Coupled with his tyrannical physical body and tyrannical martial arts techniques, he was able to push Dongfang First Brother to the brink. Ji Yufei sent out a seal with his right hand. Fire elemental energy surged out from the seal, forming into a flaming handprint that rushed towards Dongfang First Brother's chest. Bang! Boss Dongfang's huge palm met the attack, but the 9-nether black bone bow had long since fallen to who knows where. Catcher! This was the sound of bones breaking. Big Brother Dongfang's huge body was sent flying once again as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of fire from the Blaze Divine Seal burned his sleeves to ash, and the violent force broke his arms. Being closed in by a martial artist was a nightmare for martial cultivators. The path of martial arts was much more difficult than other cultivation systems. However, if one succeeded in cultivating it, then a martial artist would become a terrifying existence. Their battle prowess was unparalleled, and they were the absolute kings among cultivators of the same level. Ji Yufei was only at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, but he was able to fight against experts at the 8th sky of the Ascended Realm. As his cultivation increased, the gap between Ji Yufei and other cultivators would continue to widen. Brat, die. Just as Ji Yufei was about to give chase and finish off boss Dongfang once and for all, a loud shout rang out from behind him. Then, a black figure shot up into the sky from behind Ji Yufei. Song Wentian arrived. A terrifying saber chi erupted forth from the black saber in his hands. He raised the saber with both hands, infusing all of his strength into it. Clang! The sound of a saber resounded through the heavens and the earth. The black saber radiance rushed out for hundreds of feet, as if it had turned into a terrifying black dragon, and swooped down towards Ji Yufei. Roar! Ji Yufei's expression was ferocious as he roared towards the sky. Both of his hands drew mysterious arcs in the air. His 10 fingers danced in the air as 5 hand seals appeared in front of him, and they shot upwards. Boom! The entire earth shook violently. The ground beneath Ji Yufei's feet instantly crumbled as the saber radiance clashed with the 5 hand seals. Ji Yufei's body was covered by the rubble as he fell. At the center of the collision of the two forces, ripples could be seen with the naked eye, as if the sky was about to fall. Song Wentian was also blasted high up into the sky as fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. Peng! Amidst the clouds of dust, a figure burst out from the ground, ignoring the destructive energy in the surroundings as he shot up into the sky. Shua! A beam of purple divine light seemed to shatter the void, piercing through the abdomen of Song Wentian, who was falling from the sky. It was difficult for a transcending mortality realm cultivator to fly in the air without the help of any treasures. Just as Song Wentian was about to be hit by the purple light, boundless black light erupted from Song Wentian's body. After that, his body turned faint and illusory, as if he had fused with the black saber in his hand. Bang! The ray of purple light struck the illusory figure, but it was unable to pierce through the illusory figure. It only managed to send him flying. Shua! The black saber radiance flashed as Song Wentian became one with the saber. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he turned into a black ray of light and escaped far away, leaving behind drops of blood in the air. Sword cultivators who cultivated the sword Immortal Tao could become one with the sword and fly through the air. The descendants of the Saber Emperor's bloodline could also become one with the sword and fly through the air. Ji Yufei descended from the sky as a ray of purple light flashed between his eyebrows. Landing on the ground, Ji Yufei's face suddenly flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped away the blood and scanned his surroundings. He saw Dongfang Chen carrying Dongfang Long in a panic and fleeing towards Biling City. On the other side, Dongfang Chen, who was already seriously injured, was fleeing towards the snowy forest. The battle between the peerless experts in the depths of the snowy forest was still ongoing. 2 terrifying auras surged out from the depths of the snowy forest, even covering the auras here. It seemed like no one had noticed the strangeness here. Countless cultivators were gathered in the depths of the snowy forest. Of course, there were experts from the Dongfang clan and Beitang clan among them. Dongfang boss regretted not asking Beitang Yu and Beitang Yi to help him deal with Ji Yufei. He had miscalculated and thought that he and Song Wentian could kill Ji Yufei. However, things didn't go as he wished. Ji Yufei's improvement was shocking. 2 experts at the 8th sky of the ascended mortality realm had lost to him. If they couldn't kill Ji Yufei, things would develop in a direction that they didn't want to see. Want to escape? Ji Yufei sneered. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot, chasing after the Dongfang brothers as if he had teleported. Ji Yufei used the 8 extreme steps to its limit. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved 200 to 300 zhong away. With just a few more steps, he would be able to catch up to Dongfang Chen and kill the Dongfang brothers. Ji Yufei's killing intent was like a rainbow. The hatred in his heart surged out like a mountain torrent, giving him an inexplicable excitement. Perhaps this was the pleasure of revenge. A heart-palpitating killing intent surged from behind. Dongfang Chen's entire body immediately turned cold from head to toe. He knew that he had been targeted by Ji Yufei. Dongfang Chen regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have run as far away from Dongfang Long as possible. He did not think that he would be able to escape from Ji Yufei's clutches while carrying another person. Dao Technique Scroll. In a panic, Dongfang Chen carried the seriously injured Dongfang Long with one hand and took out a scroll from his chest pocket. Go die. Dongfang Chen directly opened the scroll in his hand and threw it at Ji Yufei, who was chasing behind him. The Daoist power sealed in the scroll suddenly burst out, and the unfurled scroll quickly expanded. Roar. A beast's roar suddenly sounded, shaking the forest. A strange beast the size of a small mountain, covered in scales, rushed out from the scroll and pounced towards Ji Yufei. A horrifying fiendish aura emanated from the beast's body. It wasn't a terrifying beast with flesh and blood, but an extremely powerful beast soul. The cultivator who had created these scrolls had actually used a Dao technique to seal the beast soul of a ferocious beast within the scrolls. Once the scrolls were opened, the sealed beast soul would be released. What's the use of struggling? Ji Fei sneered. He directly blasted out a punch. Bang! With a loud sound, the punch heavily hit the hideous head of the strange beast. The beast's head suddenly exploded, and a strange expression flashed across Ji Fei's face. He felt a strong force coming from his fist, and it actually stopped him. The force of this strange beast's pounce was surprisingly strong. The strange beast was blasted away and returned to the scroll shrouded in multicolored light. Ji Fei was about to destroy this scroll, but at this moment, a beast's roar sounded from the scroll again. The beast soul that was blasted by Ji Fei unexpectedly pounced out from the scroll. What? Ji Fei couldn't help but be startled. This scroll didn't seem to be simple. The beast soul sealed in the scroll seemed to be difficult to destroy. Ji Fei was only blocked for a moment, and Dongfang Chen had already carried his big brother Dongfang Long and fled hundreds of feet away. Dongfang Chen's hands unfolded a Dao technique scroll. A green light rushed out from the scroll and enveloped Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long. Then, with a shua, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long disappeared in the green light. Not good. Ji Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power in front of him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of fluctuation. It was the fluctuation emitted by a Space Dao technique scroll. Needless to say, Dongfang Chen was escaping with a Space Dao technique scroll. Chapter 359. Boom. The surging 5 elements Yuan Qi in Ji Fei's body was like a volcanic eruption. His whole body was like a colorful fireball, illuminating the world. Network, bang, he punched out, scattering the beast soul that had rushed out of the scroll. Then, he soared into the sky and leaped over the huge scroll in front of him. However, it was too late. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the void in front of him, and the figures of Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long had disappeared. Another Space Dao technique scroll? Ji Fei was filled with hatred, and he slammed his palm on a big tree next to him. Bang! The trunk of the big tree suddenly broke into dozens of pieces, flying out. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar sounded from behind Ji Fei, and the beast soul that was destroyed by Ji Fei's punch rushed out of the scroll. Preposterous! When Ji Fei heard the beast's roar, his anger burned to the 9th heaven. If it weren't for the Dao technique scroll that blocked him, the Dongfang brothers would have been killed by him. Ji Fei suddenly turned around, and then separated his hands. Hum! A clear sword chime rang out, and 5 faint and illusory sword shadows emerged from the multicolored light radiating from his body. Ji Fei's face was calm, and he pointed his right hand forward. Kai, 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 Kai. 5 soft sounds rang out, and the 5 sword shadows that revealed their own different colors of sword chi immediately pierced forward. A sound of silk tearing rang out, and the huge Dao technique scroll was suddenly torn to pieces by the 5 sword shadows. The beast soul immediately roared and disappeared into the void. The reason why the beast soul that was sealed in the Dao technique scroll did not dissipate was because of the power of the Dao technique scroll. Now that the Dao technique scroll had been destroyed, the beast soul that was sealed in the scroll had also turned into ashes. 5 elements sword chi? Suddenly, an old voice came from behind Ji Fei. Ji Fei was shocked, and all the pores on his body opened up. He suddenly turned around, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. The person who came was actually behind him, but he didn't notice it at all. Network E behind him, a skinny old man in a green robe was looking at him with a pair of murky eyes. The little old man's skin was wrinkled, his hair was sparse, and he seemed to be on the verge of losing all of it. It seemed that he did not have many teeth left. This was an old man who couldn't be any older. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, Ji Fei didn't underestimate him at all. To be able to approach him silently, how could such an old man be an ordinary person? Ji Fei would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. He was already secretly on guard. A jade talisman fell from his sleeve, and he silently pinched it in his hand. As soon as he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately crush the jade talisman and use the void-shifting Dao technique sealed in it to teleport to the Pill Cauldron paradise. Oh, you don't seem to be cultivating the sword immortal Dao. That's strange, to have such pure sword qi, the old man said with some surprise after looking Ji Yufei up and down. The battle between the supreme experts in the depths of the snow forest seemed to still be undecided. Terrifying energy waves were still surging out from the depths of the snow forest. This old man seemed to have no interest in the battle between Dongfang Lai and the ethereal city expert Yang Zhonglo. It seemed that Ji Yufei was more attractive than the battle between the supreme experts. Ji Yufei's hair stood on end from the sudden look of this old man. There were a few times when he wanted to crush the jade talisman and return to the Pill Cauldron paradise. Although the old man's eyes were murky, Ji Yufei could feel that the old man's eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Old man, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ji Yufei wanted to slip away. He couldn't sense any energy waves from this old man. This old man looked like an ordinary old man, but it was precisely because of this that Ji Yufei was even more alarmed. Haha, kid, where do you think you're going? You'd better come with me, the old man suddenly said to Ji Yufei with a smile. When he smiled, the wrinkles on his face deepened, like ravines crawling all over his face. Ji Yufei was shocked. This old man was really coming for him. He hurriedly wanted to crush the jade talisman in his hand, but in the next moment, he was almost scared to death. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. There was an unfathomable power shrouding this part of the world, imprisoning him. The 5 elemental qi that had penetrated his body returned to his body, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. Apart from moving his eyes, Ji Yufei couldn't even open his mouth. Kid, don't play your little tricks in front of me. Come with me obediently. I won't mistreat you, haha. The old man seemed very happy. However, in Ji Yufei's eyes, this old man's smile was simply the smile of a devil, which made him tremble with fear. Then, the old man soared into the sky. A force wrapped around Ji Yufei, and he followed the old man into the sky. This is really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it without even looking for it. Haha, let's go. The old man laughed loudly, then waved his sleeves and flew south with Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei could only hear the sound of the wind whistling in his ears, but not a single bit of the astral wind blew on his body. He knew that this was the old man using a divine ability to isolate the astral wind outside. Ji Yufei's eyes spun as his mind raced. This old monster's cultivation was too terrifying, and he couldn't deal with him at all. At this moment, he couldn't think of a way to escape. I wonder which sect this old monster is from. If he's from the 3 great Daoist sects, then my life shouldn't be in danger, but if he's an expert from another power, then I'll be out of luck. Ji Yufei was incomparably anxious. He felt that although the old man was flying with him, there was no escape light. It wasn't like other peerless experts, who could sweep through the sky like divine rainbows. No one would notice that there was someone flying in the sky, especially in the middle of the night. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a short while, or perhaps it was several hours. The imprisoned Ji Yufei was both shocked and angry. He had no idea where this old man was taking him. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Ji Yufei's heart. In front of this old monster-level expert, he was like a newborn baby, with no ability to resist at all. At this moment, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" Then, Ji Yufei felt himself rapidly descending, and the ground was quickly approaching. The old man brought him down from the sky and landed on top of a mountain peak. There was no ice or snow here, and the vegetation was flourishing. It was as if they had already left the northern lands. After the old man brought Ji Yufei to the top of the mountain, an almost inaudible sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. It was as if some big shot had flown over. I didn't expect that old man to also come. Looks like I have to be a bit more careful. The old man looked up, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he grabbed Ji Yufei's shoulder and once again soared into the sky, heading south. The old man grabbed Ji Yufei and flew in the air for a while. He seemed to feel something strange and was about to fly down to hide. "Ha ha! It's a small world. Fellow Daoist, please wait, A loud laugh came from behind the old man. In the sky more than 10 miles away, a person was walking in the air, chasing after the old man with large strides. Not only did the old man not stop, but he flew even faster. He muttered to himself, "What bad luck to meet this crazy old man." The old man seemed to be very afraid of the person behind him. "Fellow Daoist Luo, why are you in such a hurry? We old friends meet again, we should have a long talk." His sleeves fluttered as he took a step forward. It was as if he had teleported 3 to 4 miles away. The speed at which he moved was really shocking. Jiyu Fei was imprisoned by the old man's power. Apart from his eyeballs, he could not move a single part of his body. He heard the voice of the person behind him, but he could not see the person. However, he felt that the old man who grabbed him seemed to be a bit anxious, as if he was very unwilling to see the person behind him. He brought him away in a hurry, as if he had the intention of escaping. "Fellow Daoist, please wait." The voice of the person behind him got closer, as if he was getting closer. The old man had no choice. Swoosh! A bright brilliance surged out of his body. He released a flight light. It was a golden light that was hundreds of feet long. Like a golden meteor, it cut through the sky and flew towards the south. As soon as the flight light appeared, the speed of the old man's flight instantly doubled. Although Jiyu Fei was protected by the old man's golden light, flying at such a high speed still made him feel a strong pressure from all directions. The faster the speed of flight, the greater the pressure from the void. Only the peerless experts of the void controlling realm could fly in the sky and enter the ground without the help of external objects. "Fellow Daoist Luo, it doesn't matter if you don't want to stay. Leave the kid in your hand, and you can go wherever you want." The voice behind him got closer, as if it was speaking right next to his ear. The person behind him was still a few miles per step, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He stepped on the void and gradually caught up. At this moment, the old man seemed to know that he could not get rid of the person behind him, so he said in a deep voice, "Madmansion, I found this kid first. Don't tell me you want to make a move to snatch him away." Jiyu Fei did not expect that he would actually become so popular in front of these old monsters. "Hehe, for the sake of that thing, I have to move my muscles." The person who was chasing behind him laughed and said disapprovingly. After that, a large hand appeared behind the old man and Jiyu Fei. It covered the sky and the earth as it grabbed towards them, and the palm enveloped a part of the world. The old man sneered and suddenly flew down while grabbing Jiyu Fei. Rumble. The large hand chased closely and enveloped the ground below. A vast power surged out from the large hand like a vast ocean, and the part of the world that was enveloped by the large hand trembled. Chapter 360. Boom. With a loud bang, two unimaginably powerful forces collided violently. The surging force shook the heavens and the earth, and a dazzling light lit up the entire night sky. The huge airwave created a tornado in the sky, and a great pressure enveloped the entire place. The aftermath of the collision caused the ground to shake. The 1,000-foot-long sword light and the huge hand that enveloped the world collapsed and dissipated at the same time. Countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. At the center of the collision between the two forces, there were even spatial cracks that looked like spiderwebs. The old man landed on a mountain peak with Jiyu Fei. He raised his head and saw a figure walking down from the sky, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was a fat man in a Taoist robe. His temples were white, but his face was rosy. There was not a single wrinkle on his face, and he did not look old at all. Among the cultivators, there were people with white hair and a youthful complexion. They could stay young until the end of their lifespan, but it depended on each person's luck. "Shenhongsha, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to cause a conflict between the two sects?" The old man placed Jiyu Fei to the side and stared at the fat middle-aged man who was already walking in the air and said in a cold voice, "My friend Luo Xiao, what do you mean by that?" The fat middle-aged man called Shenhongsha stood in the air and said with a smile, "What do I mean? You know very well." The old man said angrily. His body emitted a heavy fluctuation of Dharma power, and a chilling sword chi spread from his body. Jiyu Fei, who was behind him, felt a sharp pain on his skin from the impact of the sword chi. He could not help but be shocked. A terrifying old monster was really terrifying. Then, to avoid hurting the relationship between our sects, you should hand that kid over to me. This way, our sects will live in peace, right? The fat middle-aged man, Shen Hongsha, still had a smile on his face. You! Luo Xiao could not help but be furious. His cloudy old eyes suddenly widened, and at this moment, they were like two cold stars, shining brightly. Shen Hongsha withdrew his smile and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Luo, let's not talk nonsense. We'll rely on our own abilities. If you can defeat me, I'll clap my hands and leave." Preposterous. Others might be afraid of your scribbles, but I, Luo Yunyang, am not. I'll do as you say. As he spoke, Luo Xiao's figure flickered, and a golden sword aura appeared on his body. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a golden divine sword that blasted toward the middle-aged fatty in the sky, Shen Hongsha. The golden sword Qi soared thousands of feet forward. The terrifying sword Qi seemed to have pierced through the void as it shot towards Shen Hongsha in an instant. Hey! Shen Hongsha let out a low roar, taking a step forward. He immediately moved 1,000 feet to the side, dodging the sword Qi. Then, a golden talisman appeared. It rushed out of his body. That golden talisman? It emitted a resplendent golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the world. Peng! With a loud sound, the golden light exploded and turned into thousands of swords and sabers, which pierced through Luo Xiao, who was in the midst of the golden sword Qi. I'll break all kinds of magic arts and magical powers with one sword strike. Let's see what your scribbles can do to me. As he shouted, Luo Xiao's hands burst out two sword lights that were 100 feet long. As he waved them, the sword Qi rushed up hundreds of feet, shattering all the swords and sabers that were shooting at him. Those were the thousands of swords and sabers formed by the power of the golden talisman. As long as the golden talisman was not destroyed, the swords and sabers would not be destroyed. They would be destroyed and reborn as if they were endless. Luo Xiao was immediately trapped in the sea of swords and sabers. Shameless boasting. Let's see how powerful my 5 elements divine talisman is, Shen Hongsha said. Another faint and illusory talisman? Another faint talisman rushed out of his body. It was a fire talisman that emitted a terrifying divine fire. As soon as the fire talisman rushed out of Shen Hongsha's body, it immediately turned into a monstrous fire and swept toward Luo Xiao, who was trapped in the thousands of swords and sabers. 10-direction destruction. An angry roar came from the thousands of swords and sabers. A vast amount of sword Qi gushed out of the thousands of swords and sabers and headed straight for the bull. Then, 10 golden godly swords dashed out of the sea of swords and sabers. The terrifying sword Qi vibrated in all directions and destroyed everything. Whether it was the thousands of swords and sabers formed by the power of the golden talisman or the monstrous fire formed by the power of the fire talisman, they were all shattered. A ray of golden light and a ray of fiery light dashed toward Shen Hongsha and instantly entered his body. As if he was struck by lightning, Shen Hongsha was flung hundreds of feet away before he stabilized himself. Nice. The Guangqing Celestial Sword Path of the Guangqing Celestial Sect sure is powerful. Shen Hongsha's ruddy face blushed slightly. The Shongqing Sect's talisman Dao is just SOSO. Around Luo Xiao, 10 golden godly swords were circling him. Every single one of them was emitting a terrifying sword Qi. He moved hundreds of feet in the air as he closed in on Shen Hongsha. It was hard to imagine that an old man who was about to be buried in the ground still had such terrifying combat abilities. These old monsters really were getting more powerful as they got older. Although Ji Yufei couldn't move or speak, he had clearly seen the battle between the two powerhouses. These old monsters were truly terrifying. They could probably kill him with just a finger. I didn't expect these two to be the old monsters of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shongqing Sect. Ji Yufei was certain that if he were to fall into the hands of either one of them, his life would not be in danger. After all, the 3 great Taoist sects were allies. The people of the Shongqing Sect and the Guangqing Celestial Sect would not dare to openly kill a disciple of the Taishan Sect. However, if he were to fall into someone else's hands, there would be too many variables. Ji Yufei did not want to be controlled. He used all the spiritual qi in his body and wanted to break through the restraining power of Elder Luo Xiao. However, although the spiritual qi in Ji Yufei's body was surging, it still could not leave his body. All the power was sealed in his body by the mysterious restraining power. He was just a small cultivator in the transcending mortality realm. It was impossible for him to break through the restraining power of an old monster. After trying a few times, he was disappointed. At this time, Luo Xiao and Shen Hongshe were already fighting in the sky. The more they fought, the further they went. Luo Xiao used 10 golden swords to force Shen Hongshe to retreat. In the end, Shen Hongshe had no choice but to use his trump card. 5 talismans condensed to the point of materialization. 5 talismans rushed out from his body, and the power of the 5 elements swept away the golden swords that were slashing at him. What Shen Hongshe cultivated was the talisman Dao of the 5 elements. The golden talisman that emitted a brilliant golden light, the green talisman that was full of vitality, the water talisman that seemed to draw in a flood, the fire talisman that emitted monstrous flames, and the earth talisman that was grey and seemed to transform a part of the world into chaos. 5 elements talismans. A 5 elements array was formed around Shen Hongshe, and the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth was continuously guided over. It was an impregnable defense. Even Luo Xiao, who was known to break all techniques with one sword, could not break this 5 elements talisman array in a short time. The 2 old monsters seemed to be on par. Fight, fight. The longer the fight, the better. Ji Yufei did not give up on attacking the restraining power on his body. In just a short while, he was drenched in sweat, but there was no change in the restraining power on his body. This is outrageous. That old pervert is really perverted. I can't even break the restraining power that he casually put on my body. Ji Yufei was extremely anxious. Let's try using the divine weapon essence in my body. Ji Yufei did as he thought. He had no other choice. As long as he thought of a method, he would try it. Taking a deep breath, Ji Yufei slowly guided the divine weapon essence that was smelted into his body. His skin gradually turned purple. His body had some characteristics of a divine weapon, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a divine sword. But soon, Ji Yufei found that the sword qi formed by the divine weapon essence could not pass through his body. The mysterious restraining power on his body also sealed the sword qi formed by the divine weapon essence in his body. Ji Yufei couldn't help but feel depressed. He didn't even use this move. The old pervert's restraining technique was really extraordinary. Old monsters were really scary. In fact, with Ji Yufei's current cultivation level, even if he had a treasure-grade divine weapon, he would still not be a match for those old monsters. After all, those old monsters had cultivated for thousands of years, and their lifespans were almost up. They were definitely the most terrifying cultivators below the demigod realm. Such a gap was difficult to make up for even a treasure-grade divine weapon. With Ji Yufei's current strength, it was also difficult for him to exert the power of the divine weapon essence in his body. Unless the broken weapon soul sleeping in his qi and blood could be stimulated by the aura of the ancient fierce saber like in the virtual sky world and awaken. Only then could Ji Yufei use the power of the weapon soul to break the restraining power on his body. What should I do? What should I do? Ji Yufei shouted in his heart. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he was burning with anxiety, he was helpless at the same time. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out from the distant sky. Bright light instantly illuminated the world as a vast energy fluctuation surged forth. Even though it was very far away, it still blew past Ji Yufei's body like a gust of wind, almost blowing him off the mountain peak. Ji Yufei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart was beating fast. These 2 old bastards. Ji Yufei couldn't speak, so he could only curse in his heart. The 2 silhouettes moved quickly in the sky full of sword auras, colliding with each other constantly. The power of the whole world seemed to be aroused by them, and the terrible power that broke out shook the world. The 2 old monsters were like 2 gods and devils fiercely fighting. Their fight was earth-shattering, and the mighty residual power made people tremble. Just as Ji Yufei was feeling helpless, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ripples spreading in the distant sky. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he closed his eyes. In a short while, the purple vertical mark between Ji Yufei's eyebrows began to flash with purple light, and the skin between his eyebrows trembled slightly as if a closed divine eye was about to open. Chapter 361. The purple light emitted from the vertical scar between Ji Yufei's eyebrows grew brighter and brighter. Visible ripples spread out from the vertical scar like transparent water. Network, the vertical mark trembled as if a closed divine eye was about to open. The power of the inner space was guided out by Ji Yufei. Unexpectedly, the power of the inner space easily broke through the restrictive force on his body. Swoosh! A purple divine light shot out from between Ji Yufei's eyebrows. In an instant, Ji Yufei's body shook and the restrictive force on his body was broken. Oh no! The moment Ji Yufei broke through the restrictive force, Elder Luo Xiao, who was fighting with Shen Hongsha in the distant sky, immediately sensed it. He could no longer care about fighting with Shen Hongsha. He controlled the 10 golden divine swords and rushed out of Shen Hongsha's 5 elements talisman array. He flew toward the mountain peak where Ji Yufei was standing. Ha ha! Fight, fight! I won't keep you company. Ji Yufei laughed wildly. The next moment, there was a cracking sound as he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A dazzling light immediately shrouded Ji Yufei. Swoosh! It was as if he had escaped into the void. Ji Yufei and the sudden explosion of light instantly disappeared. Roar! Elder Luo Xiao, who had rushed to the top of the mountain peak, could not help but roar at the sky. The sparse white hair on his head all stood up. Shen Hongsha, you old man, I'm done with you. Luo Xiao roared and turned around to control the 10 golden divine swords. He charged toward the middle-aged fat man, Shen Hongsha, with a murderous aura. He was truly enraged. An unprecedentedly powerful ripple of sword chi burst forth from his thin body. The 10 golden swords around him shone with dazzling golden light and grew to a height of 100 meters. The sword chi soared into the sky, causing the world to lose its color. Go to hell! With a wave of his hand, the 10 golden sword lights around Luo Xiao immediately whistled toward Shen Hongsha like 10 divine rainbows. Luo Xiao attacked furiously as if he was putting his life on the line. His sword chi was shocking. If it weren't for Shen Hongsha's entanglement, Ji Yufei wouldn't have escaped from his hands. This made Luo Xiao furious. Old man Luo, we will meet again. When Shen Hongsha saw Luo Xiao's baleful aura attacking him, he couldn't help but be startled. He quickly turned into a 5-colored ray of light and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Luo Xiao was furious. How could he let Shen Hongsha go so easily? He then rode on the sword light and chased after Shen Hongsha. The divine rainbows streaked across the sky like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, the 2 rainbows disappeared into the night sky. The teleportation altar in the Pill Cauldron Paradise suddenly emitted a vast energy fluctuation. Then, all the runes on the altar lit up. Swoosh! A purple light flashed, and a figure appeared in the teleportation formation in the center of the altar. The runes on the altar gradually dimmed, and the energy fluctuation that burst out gradually calmed down. Those old monsters are really scary. I didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of them. Ji Yufei walked down from the altar and murmured to himself. It had to be said that escaping from the hands of that old man called Luo Xiao was an unbelievable thing. Ji Yufei was really lucky. Perhaps he was the first transcending mortality realm cultivator to escape from the hands of an old monster. After coming down from the altar, Ji Yufei didn't return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Instead, he walked toward a few small lakes formed by the spiritual spring water in the Pill Cauldron Paradise. The lake was at the foot of the mountain, and a stream of water flowed down from the mountain like a white ribbon. Beautiful flowers grew around the small lake, and there were a few floating lotuses floating in the water. Ji Yufei came to the side of the lake, and without taking off his clothes, he jumped into the small lake, and then lay down in the water with his whole body relaxed. The spiritual spring water that flowed down from the mountain had a strong spiritual energy. Ji Yufei's whole body was immersed in the water, and he felt as if there was a trace of cool air seeping into his body through his pores. It was extremely comfortable, and all his tiredness disappeared in an instant. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, The spiritual energy was abundant. Gu Fei only soaked in the small lake for a while, and he already felt refreshed. This was definitely a paradise for cultivators. If one could cultivate here, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. It was no wonder that a spiritual land would attract cultivators from all over the world to gather in the northern lands. With a spiritual land and a grotto heaven, the sect would have an advantage over others. Their disciples would be much stronger than others. One must know that sects that had a paradise were all super forces in the cultivation world. Gu Fei soaked in the water, his eyes closed, enjoying this brief moment of comfort. It was as if he had forgotten everything, and continued like this. There were no battles, no conspiracies, no blood spilled. This period of peace was short. When the sun rose from the eastern horizon, Gu Fei opened his eyes and walked out from the small lake. Then, he walked straight towards the Pill Cauldron Paradise's cave abode. Returning to the cave abode, Gu Fei changed into a set of clean clothes. Then, he sat cross-legged on the jade bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. The Pill Cauldron Paradise's cave abode was built on top of the spiritual vein of the earth. It was the place where the spiritual energy within the Pill Cauldron Paradise was the richest and densest. Before long, Gu Fei's body was surrounded by a spiritual light that was visible to the naked eye. He guided the spiritual energy into his body, and then out of his body. He was using this spiritual energy to temper his mortal body. As the spiritual energy flowed through his body, a small amount of it would be absorbed into his flesh and bones. For the body to transform, it required a large amount of spiritual energy. Gu Fei's body was like a container that could contain energy. Once it was full, he would reach a bottleneck, and this container would need to become bigger to contain even more energy. Gu Fei had just broken through to the fourth sky of the ascended realm, so the amount of energy his flesh and bones could contain increased. Countless breakthroughs would bring about a qualitative transformation and improvement. No matter if it was cultivators, martial practitioners, or even all cultivators, all of them walked a path that led to strength, and all of them arrived at the same destination through different means. Strands of spiritual energy merged into Gu Fei's flesh, tendons, and bones, causing his flesh, tendons, bones, and organs to glow. A powerful aura spread throughout the room. The gathered spiritual energy flowed through his body like a trickle, seeping into his flesh, blood, organs, and bones. Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling brilliance. A five-colored aura seeped out of his body, causing his body to flicker with a sparkling luster, as if he was carved out of a five-colored divine jade. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, Gu Fei had sat in the room for an entire day and night before he woke up from his meditative state. After Gu Fei stopped cultivating, the spiritual energy that had gathered gradually spread out. Specks of spiritual energy that could be seen with the naked eye danced around the room before disappearing. Gu Fei stood up from the jade bed. He could feel a powerful force surging within his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were flowing with a layer of multicolored light, flawless and flawless. His bones were glowing with a 5-colored radiance while his skin was sparkling and translucent. His body had gradually separated from his mortal body, as if it wasn't made of flesh and blood anymore. It was more like a magic treasure that was constantly being refined. Moreover, this magic treasure had the ability to gradually transform and become stronger. Gu Fei walked out of the cave and saw the sun hanging high in the sky. Birds were chirping and insects were chirping. The flowers and grasses were covered in dew. This was another prosperous morning. Yang still hasn't come out from the Fire Valley. Gu Fei looked towards a small valley in the distance. The Fire Valley he was talking about was the place where Yang had thrown it into the primordial pill cauldron and refined it for 3 days and 3 nights. When Gu Fei thought of that place, he couldn't help but shiver. It seems that the nascent soul pill is not easy to refine, Gu Fei murmured. He knew that Yang was refining a pill called the nascent soul pill. According to Yang, as long as she successfully refined this pill, she would be able to break through the Tao-breaking pill and break through to the void-controlling realm. There was a rule passed down by the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate. That was, the disciples of the Pill Cauldron Gate could not leave the Pill Cauldron Grotto without reaching the void-controlling realm. In the eyes of the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate, only the disciples who had broken through to the void-controlling realm would have the power to protect themselves in the cultivation world. In fact, Yang had lived in the Pill Cauldron Grotto since she was young. She only followed her late master to a few places outside the Pill Cauldron Grotto. Thunder Lake was one of them. The situation in the north is chaotic. I can take this opportunity to kill Brother Dongfang and Uncle Beitang Ao. Outside the cave, Jiu Fei looked at the morning sun and made up his mind. As he thought about it, he immediately turned around and walked into the cave. He wanted to take back what belonged to him. He went straight into the depths of the cave. He knew from Yang that in the depths of the cave, there was a spiritual vein guided by the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate to nurture the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The longevity grass must have been moved to the herb garden in the depths of the Immortals' Cave. Didn't the old monsters of the three great Tao sects want the longevity grass? The longevity grass was very useful. At the very least, he could use it to bargain with those old monsters. Even if he used the longevity grass as a reward to ask those old monsters to kill Brother Dongfang and Uncle Beitang Ao, it was not impossible. He had to get the longevity grass back. However, when Jiu Fei entered the herb garden in the depths of the cave, he encountered a restriction. However, this was not a problem for him. He directly guided the power of space and condensed it into a purple divine light. He broke through a few restrictions and entered the herb garden. Ever since Jiu Fei used the power of space to break the restriction that Luo Xiao had imposed on him, he felt that his power of space could break any restriction or seal. The layers of restrictions outside the herb garden were extremely powerful. However, they were all broken by Jiu Fei. The herb garden was not big. It was only 100 feet in circumference. It was full of spiritual energy. Even with the naked eye, one could see the faint spiritual light. There were no less than 10 kinds of spiritual essence of heaven and earth planted in the herb garden. Each of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth emitted a strong spiritual aura. In a corner of the herb garden, there were 2 strange grasses that emitted 9 kinds of spiritual light. However, their stems and leaves seemed to be transparent. Each of the grasses had 9 leaves. The 9 kinds of spiritual light alternated on the 9 leaves. If one paid close attention, one could see that the 9 colors of the spiritual light did not appear repeatedly. Chapter 362. The sun shone brightly, but it could not dispel the bitter cold of the northern lands. Tens of thousands of miles of land were covered in silver. This was a world of ice and snow. It could be said to be a barren land. In addition, the northern lands bordered the far north demonic region. Demonic cultivators would occasionally appear, so not many people were willing to come to the northern lands. However, recently, the northern lands had attracted the attention of the entire cultivation world. It was rumored that there was a newly discovered spiritual land, or that Chu Ji, the first son of the demonic lord, had gone on a killing spree in the northern lands. Either one of these 2 things was enough to shake the nerves of the major forces in the cultivation world. The old monsters of the 3 major Daoist sects who had gone into seclusion had also come out of their seclusion and come to the northern lands. They did not come for some spiritual land, nor did they come to find Chu Ji for a war between the Taoists and the demonic lords. They came for a person. To be more precise, they came for something on a person. The appearance of the old monsters in the northern lands made the northern lands even more uncertain. These terrifying cultivators who were at the end of their lifespans were definitely terrifying existences in the cultivation world. They were shackled at the Imperial Void Realm. Their lifespans were at the end of their lifespans, but it was difficult for them to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. In order to extend their lifespans, no one knew what kind of earth-shattering things these old monsters would do. At noon, outside the southern gate of Beeling City, the usual bustling scene was no longer there. A cool breeze blew, stirring up a few wisps of dust in the corner of the wall and causing them to dance in the air. At this moment, an unprepossessing young man dressed in white walked over from the main road. The young man was empty-handed. It seemed like he did not bring anything with him. This young man was Jiu Fei, who had just come out of the Pill Cauldron Paradise. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, He broke the restriction of the herb garden in the depths of the cave and took the 2 stalks of longevity grass. After that, he packed up his things and left the Pill Cauldron Paradise. He did not loot the Pill Cauldron Paradise. After all, if it were not for Yanger, he would probably still be fighting for his life in the Pill Cauldron Paradise with his extremely weakened body. Jiu Fei changed his appearance and came to Beeling City again. He was truly audacious. He knew that those old monsters were looking for him, but he still dared to appear in Beeling City. As Jiu Fei walked on the streets, he noticed that the atmosphere in the city seemed a little strange. There were not many pedestrians, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Most of the shops were closed and not open for business. Could it be that the commotion from last night was too big, and the residents of the city were still frightened and hid in their houses? The peerless expert of Mist City, Yang Zhonglo, appeared in Beeling City without any disguise and fought with Dongfang Lai without restraint. Everyone in Beeling City was shocked. The powerful aura of a peerless master made everyone tremble in fear. Even the legendary demigod rank powerhouse was alarmed. The difference between cultivators and ordinary people was simply too great. Ordinary people simply could not imagine that those who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground like immortals would appear in front of them. As Jiu Fei walked, Beeling City seemed to have become a little deserted. What happened in the city? Jiu Fei wanted to find someone to understand the situation, but he realized that there were very few cultivators around. Could it be that all the cultivators who entered the northern lands had left? Jiu Fei was bewildered. Suddenly, Jiu Fei stopped in his tracks. There's a cultivator's aura in that restaurant. Not long after entering the city, Jiu Fei finally sensed the presence of a cultivator. Jiu Fei walked into the restaurant. In the restaurant, he did not hear any news about the Dongfang and Beitang clans, but he heard something important. I didn't expect there to be an ancient ruin in the northern lands. I heard that it's the remains of a palace of an important person in the ancient times. All the experts in the city were shocked. Yes, many people want to try their luck, but I heard that many people have died there. It's not a good place. It doesn't matter if it's a good place or not. It has nothing to do with us. That's a fight between experts. If we go, we'll only be cannon fodder. I heard that many experts from the 3 major Daoist sects have come as well. Those who have not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time have all come out. Let them fight for it. Everyone wants treasures, but they also need to be capable. If that ruin really is the palace of that legendary person, I'm afraid blood will flow like a river. Jiu Fei was very surprised. No wonder there were not many cultivators in the city. They had all gone to that ancient ruin. Following that, Jiu Fei learned the ins and outs of the matter from the conversations of these cultivators. It turned out that on that night, the peerless expert of Floating City, Yang Zhonglo, and Dongfang Lai had a great battle in the depths of the snowy forest. In the end, the 2 of them fought their way into the depths of the snowy mountains and accidentally entered a valley. An ancient ruin once again appeared in front of everyone. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, the power of the seal gradually dissipated. The originally heavily guarded valley was easily entered by Yang Zhonglo and Dongfang Lai. In the valley, there was an ancient palace. The palace was not built on the ground, but hundreds of feet above the ground. It floated above a huge fire. Under the valley, there was a spirit vein of earth fire. The palace was actually built on top of the spirit vein of earth fire. For countless years, the spirit vein of earth fire never moved. The spirit vein of earth fire burned day and night. Those with great magical powers had already figured out the origin of the ancient palace. The ancient Almighty had actually used great magical powers to stabilize the underground spirit vein of earth fire. Using the power of earth fire to refine a palace like a magical treasure, the grandness of the ancient Almighty left people speechless. The ancient Almighty was indeed terrifying. The ancient ruin was no longer a secret in the northern lands. Jiu Fei left the restaurant and left Northern Mountain City, heading east. Soon, he passed through the snowy forest and entered the depths of the snowy mountains. Gradually, he saw the silhouettes of other cultivators. The snow-covered mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. Jiu Fei climbed up a snowy peak. There were already more than 10 cultivators gathered on this snowy peak. When Jiu Fei reached the peak, a fair-skinned and chubby young Daoist turned to look at him. As for the others, they were looking ahead, as if they did not notice Jiu Fei's arrival at all. In the distance, there was a huge valley. In the valley, flames shot up to the sky. A palace was surrounded by multicolored light, quietly floating above a sea of fire. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, the ancient palace seemed to be gently floating above the sea of fire. This was the ancient divine palace that caused an uproar in the northern lands. It caused many cultivators in the northern lands to rush here. The cultivators of the Tenglong continent received the news and were now heading north. Those who possessed great magical powers and supernatural powers had already entered the northern lands from all over the Tenglong continent. The immortal execution saber, the heaven and earth bow, the demon suppressing stone, the heaven-piercing spear, and other ancient treasures have appeared one after another. More than 10 treasures have already been taken by powerful cultivators. I wonder what other treasures will appear in the divine palace. I'm really looking forward to it. A thin Daoist with a sallow face and a green robe said. There are definitely many treasures in the divine palace. However, until now, no one has been able to set foot in the ancient hall of the divine palace. No one has been able to break the seal of the divine palace. It's really difficult to obtain the real spiritual treasures. Everyone could not help but nod when they heard this. Even from the top of the mountain, they could clearly see the ancient palace above the sea of fire. The powerful cultivators who had entered the valley earlier had only taken a few dozen castles from the periphery of the divine palace. Jiu Fei looked around and saw that there were many people on the surrounding mountains. Most of them could not even fly. Most of them were here to watch the show. In the sky around the valley, there were many figures floating in the air. Not only were there human cultivators, there were also many foreign races. More than 10 Taoists wearing Daoist robes were quietly standing on a huge golden talisman. They were floating in the air above. They coldly swept their eyes over the divine palace below. In the north, a mass of devil chi enveloped a part of the world. Within the devil chi, a demonic figure was faintly discernible. The demonic cultivators were also alarmed. They actually dared to show their ferocious might in front of so many righteous cultivators. The demonic cultivators in the devil chi cloud definitely had an astonishing background. And in the south, a huge 5-colored divine bird was hovering in the air like a small mountain. Its feathers were emitting bursts of 5-colored light. There seemed to be a figure standing on the back of the divine bird. However, because it was too far away, Jiu Fei could not clearly see the appearance of the person standing on the 5-colored divine sense. In the east and west, there were also figures faintly discernible. It seemed that everyone was watching and no one dared to act rashly. Not far from the entrance of the valley stood the shadows of 3 terrifying beasts. Their imposing manner was oppressive. The bitter atmosphere caused people's hearts to palpitate. Even standing on the ground, everyone could clearly feel the pressure. Very few people could recognize who they were. However, those who recognized the origins of the 3 strange beasts were all incomparably shocked. Jiu Fei was secretly shocked. These were only the experts on the surface. Who knew how many old monsters were watching in the dark? To be able to alarm so many powerful cultivators to this place, it was enough to prove that the rumors were true. It was highly possible that the divine palace here was the lost palace of that ancient deity. Jiu Fei did not see anyone from the Dongfang family or the Beitang family. Even the people from the 3 great Dao sects were not present. It seemed that there were only a dozen peerless experts from the Shongqing sect. Waha! This place is really lively. I, Old Turtle, have also come. Suddenly, a roar that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came from the west. The vast voice echoed in the sky. Immediately after, a powerful pressure came from the west. Everyone who sensed this powerful aura changed their expressions. The powerful cultivators standing in the sky to the west immediately dodged to the side in panic. A huge monster wrapped in a monstrous demonic aura flew over from the west. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the sky and earth to tremble. In the midst of the multicolored light, No one could clearly see the real body inside the demonic clouds. Old Turtle. After Jiu Fei heard the roar that sounded like the birth of a peerless demon, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The person inside the demonic clouds was someone he knew. Chapter 363. The peerless powerhouse who rode the demonic cloud from the west and arrived above the snowy mountain was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the demonic clan. His arrival shocked all the cultivators in the mountain. Even the peerless powerhouses standing above the valley couldn't help but change their expressions and retreat to the distance. A giant talisman that looked like a golden cloud. On it stood more than 10 powerful cultivators from the Shangqing sect. Among them, there was a white-haired elder with a youthful complexion, a slender and elegant woman, and a dignified young man. They were the first to fly away on the golden talismans. The rolling demonic cloud in the north that emitted endless ferocious aura also retreated like a galloping horse. The 3 beast silhouettes that emitted terrifying energy near the entrance of the valley also disappeared. Only the 5-colored divine bird, which was as large as a small mountain, remained floating in the air, showing no signs of retreating. A powerful wave of demonic energy rippled out from the bird's back. The hazy silhouette standing on the 5-colored divine bird was also a member of the demonic clan. Moreover, it was a terrifying great demon that could transform and walk the world in human form. A great demon of this level was at least above the void controlling realm. The demonic cloud shrouded the heaven and earth, covering half the sky. The boundless demonic aura surged above the mountain like monstrous waves. Everyone felt the terrifying aura emanating from the demonic cloud. It was the aura of a powerhouse that made people's hearts palpitate even more than that of a peerless powerhouse. It made people have the urge to worship it. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. An enormous pressure shrouded everyone, making them feel threatened. This old turtle seems to be even more powerful than when he was in the virtual sky world. Standing on the snowy peak, Jiu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The powerful aura emanating from the old turtle made his heart palpitate. Although he already knew how terrifying the old turtle was, he was still shocked by the old turtle's unscrupulous and flamboyant entrance. Not only Jiu Fei, but everyone present was shocked by the undying aura of a tortoise. "Heh!" An exclamation sounded from the Fei cloud. Following that, the old turtle began yelling, "Ha! We're rich! We're rich! That's Fire Cloud Palace of that punk, Fire God." Old Tortoise shouted in the demonic cloud, "The Fire God's collection must be very rich, it really is the primordial Fire God's palace." That old Evildor actually called the ancient Fire God a brat. His background, his identity, could it be that he's actually a great demon from ancient times? In the dark, the old monsters who had not shown themselves were extremely shocked. The arrival of Old Tortoise made them feel danger. Hee. That Fire God is really generous. He actually managed to attract an earth fire vein to temper his Fire Cloud Palace. Unfortunately, all his hard work benefited me. The turtle's voice echoed throughout the mountains, and no one dared to question it. None of the countless cultivators in the mountains dared to say a word. The powerful aura emitted from the old tortoise was too shocking. Even the peerless experts who could fly in the air had to retreat far away. "Hey, little girl, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and retreat. Do you want to fight with me for this Fire Cloud Palace?" Such words came from the Fey Cloud. In the sky above the valley, all the peerless experts had retreated. Even the powerful cultivators who were close to the valley on the ground had retreated. The 3 terrifying beast shadows had already disappeared into the mountains. Only the Fey expert standing on the 5-colored divine bird had no intention of retreating. "Greetings, old senior. How would this junior dare to touch something that old senior has his eyes on?" However, this junior knows many hidden experts in the clan, but old senior looks very unfamiliar. "May I ask, old senior, where are you cultivating in seclusion?" A clear and melodious voice came from the back of the 5-colored divine bird. Countless cultivators in the mountains pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the background of the old monster in the Fey Cloud. "Hey, little girl, you're a little interesting. I sense the dragon aura that only the dragon clan has on you. You can forget about my background. I believe that in this world, those who know my background are probably already dead. The old tortoise's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything and saw the woman's true appearance. Jiu Fei, who was among the dozen or so cultivators on the snow-capped peak, couldn't help but smile. This old tortoise was indeed an old tortoise that didn't die for 10,000 years. He was a super monster that had lived for countless years. The old tortoise was trapped in an absolute formation by the master of the virtual sky world. After countless years, he could definitely be called a super antique. When the old monsters in the dark heard the old tortoise's words, they vaguely guessed the background of the mysterious woman on the five-colored divine bird. They were all shocked. Old Senior. The woman on the five-colored divine bird wanted to ask again. However, the old tortoise didn't want to say more. He said, "All right, since you don't want to retreat, go to the side and watch the show." As he spoke, the fey cloud that shrouded heaven and earth surged rapidly. The monstrous demonic aura retreated like a tide and disappeared into the terrifying figure in the fey cloud. Soon, a guy with a dragon head and a human body appeared in the sky. A dragon? Everyone was shocked when they saw the old tortoise's face. The woman on the five-colored divine bird seemed to be quite shocked after seeing the old tortoise's true appearance. Among the demon clan, dragons and phoenixes were revered. However, on the Tenglong continent, only the legendary demon Lord Huanglong was a five-clawed golden dragon. Phoenixes, on the other hand, had long disappeared from the world. But one thing was certain, this dragon-headed demon expert was definitely not the demon Lord Huanglong. The demon Lord Huanglong wouldn't have a dragon head. However, the old monsters who were secretly watching were still alarmed. This was because they sensed that this fellow with a dragon head who called himself the Old Tortoise was probably more terrifying than the demon Lord Huanglong. Back off. The Old Tortoise became serious as if he had become another person. He displayed the attitude of an expert who looked down on the world. His words were filled with unquestionable authority. The woman on the five-colored divine bird had no choice but to move to the side. "I'll be taking that Fire God Kid's Fire Cloud Palace. Does anyone have any objections?" As he spoke, the old tortoise's eyes shot out two seemingly solid beams of divine light that swept in several directions. No one spoke, and no one walked out. It was completely silent. Only the sound of the earth vein fire could be heard in the valley below. The ancient palace on the fire vein below seemed to belong to the old tortoise. I didn't expect this old tortoise to have the aura of a bastard. When Jiu Fei saw this scene and recalled the old tortoise's frivolous behavior, he couldn't help but want to laugh. "Very well. Those below, listen up. Get as far away from me as you can, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The old tortoise's voice resounded on the mountain and reached the ears of every cultivator in the mountain. All the cultivators knew that this terrifying demon expert was going to take the ancient palace in the Sea of Fire in the valley. When everyone heard the old tortoise's words, they immediately retreated into the distance like a receding tide. Countless cultivators were either running through the mountains with large strides, or riding on their magical treasures, soaring into the sky and flying into the distance. Not a single person dared to stay near the area. Soon, the countless cultivators in the mountain retreated tens of kilometers away. Everyone climbed onto the snow-capped peak and looked into the distance at the blazing valley. Jiu Fei also blended into the crowd of cultivators and retreated into the distance. Then, he followed those cultivators to the snow-capped peak. Just like the cultivators who were watching the show, he wanted to see what the old tortoise was capable of. He actually wanted to take the palace left behind by an ancient god. The peerless experts who could fly in the sky also retreated far away in the air. The person closest to the valley was the hazy woman standing on the colorful divine bird. After seeing that everyone had retreated, the old tortoise raised his right hand and grabbed at the ancient palace above the Sea of Fire. A palm of light condensed in front of the old tortoise's palm. It quickly enlarged and shrouded the bottom of the valley. The palm of light continued to grow larger. In the end, it enveloped an entire region, including the entire valley. Rumble. The world shook. The old tortoise displayed a terrifying magical power. He actually wanted to directly grab the ancient palace that was suppressing the fire vein. However, things did not go so smoothly. When the mountain-like palm of light reached the sky above the palace above the sea of fire, bang, the entire valley shook violently. A light shield formed by raging flames appeared under the palm of light and blocked the giant hand formed by the old tortoise's supreme demonic power. The strong vibration caused countless gravel to roll down from the surroundings of the valley, and smoke and dust billowed. Everyone was watching and no one made a move. Some of them were intimidated by the old tortoise's peerless power, but some thought that the time was not right and let the old tortoise take the lead and reap the benefits. It should be noted that among those who were watching in the dark, there were actually terrifying experts who could compete with the old tortoise. The demigod in charge of the northern land had the strength to fight, but he did not show up. Previously, many big shots have tried to break the restriction of the palace, but to no avail. I'm afraid this expert from the Dragon Clan is no exception. When the cultivators who were watching from afar saw this scene, they could not help but whisper among themselves. This divine palace seems to be the remains of the ancient fire god. The ancient gods had great divine abilities and great magic power. The restrictive spells set up by the ancient gods are no small matter. Even after countless years, they are still incomparably powerful. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the valley. The cultivators who were watching from tens of miles away could feel the tremors coming from under their feet. They saw that the mountain-like hand above the valley was bombarding down again and again. The entire valley was shaking violently, and even the entire region was quaking. The old tortoise seemed to want to use tyrannical power and the most direct method to break the layer of raging flames that enveloped the fire cloud palace and collect the ancient palace floating above the sea of fire. Chapter 364. Break it for me. The old tortoise roared again and again. The rolling sound waves shook the surrounding snow-capped mountains and caused avalanches. Bang! 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 The mountain-like body once again bombarded the layer of flame barrier that enveloped the Fire Sea Divine Palace. The entire valley shook as if an ancient giant was waving a huge fist and bombarding the ground. Even the countless cultivators who were dozens of miles away could feel the strong tremors coming from under their feet. Countless rocks rolled down from all sides of the valley and smashed into the sea of fire in the valley, directly turning into nothingness. The fire chi of the earth vein seemed to be able to burn all tangible and intangible things. Countless cultivators were watching the scene in front of them in shock. Above the monstrous fire that erupted from the earth vein, an ancient palace shook violently. However, no matter how the old tortoise bombarded, the light covering the sea of fire palace could not be broken. The god of fire. Back then. The old tortoise stopped helplessly. The huge hand that emitted terrifying fluctuations then dissipated in the sky above the valley. This old tortoise is reminiscing about his past glory again. Sigh. In the distance, Jiyu Fei, who was mixed in a crowd of cultivators, could not help but shake his head after hearing the old tortoise's words. The old tortoise had been trapped in the array for countless years. It was already a miracle that he could survive. The current him probably did not even have 1/10,000th of his strength back then. The old tortoise's cultivation had been forcefully reduced to the demigod realm by the array. He was no longer the ancient demon who dared to go to the moon palace to peep at the fairies bathing and steal the supreme Tao ancestors' elixirs as food. I don't believe that I can't break this restriction. The old tortoise stood in the sky above the valley and stared at the palace in the sea of fire below. He pondered for a while and suddenly became ruthless. All the cultivators were watching. They also wanted to know what kind of method this demon race powerhouse had to break the restriction that even those big shots couldn't break. Countless cultivators in the mountains had already listed the old tortoise as a demon. In fact, the old tortoise was not only a demon but also a great demon from the ancient times. Not far from the old tortoise, a divine bird surrounded by 5 colored rays stopped in the air. The hazy figure standing on the bird's back was closely watching the old tortoise. Open! Old tortoise suddenly let out a low roar and drew a line in the void in front of him with both hands. There was a sudden violent vibration in the void, and countless ripples visible to the naked eye rippled out from between his hands. The old tortoise seemed to have shattered the void and opened the wall between heaven and earth. A huge space gradually appeared in front of everyone. The place seemed to be incredibly spacious, with mountains and woods vaguely visible. Following this, a blue glow, a human figure, and a fireball sprang out from the space. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar suddenly rang out from within the fireball. Boom! An earth-shattering fire engulfed the heavens and the earth, and the shadow of a terrifying beast could be vaguely seen in the sea of fire. A malevolent beast head with scarlet scales. Everyone could feel the heart-palpitating, powerful undulations coming from the sea of fire. That was definitely a terrifying beast. The green shadow that rushed out of Old Tortoise's inner world was a three-clawed green flood dragon covered in green scales with three sharp claws on its abdomen. Everyone was extremely shocked, with the exception of Jiu Fei, of course. In particular, the old monsters who were secretly watching were extremely shocked. They could already tell that Old Tortoise had opened the legendary inner world. Inner world. Only real immortals had the ability to open up a void. It was easy to open up a void, but it was unimaginably difficult to stabilize the void and cultivate an inner world. Old Tortoise had opened up an inner world and released 2 wild beasts and a valiant warrior in armor, which shocked some of the old monsters who were secretly itching to make trouble. Xiaoqing. Jiu Fei immediately recognized the three-clawed green flood dragon when he saw it rushing out of Old Tortoise's inner world. It was the Xiaoqing snake from back then. It seemed that the trace of Dragon Clan bloodline in Xiaoqing's body had been successfully stimulated. It was no longer the less than a foot-long Xiaoqing snake from back then. After transforming into a flood dragon, Little Blue's body was over 60 meters long, and its entire body was covered with azure scales that shone with a multicolored light. It was like pieces of azure divine metal, giving off an incomparably powerful feeling. Old Tortoise really has some tricks up his sleeve. Jiu Fei could not help but exclaim. In just a few years, Xiaoqing had successfully transformed into a three-clawed green flood dragon, allowing the Xiaoqing snake to take the most important step of transforming into a dragon. Its wriggling body hovered in the air as a powerful flood dragon aura spread out, causing all the alien species in the mountain to feel a strong deterrent. Fire Chileen, that's a fire Chileen. Someone recognized the origin of the huge beast in the fire cloud and exclaimed, "The legendary fire god's mount." All the cultivators were shocked. It was recorded in ancient books that the ancient fire god's mount was a fire Chileen. The fire god's palace and the fire god's mount reappeared in the eyes of the world. The cultivators in the mountain who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked. The ancient fire god's mount was an ancient savage beast. Of course, it couldn't be the Chileen monster king subdued by Old Tortoise in his virtual sky world. If this fire Chileen was really the ancient fire god's beast, then it wasn't the Old Tortoise who subdued the fire Chileen, but the fire Chileen subdued the Old Tortoise. 2 savage beasts and a general rushed out of Old Tortoise's inner world. They were the fire Chileen, Xiaoqing, and the invincible corpse general refined by Old Tortoise into an outer body incarnation. The 2 savage beasts and the invincible corpse general could all fly in the air. Their terrifying figures all emitted frightening energy fluctuations. Their strength was definitely not weaker than those famous peerless experts. 1 man and 2 beasts guarded 3 sides. The Old Tortoise was in the middle. He opened up his inner world with all his might and shrouded the valley below. He wanted to take the ancient divine palace above the sea of fire into his inner world. Inside his inner world, there were natural laws. No matter what restrictions or divine techniques, as long as they entered his inner world, they would all lose their effect. In his inner world, Old Tortoise was the sky, the earth, and the supreme god who controlled everything. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook as the Old Tortoise struggled to open his inner world. His inner world gradually expanded until it covered the entire valley. Crack. It was as if something had shattered. Then, the crowd saw that the raging flames divine fire shield that enveloped the fire sea divine palace, as the inner world shrouded it, was like a layer of glass. Starting from the top, it gradually shattered in all directions. Ha ha! Old Tortoise laughed crazily, and his inner world continued to shroud it. At this moment, more than 10 rays of light suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire divine palace. 7 or 8 rays of light were absorbed by the inner world, and 4 or 5 rays of light rushed out of the valley from below the sea of fire. The invincible corpse general, the 3-clawed green dragon, and the fire Cheline who were guarding the three sides of the valley could not stop them. But the man and the two beasts did not chase after the 4 or 5 psychic ancient treasures. They still guarded the sky above the valley, guarding the three sides. Those are psychic ancient treasures. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw this scene. The peerless experts who could fly in the air immediately rode a rainbow light and rushed into the sky, chasing after the 4 or 5 rays of light. One of the streaks of cyan light flew past the 5-colored divine bird that had stopped in the sky above the valley. It was caught by the hazy silhouette of the woman standing on the back of the bird, who was enshrouded in a 5-colored light, and caught it in a large fiery net. The other rays of light that rushed out of the valley flew in all directions. Those peerless experts took action one after another to compete for the psychic ancient treasures that rushed out of the Sea of Fire divine palace. All the cultivators in the mountain were extremely jealous. That was the ancient treasure of the ancient fire god. Everyone was tempted, but only powerful cultivators were qualified to compete for it. Cultivators below the transcending mortality stage could only watch. Rumble. The old tortoise controlled the inner world and continued to envelop it. The inner world formed its own laws and formed its own heaven and earth, successfully breaking the outer restriction of the Sea of Fire divine palace. The entire Sea of Fire was boiling, and a terrible heat came out of the valley. The ice and snow on the mountain peaks around the valley quickly melted. The ice and snow on the distant mountain turned into water and converged into a stream, flowing down from the mountain. The ice and snow nearby were directly evaporated into mist by the terrible heat. The entire periphery of the valley was suddenly surrounded by colorful clouds and steaming mist. Even the countless cultivators who were dozens of miles away felt a wave of heat after the old tortoise broke the restriction of the Sea of Fire divine palace. Some cultivators with low cultivation directly retreated to the distance. Only those with high cultivation could continue to stand in the same place, but they also felt the pressure of the heat. The mighty power of the fire chi of the earth vein was very terrifying. Without the obstruction of the restriction, the ice and snow in the area of 100 miles around the valley melted, revealing the mountain under the ice and snow. Even the 5-colored divine bird that was hovering in the sky outside the valley had retreated several kilometers. The heat emitted by the earth fire vein was too terrifying, 100 times more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. The fire of the earth fire vein was not ordinary fire, but a terrible earth fire that could smelt divine iron. The location of the fire god's lost palace was the fire eye of the earth fire vein. The temperature there was terrifying to the extreme. Even if divine iron fell into the fire eye, it would probably be instantly turned into a wisp of smoke. The legendary ancient fire god had already disappeared for countless years. Only a few words about this ancient god were recorded in the most ancient books. His lost palace was extraordinary. Even if it was above the fire eye of the earth fire vein and burned by the terrible earth fire for countless years, it was still not damaged. As the old tortoise's inner world shrouded from the sky, the ancient palace above the Sea of Fire began to shake. However, no more spiritual treasures turned into divine rainbows and rushed out of the palace. Chapter 365. The old tortoise displayed a terrifying great divine power. He opened his inner world, intending to suck the Inferno Palace in the valley into his inner world. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. The restriction that enveloped the Inferno Palace was directly shattered by the mighty inner world energy. Terrible heat surged out of the valley. The cultivators in the mountains did not feel anything because of the restriction. However, after the restriction was broken by the old tortoise, the cultivators with lower cultivation were all shocked and retreated. Only the cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could still stand still, but they also had to summon their magic power to resist the terrible heat wave that swept over. Being hit by the terrible heat wave from the valley, the ice and snow within a radius of 100 miles around the valley melted, and the trees near the valley were set on fire. The fire in the mountains soared into the sky, and the heat wave was so intense that even the sun in the sky seemed to lose its brilliance. However, the old tortoise did not care so much. He still controlled his inner world and shrouded the valley below. Rumble. The world shook as if a part of the world was shrouding down. The Sea of Fire was boiling, and the palace was shaking. The old tortoise's inner world was about to absorb the ancient palace above the sea of fire. At this moment, swoosh, 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 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky above the valley. These 3 people who suddenly appeared seemed to have directly walked out of the void, appearing without any warning. There was no escape light around these 3 people. From 3 directions, they surrounded the old tortoise, his avatar, the fire Cheline, and the 3-clawed green serpent. Among these 3 people, a young man stood in the north. The fire Cheline emitted monstrous flames and blocked in front of the young man. The demonic monarch of 6 paths is here too. Someone recognized the young man in the north sky and was extremely shocked. He was the infamous demonic Dao madman who had dominated the Taenglong continent for hundreds of years with his demonic saber. No one could stop him. Network, in the west sky, a middle-aged man with long hair was standing in the air. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like cold stars. The person in the eastern sky was an old Daoist priest. The right side of this old Daoist priest's face was rosy like a baby's, while the left side of his face had sunken eyes and high cheekbones. At first glance, he looked like half a skull. This old Daoist was none other than old Daoist Ku Rong, who guarded the 3 great Daoist sects in the 100,000 mountains. He cultivated the Tao of life and death. Half of his body was filled with surging vitality, while the other half was filled with surging death chi. The power of life and death intertwined in his body, forming a strange energy fluctuation. The old turtle's tall and mighty incarnation, who was clad in battle armor, stood in front of old Daoist Ku Rong. He seemed to have sensed the threat. He reached out his hand and a pitch-black rod appeared in his hand, which he pointed at Ku Rong Daoist. The 3-clawed azure dragon stood in front of the middle-aged scholar, as if it was facing a formidable enemy. Those old monsters who were observing in the dark were extremely shocked because the 3 experts who suddenly appeared were all demigod-level experts. The fire god's lost palace had attracted these terrifying experts who had long disappeared from the world. "Ha! I finally made it." A loud laugh came from the southern sky. The loud voice echoed between heaven and earth. A figure shrouded in a golden light charged over from afar. A powerful demonic force surged over, shocking all the cultivators on the mountain. "It's him. The demon lord, Huang Long." The person was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe with a majestic appearance. His body was shrouded in a golden aura, emitting an extremely powerful demonic force. A dragon chi that struck fear into the hearts of all beasts surged over the mountain. The powerful beast race cultivators in the mountain turned pale. Those with low cultivation base immediately retreated quietly. The dragon chi in the sky caused these beast race cultivators to tremble in fear. Is this the legendary demon lord, Huang Long, who has unified the demon race? Jiyu Fei was among the cultivators on the mountain. He carefully observed the tall figure in the sky that looked like a golden god of war. From the demon lord Huang Long's body, he could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation that was akin to a mountain. The powerful pressure made him feel as if there was a 1,000-kilogram boulder pressing down on his chest, making him feel uncomfortable. Even the transcending mortality realm cultivators began to retreat further away. The appearance of the 4 peerless experts caused the heaven and earth energy on the mountain to become chaotic. Their powerful auras shocked the surroundings. Even the peerless experts retreated far away. Jiyu Fei also retreated with the group of cultivators. After retreating for 100 li, he once again climbed up a mountain and looked up at the valley. The vision of cultivators was very powerful. Even from 100 li away, they could see everything in the sky above the valley. Every action of the people in the sky was clear. "You 4 little guys, back off." The old tortoise struggled to control his inner world and shrouded the deity palace above the sea of flames. The deity palace shook violently and emitted waves of powerful fire elemental energy to resist the powerful suction from the old tortoise's inner world. "You're a dragon? You don't look like one." The demon lord, Huang Long, was shocked when he saw the old tortoise with a dragon head and a human body. Rumble. It was as if 100,000 mountains were descending. The old tortoise's inner world emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. It was like a huge mouth that was devouring the heaven and earth. The deity palace above the Sea of Flames was finally shaken by the powerful suction from the old tortoise's inner world. It began to rise slowly and flew toward the old tortoise's inner world. The demon lord of 6 paths made his move. He slapped away the fire Cheline in front of him and shot a demonic light downward. Bang! The demonic light hit the deity palace. He wanted to stop the rising deity palace. However, the deity palace shook violently and continued to rise toward the old tortoise's inner world. Little devil, you're courting death. The old tortoise was furious. Back then, he was not afraid even when facing the supreme demon lord. Now, a guy who was not even a true demon dared to attack him. This made him extremely angry. Swoosh! The old tortoise glanced at the demon lord of 6 paths. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. They were like heavenly swords that pierced toward the demon lord of 6 paths. The demon lord of 6 paths left an afterimage on the spot and soared into the sky. He then pressed down with his palm. A terrifying power surged in front of his palm. A pitch-black hand the size of a small mountain bombarded the old tortoise below. The 2 rays of divine light shot out from the old tortoise's eyes, pierced through the afterimage of the demon lord of 6 paths. In an instant, a mountain peak disappeared into the void. Dozens of cultivators on the mountain peak were instantly killed. Not even a speck of dust or blood was left behind. Dozens of cultivators on the mountain peak were vaporized without a sound. Hiss! Everyone on the mountain sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. They felt threatened. Lian Mang was like a receding tide, retreating even further away. A battle between demigod realm experts was just too terrifying. Bang! With a loud noise, the whole world trembled. The void seemed to collapse. The old tortoise and the demon lord of 6 paths clashed. The demon lord of 6 paths was sent flying backward. The old tortoise's body trembled and he took a few steps back. His control over the internal space was weakened due to the distraction. The divine palace above the sea of fire rumbled and fell down. At that moment, Ku Rong and the middle-aged scholar also made their moves. The former grabbed the 3-clawed green dragon in the air and directly restrained it before throwing it away. The middle-aged scholar strode forward. A purple light rushed out of his body. Within the purple light, a purple gold hammer quickly grew to the size of a small mountain and smashed toward the old tortoise. That seems to be the exploding sky hammer, someone said in the dark. The old monsters who were watching in the dark seemed to have figured out the origin of the purple gold hammer that rushed out of the middle-aged scholar's body. Those old monsters who had yet to break through to the demigod realm had lived for a long time and had seen many things. To them, being able to witness a battle between peerless demigod realm experts was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could comprehend something from it, they might be able to take the important step to break through the shackles. Damn it, don't force me to kill you. The old tortoise roared. He waved his hand and tore the void apart. The power of heaven and earth gushed out and shrouded the purple gold hammer that was coming at him. He wanted to put the purple gold divine hammer into his inner world. The old tortoise made a prompt decision. He stopped the descent of his internal space and attacked the middle-aged scholar. His words were not empty. He controlled an internal space and was already in an invincible position. He was qualified to say such words. As long as the middle-aged scholar, the demon lord of 6 paths, and the others were put into his internal space, the old tortoise would have the final say. However, the middle-aged scholar also seemed to know how powerful a powerhouse who controlled an inner world was. The giant hammer shook again and again, and a dreadful power surged out like a vast ocean. It unexpectedly resisted the devouring power of the inner world. Samsara of life and death. Old Taoist Ku Rong shouted and waved his hands. The power of life and death formed a strange void in front of him and shrouded the armored general who was holding a black stick. The old tortoise's external incarnation stood in the void like an insurmountable mountain. It stood still and allowed the life and death void to attack it. However, the power of life and death did not seem to be exerted on it. It was as if the old tortoise's external incarnation had gotten rid of life and death. The death chi rotated. The invincible general did not age, and his flesh did not lose its vitality. The life force of the old tortoise's external incarnation did not seem to be sucked away by the old tortoise's life force. How could this be? Old Taoist Ku Rong was shocked. Ever since he broke through to the demigod realm and comprehended the path of life and death, he had never failed. Chapter 366. The power of life and death condensed into a fearsome divine power, the samsara of life and death, which enveloped the invincible corpse general that the old turtle had refined into his external incarnation. The power of life and death shrouded heaven and earth as if countless flowers, plants, and trees were growing, withering, and turning into dust around the old turtle's external incarnation. Then, they continued to grow, wither, and wither. The samsara of life and death happened over and over again, forming an unpredictable mighty force that wanted to completely destroy the invincible corpse general's body, life, and even soul in the samsara of life and death. Nevertheless, no matter how old Taoist Ku Rong stirred up the surging chi of life and death in his body, he could not destroy the tall figure that stood in the void like a divine mountain. How can this be? Old Taoist Ku Rong was moved. He found it hard to imagine that the person in front of him had jumped out of the three realms and was no longer in the five elements. That's enough. The old turtle's voice was heard coming from the corpse general's body. Following that, the invincible corpse general made its move. It merely thrust the black rod forward, but the mighty and terrifying power that surged out from the rod shook heaven and earth. It penetrated the samsara of life and death and pierced through old Taoist Ku Rong's chest. The inconspicuous black rod seemed to have a strange power that seemed to have frozen the void. Old Taoist Ku Rong felt his body tighten as a powerful force surged from all directions, which almost tore him apart. The old Daoist master Ku Rong could not help but feel shocked when he casually stabbed at Ouyang Yangming. He withdrew his life and death power and shook his hands to break through the power that was coming at him from the seal. He charged out and barely avoided the black stick that was stabbing at him. When the invincible corpse general was alive, it was a fearsome martial artist that had cultivated the indestructible martial body. Its body was so powerful that it could be said to be indestructible, such that even old Taoist Ku Rong's samsara of life and death could not shake it. The indestructible martial body was undoubtedly a treasure house of power. The old turtle had refined it for several years and kept excavating the indestructible martial body's power. The clone had been refined by him until it was as powerful as its original body, and it still had endless room for improvement. Boom! When the invincible corpse general threw a punch at the old Daoist master Ku Rong, the entire sky seemed to be shaking. The powerful force transformed into a dazzling light that surged toward the old Daoist master Ku Rong like a violent energy wave. It was the purest power in the world, a powerful martial artist. It wasn't a spell, but it was better than a spell. It wasn't a divine power, but it was better than a divine power. It was just a punch, but it actually displayed a terrifying power that could break all divine powers. The invincible corpse general's punch directly shattered the samsara wheel of life and death, forcing Ku Rong to retreat. Jiu Fei witnessed this scene from afar and couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. In the virtual sky world, the old turtle's clone didn't seem to be this powerful, but it could actually force a demigod to retreat. It was really unbelievable. At this time, all the demigod-level supreme experts, with the exception of the demon lord Huang Long, were attacking the old tortoise. Destructive energy spread out, causing the entire world to shake violently. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The mysterious woman from the demon clan had already retreated to the distance on the divine multicolored bird. The other supreme experts also retreated to the sky hundreds of miles away, looking nervously at the blazing flames in front of them. No one approached the battlefield. In front of the demigod-level supreme experts, even the supreme experts had become extremely fragile. Even the residual power released during the fight between the demigod-level experts was enough to kill the supreme experts. The powerful cultivators in the mountains couldn't intervene at this time. Only a few real supreme experts were qualified to fight for the fire god's legacy palace of the distant past era. As long as the supreme saint realm demigods didn't appear, the demigods were the supreme experts on the Tenglong continent. Demigods represented the strongest cultivators in the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent and stood at the top of the cultivation world. However, These so-called invincible powerhouses had encountered the old tortoise, the old monster. Demigods didn't have the ability to open up their inner worlds, but the old turtle could control their inner worlds. The old turtle's situation was very special. His cultivation level was reduced to the demigod level by the absolute formation in the virtual sky world, but his inner world didn't collapse because of the regression of his cultivation level. This made him perhaps the first demigod on the Tinglong continent to have an inner world. Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood-red hair fluttered wildly. The blood-red demonic saber in his hand emitted 1,000-meter-long saber light that seemed to tear the void and slashed at the old turtle. The heavenly devil saber was originally in the hands of Chu Ge, the first son of Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Obviously, Demon Monarch of Six Paths had found Chu Ge, who was being chased by a group of cultivators, and took back the #1 demonic saber in the world. The old turtle had already retracted his inner world that shrouded the divine palace below. He stood in a hazy void, and his own world formed around him. The moment the 1,000-meter-long blood-red saber light slashed into the void where the old turtle stood, it instantly collapsed in his inner world and turned into the most primitive spiritual aura, which was then absorbed by the old turtle's inner world. His inner world formed a world of its own. In this world, the old turtle was omnipotent and a supreme god who controlled everything. He was already in an invincible position. The middle-aged scholar held the exploding sky hammer in his hand and kept striking terrifying purple lightning at the old turtle. However, the result was the same. The purple-golden lightning that seemed to be able to destroy and kill everything in its path was immediately turned into the most primitive spiritual aura, which was then absorbed by the old turtle's inner world. Ha ha! Go on, go on. What a pure spiritual aura. The old turtle stood in his inner world and laughed. Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar kept bombarding him. They were simply transferring spiritual aura into his inner world. The old turtle didn't refuse any of them. Swish, swish. A green silhouette and a stream of fiery light dashed out from a distant mountain. A three-clawed green flood dragon and a fire Cheline, which were surrounded by raging divine flames, pounced towards the battlefield. Back off! The old turtle shouted. The green flood dragon and the fire Cheline were only at the royal void realm. They could not interfere in a battle between demigods. If they tried to interfere, they would be killed. The green flood dragon and the fire Cheline retreated immediately. In fact, they were just putting on an act. When they attacked just now, they were blown away by the Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar without being able to fight back. Fortunately, the two fellows did not dare to become enemies with the old turtle. Therefore, they did not directly kill the green flood dragon and the fire Cheline. You two little fellows are really annoying. Get in here! The old turtle shouted. He moved quickly in the air toward the Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar. He opened his inner world and tried to take them in. The two of them weren't fools either, and they hurriedly retreated. The Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar did not dare to let the old turtle get close to them. Whenever the old turtle moved toward them, they would run away. They even slashed at the old turtle a few times. While the three of them were chasing each other in the air, the Demon Lord, who had not taken any action, suddenly turned into a golden light and rushed toward the ancient palace above the sea of fire. You little brat! The old turtle immediately sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to turn around and stop them. However, while the old turtle was distracted, the Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar broke away from the old turtle and dashed toward the divine palace. Old Daoist Ku Rome was the only one who did not rush into the divine palace because he was locked on by the invincible corpse general and was being pressured step by step. However, he was secretly anxious as he wanted to get rid of the corpse general and rush into the divine palace to fight for the treasures. The old turtle had already broken the restriction that enveloped the palace. In a flash, the Demon Lord Huanglong, the Demon Monarch of Six Paths, and the middle-aged scholar entered the palace floating above the sea of fire. Wah, wah! I'm so angry, everything inside is mine. Old Tortoise screamed and turned into a rainbow light, rushing into the divine palace above the sea of fire. At this moment, the old monsters who were secretly watching the palace could not help but feel jealous. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the palace. When the outer restriction of the palace was broken, more than 10 psychic ancient treasures flew out, but they were collected by peerless experts. All of those spiritual treasures were powerful ancient treasures. There must be other treasures in the palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 human silhouettes and a beast silhouette darted out of the mountain, transforming into 3 beams of light that looked like divine rainbows, flying towards the divine palace above the sea of fire in the valley. Some people could not help but make a move. The 2 people and the beast were terrifying cultivators who had reached the peak of the void-controlling realm. They were only 1 step away from the demigod realm. They were definitely terrifying old monsters. At this moment, some peerless experts who had been hiding in the mountain came out of the dark. Jiyu Fei sensed powerful consciousnesses rushing out from various parts of the mountain towards the divine palace. A few of the consciousnesses swept past the countless cultivators on the mountain. Jiyu Fei quickly restrained his aura. He was a martial artist, so he could restrain all of his strength within his body and not release any strange fluctuations. It should be noted that many old monsters from the 3 great Daoist sects had come for him. Jiyu Fei did not want to be discovered by the old monsters from the 3 great Daoist sects. He blended in with the dozen or so cultivators on the mountain peak and carefully looked around. Sure enough, he saw a few familiar figures. The old monster from the Guangcheng Celestial sect, Luo Xiao, who had once captured him, appeared on a mountain peak a few miles away. The old monster from the Shangqing sect, Shen Hongsha, was on a mountain peak to his left, looking at the fiery valley in front of him. From beginning to end, Jiyu Fei did not see any experts from his sect. Even Taoist Chaoyang, who was in the north, did not appear. This seemed a little strange. Jiyu Fei felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the people from the Taishan sect had encountered some trouble? Boom! Just when Jiyu Fei sensed that something was amiss, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from the valley in the distance. A vast and unfathomable power erupted abruptly, and an ocean-like energy wave swept through the entire world. Chapter 367. At this moment, the entire valley collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky, causing all the cultivators to tremble in fear. In the distant sky, there were even peerless experts who couldn't fly and directly fell from the sky. An indescribable palpitation made people breathless. The majestic pressure couldn't be resisted at all, causing the souls of many cultivators to tremble uncontrollably. Rumble. The majestic ancient palace let out a rumbling sound. The earth vein fire erupted from the ground like a volcano. The terrifying earth fire instantly surrounded the divine palace above the sea of fire. 3 dazzling beams of light rushed out of the divine palace. Several screams came out from the earth fire. The 3 beams of light collapsed in the sea of fire. 3 beams of light that were as bright as the sun broke through the sea of fire and rushed out. The 3 rays of light were exceptionally dazzling, illuminating the sky. They were like 3 small suns, emitting a radiance that made the scorching sun in the sky dim. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The peerless experts who were ready to make a move were all frightened because the 3 balls of light were not spiritual ancient treasures. They were the primordial spirits of the 3 old monsters who had just rushed into the divine palace. Boom! The sea of fire suddenly erupted. Endless scarlet earth fire condensed into 18 huge fire pillars that soared into the sky. They were like 18 fire dragons that soared for thousands of zhong and surrounded the ancient divine palace above the sea of fire. The 3 primordial spirits that were like the sun emitted a powerful spiritual fluctuation. All the cultivators in the mountain felt a sense of despair and fear from the sea of fire. The earth vein fire had been burning for countless years. It was incomparably powerful. The bodies of the 3 old monsters that had just rushed into the divine palace were instantly incinerated, leaving only 3 primordial spirits that rushed out from the sea of fire. However, they didn't escape with their lives. The 18 pillars of fire formed by the earth fire sealed off a part of the world, protecting the divine palace within the sea of fire. At the same time, the 3 powerful balls of primordial spirit light were also sealed within the 18 pillars of fire. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were stunned by what they saw. The lost palace of the ancient fire god was simply a place of absolute death. At the very least, It was a place of certain death for powerful cultivators below the demigod realm. The terrifying earth fire could burn the space and everything that was tangible or intangible. The 18 heavenly fire pillars released a tremendous amount of fire energy. The space that was enveloped by the 18 pillars of divine fire twisted under the scorching heat of the flames. Furious roars could be heard from the fire ocean divine palace. The 4 demigod realm experts who had rushed into the palace seemed to be in trouble. Terrifying energy waves were surging out from the palace. Amidst the flames, one could vaguely see a blood-red saber light flashing, and purple lightning swimming around. As for the 3 balls of dazzling primordial spirit light that shone like suns, under the refinement of the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars, they struggled left and right and gradually dimmed down. The 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars sealed the heaven and earth, emitting an unprecedentedly powerful fire elemental power, and burning the ancient divine palace in the middle of the sea of fire. No matter how the 3 primordial spirits kept casting all sorts of powerful spells and divine abilities, they were unable to shake the 18 pillars of divine fire. The 3 old monsters who were only one step away from breaking the shackles of cultivation and becoming demigods could still use all kinds of secret techniques even if they only had primordial spirits left. However, in the end, their efforts were in vain. Under the refinement of the endless earth fire, a ball of primordial spirit light exploded and was then swept away by the oncoming earth fire. The restless old monsters in the mountains not only felt lucky, but they were also shocked. Fortunately, they did not rush into the divine palace just now. Otherwise, they would have suffered the tragic fate of having their souls scattered. Gu Fei knew that even if everyone in the divine palace died, the peerless monster, the old tortoise, would definitely not die. He wanted to know who would be the final winner. The divine palace will most likely be taken by the old tortoise, Gu Fei thought. The old tortoise controlled an inner world and was much more powerful than Demon Monarch of 6 Paths and the others. At that moment, something unforeseen happened. After the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars refined the remaining 2 balls of primordial spirit light, the divine palace in the middle of the fire pillars began to sink into the fire elemental vein below. Rumble, amidst the monstrous fire, the ancient divine palace shone with endless rays of light and slowly sank. If the divine palace escaped into the underground fire elemental vein, even the immortals would not be able to take it away. Roar. God of fire, you little brat, it's fine if you die, but you still dare to do this to me. The old tortoise's unique roar came from the divine palace. At the same time, 4 figures rushed out of the divine palace. The middle-aged scholar drove the exploding sky hammer and smashed it at the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars that surrounded the divine palace. Thousands of purple lightning bolts bloomed from the purple-gold hammer that was as big as a mountain, sweeping away the divine fire in the sky. The entire space shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Bang! The purple-gold hammer fiercely hit one of the divine fire pillars that was hundreds of meters in diameter. The powerful force caused the flames to dance and the fire pillar to tremble. The full power of a demigod powerhouse was incomparably powerful. It shook the divine fire pillar, but the divine fire pillar did not dissipate. Although it shook violently, it still sent the violet gold divine hammer flying. Let's work together to break the seal and rush out. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths and Yellow Dragon, the Demon Lord, shouted as they dispersed the raging flames and rushed over from behind. At that moment, the 3 of them temporarily let go of their prejudices and wanted to work together to break out of the 18 pillars of divine fire. It should be noted that they had triggered an extremely powerful seal in the divine palace. The divine palace left behind by the ancient god of fire was about to sink into the underground fire elemental vein below. Even a demigod expert would be in danger if he was brought into the underground fire elemental vein by the ancient divine palace. The underground fire elemental vein was formed by the accumulation of the power of the heavens and earth over countless years. Even a demigod expert would not be able to resist the power of the heavens and earth. The 3 great experts worked together. A blood-red saber light soared thousands of meters into the sky. Thousands of purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc as a tattered flag fluttered in the air. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon did not hold back anymore. They controlled their treasures and gathered their strength to attack the divine fire pillar in front of them. The tattered flag in the demon lord Yellow Dragon's hand was only left with a bronze pole and a third of the flag's surface. The pole and the flag's surface were engraved with ancient patterns and emitted an aura that seemed to have originated from the prehistoric times. The one-third of the flag's surface was riddled with holes, as if it would turn into dust if it was moved. However, the demon lord Yellow Dragon was waving it violently. When the tattered flag was waved, the entire sky trembled as if it could shatter the heavens and earth. Its power was not any weaker than the sky demon saber in the hands of demon Monarch of 6 paths or the purple gold hammer in the hands of the middle-aged scholar. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering rumble, the combined attack of the 3 peerless experts even caused spatial cracks to appear in the void. The extremely powerful force had really shattered the void. A ball of flame, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly exploded. The towering pillar of divine fire in front of them finally could not withstand the joint attack of the 3 people, and collapsed. The powerful restrictive barrier formed by the 18 divine fire pillars was broken, leaving a hole that was hundreds of meters wide. The moment the restrictive barrier of the divine fire pillars was broken, bang, the remaining 17 divine fire pillars unleashed a monstrous fire elemental power at the same time. The shattered divine fire pillar gradually reformed. The broken restrictive barrier was being repaired. Demon Monarch of 6 paths, the middle-aged scholar, and the demon lord Yellow Dragon seized the opportunity to rush out from the broken restrictive barrier at the last moment. What's that old tortoise still doing in there? Jiu Fei was worried about old tortoise when he witnessed the scene from a mountain 100 li away. At that moment, Old Tortoise's avatar and Old Daoist Ku Rong had already stopped. Old Daoist Ku Rong retreated, while the invincible warrior held a black rod in his hand. He ignored the terrifying flames and stood outside the fire pillar. The restrictive barrier set up by the ancient fire god was truly terrifying. Even after the baptism of countless years, it still possessed unfathomable power. In the blink of an eye, the divine fire pillar that was destroyed by demon Monarch of 6 paths and the others stood between heaven and earth again. You want to sink into the earth fire vein? In your dreams? Old Tortoise roared. He directly broke through the terrifying earth fire that was spewing out and rushed toward the earth fire vein below. Is he crazy? The demigod experts who rushed out from the deity palace were dumbfounded. Even for a powerful demigod, rushing into the earthfire vein was an extremely crazy act. Demon Lord Yellow Dragon and the others were outside the fire pillar, watching Old Tortoise's every move. Only the peerless demigod experts, with their divine eyes that could see through the void and all the mist, could see Old Tortoise in the sea of fire. The other cultivators could only see the dancing flames, but they could not see through the barrier of the sea of fire. Rumble. The deity palace was sinking. The peerless demigod experts saw Old Tortoise flying to the bottom of the deity palace and opening up his inner world, trying to stop the deity palace from sinking into the earthfire vein below with the power of heaven and earth. Roar. Old Tortoise roared and opened up his inner world with all his strength. He wanted to absorb the descending deity palace into his inner world. At this moment, no one was competing with him. He could focus on operating the power of his inner world. However, Old Tortoise soon realized that his idea was a bit naive. The endless earth fire condensed into 18 divine fire pillars that blocked the expansion of his inner world. The 18 divine fire pillars seemed to be extraordinary. They were directly connected to the earth fire vein, and the fire energy was vast and seemingly endless. The power was strong enough to compete with Old Tortoise's inner world. Chapter 368. The Old Tortoise displayed a great divine ability that left everyone dumbfounded. His inner world surged, and the earthfire vein gushed out, blocking the ancient palace that was rumbling and descending. 18 towering divine fiery pillars stood between heaven and earth, protecting the ancient palace in the middle of the sea of fire and emitting great power. The restrictive spell set by the ancient fire god had drawn out the terrible power that had been nurtured in the earthfire vein for countless years. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of mountains pressing the divine palace in the sea of fire into the earthfire vein from top to bottom. Roar. The Old Tortoise stood in his inner world and roared again and again. He used all his strength and demonic energy surged from his body, causing the entire inner world to shake violently. At the edge of his inner world, the void was collapsing, and the aura of chaos was surging. The old turtle wanted to expand his inner world and take the entire divine palace into his inner world. However, the 18 towering divine fiery pillars were guarding the area, and the mighty earthfire was too powerful. The 18 towering divine fiery pillars emitted a vast power that made even heaven and earth lose their color, suppressing the old turtle's inner world below the divine palace. The old turtle was in a difficult situation. His inner world could not swallow the entire divine palace. It was as if tens of thousands of mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to escape. This peerless old monster is really powerful. Gu Fei saw the old turtle's roars coming from the void sealed by the 18 towering divine fiery pillars. He knew that the old turtle, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was not in any danger at all. Everyone was watching. Even the powerful demigod realm cultivators had no intention of making a move. The situation in front of them was beyond their control. Demon Emperor of Six Paths, the middle-aged scholar, the demon lord Huang Long, and Ku Rong were nervously staring at the terrible sea of fire in front of them. It was difficult for others to see the situation in the sea of fire sealed by the 18 towering divine fiery pillars, but it did not mean that they could not see it clearly. The eyes of Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the others shone brightly like stars. Their eyes pierced through the void and saw the divine palace in the sea of fire and the old turtle under it. At this moment, the corpse general, who had been motionless outside the 18 pillars of fire, suddenly swung the black rod in his hand and swung it at a huge pillar of fire in front of him. The power of the indestructible martial body had reached its peak. The black rod rapidly tore through the void, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle. Boom! The entire world trembled. The pillar of fire in front of the corpse general shook violently, and the flames scattered in all directions. It actually showed signs of dissipating. Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the others were startled and quickly retreated. They had long since noticed that this general seemed to be a lifeless corpse. His deathly white skin exuded an aura of death. Apart from a pair of eyes that still had some vigor, his whole body was like a somewhat stiff corpse. Although the old tortoise used the split secret technique to refine the invincible corpse general in the dead town in the virtual sky world into his external incarnation, he still couldn't reverse life and death in the end and make this venerable warrior indestructible body come back to life. This invincible corpse general was a powerful martial artist who had cultivated the indestructible martial body before his death. Such a martial artist was very frightening and definitely one of the few great figures in the world. Even though he had been dead for countless years, the body he left behind still possessed great power. The power of the indestructible martial body was gradually guided out by the old turtle's divine clone, which improved the strength of his divine clone to an unimaginable level. Moreover, the black rod in the hands of the indestructible martial body was not an ordinary object. It was a treasure that could stabilize the earth-fire vein. That day, in the volcano in the virtual sky world, it was this unremarkable black rod that stabilized the earth-fire vein inside the virtual sky world. That was the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, which possessed supreme power. The old turtle expended a tremendous amount of effort and created a terrible, earth-shattering commotion before he was able to subdue it. Roar! The corpse general let out a furious roar. His whole body emitted a torrential power. The void around him trembled violently, his black hair fluttered wildly, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Whoosh! The black rod in his hand swung from right to left, slanting towards the huge pillar of fire in front of him. The power of the rod shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if a terrifying storm had suddenly been generated in the sky. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar emitted endless black light, and a chaotic aura that seemed to come from the desolate age spread in the sky. All the cultivators' expressions changed. Boom! An earth-shattering noise surged between heaven and earth. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar of fire was smashed into pieces by the corpse general's rod. The terrifying earth-stabilizing fire enveloped the heaven and earth, as if a sun had fallen on a mountain. The light emitted by the sun in the sky was completely overshadowed by the intense light that erupted, causing the world to lose its color. Just now, the demon monarch of Six Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and the demonic lord Huang Long, 3 peerless demigods, had used their treasures to open up a path in the godly palace, allowing them to escape from the 18 towering godly fire pillars. However, the indestructible body that the old tortoise had refined into his outer body incarnation was able to create a gap in the barrier set up by the ancient god of fire on his own. It was unbelievable. The giant pillar of fire that towered between the heavens and the earth exploded. The indestructible body clad in ancient battle armor ignored the terrifying heat of the earth fire that was enough to melt divine iron. It directly swept away the earth fire and charged through the gap in the restriction. Ha ha! As long as I stabilize the fire vein beneath, Fire God's fire cloud palace will be mine. Old Turtle's carefree laughter sounded from the sea of flames that filled the sky. The restriction set up by the ancient god of fire was activated by the infinite power of the earth fire within the earth's fire vein. As long as the spewing earth fire was suppressed, the source of the restriction's power could be cut off, and the restriction would collapse on its own. Rumble. The earth trembled as the earth-stabilizing pillar flew out of the corpse general's hand and expanded infinitely, suppressing down on the fire eye below. The surging sea of flames immediately calmed down. As the earth-stabilizing pillar landed in the fire eye, the sea of flames that filled the sky immediately calmed down. The earth-fire chi that seemed to be able to burn even the void quickly dissipated in the void. The 18 towering godly fire pillars that guarded the godly palace immediately dimmed. Peng! All the cultivators that were 50 kilometers away felt a tremor beneath their feet. The towering fire in front of them gradually weakened. Boom! The moment the earth-stabilizing pillar suppressed the fire eye, the 18 towering godly fire pillars instantly dissipated. The fire blanketed the sky and the earth, shrouding a corner of the world. An ancient palace that emitted brilliant rays of light emerged from the sea of flames. The earth-stabilizing pillar had successfully suppressed the earth's fire vein and cut off the source of the restriction's power, rendering all the restrictions outside the godly palace useless. Swoosh! 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 Seeing an opportunity, the peerless demigod experts immediately pounced forward. The demon monarch of 6 paths, the middle-aged scholar, the demon lord Huang Long, and the Kurong Taoist quickly moved in the void. Outrageous! You bunch of juniors have no idea what's good for you. The old turtle rushed out of the godly palace with a strange cry. He spread his hands to the left and right, and a hazy world immediately blocked in front of the crowd. An endless power of space surged out from the inner world like a big mouth, swallowing the demon monarch of 6 paths and the others who were rushing over. The 4 demigods were shocked. They quickly scattered and rushed to the sides, trying to bypass the old turtle's blockade and rush into the godly palace behind the old turtle. At this moment, seeing that the restrictions outside the godly palace were all useless, some old monsters also rushed over, trying to enter the godly palace. The godly palace of the primordial fire god definitely contained precious treasures. Whether it was immortal pills, divine medicines, or spiritual ancient treasures, as long as one obtained one, it would be extremely beneficial. There was absolutely no doubt about that. Countless cultivators in the mountains were envious, and some of them could not help but rush toward the godly palace. At this moment, 7 or 8 dazzling sword lights rushed out from the southern mountains. The sword lights were like divine rainbows that pierced through the sky. As soon as they appeared, they rushed forward as if they had shattered the void. The chilling sword aura filled the sky. The 7 or 8 sword lights released a terrifying sword aura that was as vast as the ocean, and the surrounding temperature plummeted due to the sword aura. Those are sword cultivators. They are from the Guangcheng immortal sect. Someone recognized the 7 or 8 shocking sword lights and shouted in surprise. Jiu Fei was stunned when he heard this. The people from the Guangcheng immortal sect had come after all. They seemed to have been hiding in the distance for a long time, and only showed up now. Rumble! Suddenly, there was a muffled tremor that sounded like rolling thunder from the east, and a terrible power surged from the east. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked toward the east. They saw an altar the size of a small mountain, emitting 1,000 rays of light, flying toward them. Everyone could feel the energy fluctuations of the raging sea from the altar. The altar moved in the void, and wherever it passed, heaven and earth trembled. All the cultivators in the mountain felt an indescribable pressure, as if a primordial divine mountain was descending on their heads. On the altar, there seemed to be many people standing on it. The people from the Taishen sect have also come. They actually used a precious treasure. Someone saw the ancient altar that was emitting a dazzling light. Taoist Chaoyang had once controlled the altar to defeat the clones of the Demon King of Six Paths and the Great Demon Venerable in the southern wasteland. Many cultivators knew that the Taishen sect had a terrifying altar. All the big figures appeared. Demigods, old monsters at the ninth sky of the Royal Void, and even the peerless masters of the Royal Void all rushed out from the dark. They only had one goal, and that was to rush into the ancient godly palace in front of them and fight for the treasures left behind by the ancient fire god. When the old tortoise saw this, his expression changed. As the saying goes, even ants can kill an elephant. Facing the powerful cultivators coming from all directions, the old tortoise couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 369. While the earth-stabilizing divine pillar was suppressing the earth-fire vein, all the restrictions on the periphery of the palace in the Sea of Fire were broken. All the peerless experts who had been spying on the palace rushed out. The temptation of the ancient divine palace was unprecedented for cultivators. Even though they knew that even if the restrictions on the periphery were broken, it would still be dangerous to enter the palace, so they couldn't care less. All the cultivators above the void controlling realm seemed to have gone crazy. Inside the palace, which was surrounded by rays of light, the aura of treasures soared into the sky. It was hard to imagine how many ancient treasures were stored inside. All the cultivators' eyes turned red. The well-preserved palace definitely had no lack of treasures, such as ancient spiritual weapons, divine elixirs that could make people reborn, or even ancient manuals of cultivation methods. Each of them was something that cultivators dreamed of. For these things, cultivators would not hesitate to fight and risk their lives to fight for them. Bastard, the fire god's fire cloud palace is mine. I'll kill anyone who dares to enter, shouted the old turtle. At the same time, he opened his inner world and shrouded the ancient palace. The indestructible corpse general appeared in front of Demon Monarch of Six Paths in an instant and punched out. The warrior's genuine chi surged out of his fist, and the dazzling chi illuminated the world as it rushed toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Demon Monarch of Six Paths shouted. His blood-red hair danced wildly as he slashed forward with the Skyfiend saber in his hand. The blood-red saber beam suddenly soared up to 10,000 feet, splitting apart the fist force that was like a raging wave, and met the indestructible corpse general's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the indestructible corpse general's right fist bombarded the 1,000-foot saber beam. The blood-red saber beam instantly shattered, turning into specks of blood-red light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The indestructible corpse general was extremely powerful, and its body was unimaginably strong. It was unbelievable that it could resist the Skyfiend saber's blade with its body alone. Without any suspense, even someone as powerful as the Demon Monarch of Six Paths, who was known as the #1 demonic saber in the world, was forced back by a single punch from the undying corpse general. Under the control of the old turtle's avatar, the indestructible corpse general displayed terrifying combat power. He forced Demon Monarch of Six Paths back with a punch, then stretched out his left hand. A huge golden palm of light immediately appeared in front of his palm, grabbing at the middle-aged scholar who was about to rush into the palace. The golden palm emitted a resplendent light that enveloped the entire space. Under the envelopment of the palm, the entire space was violently trembling as though it was about to collapse. A terrifying power was unleashed by the palm. Damn it! The middle-aged scholar let out an angry roar. His voice was extremely old and did not match his appearance. He only felt a powerful force surging from behind him, enveloping him in an instant. There was a powerful force that sealed a part of the void and pulled him back. The middle-aged scholar had no choice but to turn around and wave the violet gold divine hammer, which was surrounded by purple lightning, toward the palm of light that was as large as a hill. The violet gold divine hammer, which was surrounded by purple lightning, quickly enlarged and collided with the palm of light that the indestructible corpse general had unleashed. The palm of light collapsed, and the purple lightning danced wildly. The golden palm of light turned into thousands of golden rays of light that shot out in all directions like golden meteors. The purple lightning slithered like purple spiritual snakes. Blood-curdling screams rang out from all directions. Several peerless experts who were flying through the air towards the divine palace were instantly pierced through by the bursting golden light and turned into charcoal by the purple lightning. A few balls of dazzling light wrapped around a few tiny figures. They rushed out of the destroyed body and fled in all directions. Those were the nascent souls of those peerless experts. Although their bodies were destroyed, as long as their nascent souls were not destroyed, they would not be considered dead. The bodies of those unlucky peerless experts were destroyed, and their corpses fell from the sky. However, their nascent souls were able to break their dantions in time and escape. They had escaped the calamity of having their bodies and souls destroyed. If there was a chance in the future, they could still give up their bodies and continue cultivating. The violet gold divine hammer flew backward toward the middle-aged scholar and quickly shrank. When it returned to the middle-aged scholar's hand, it became the size of a head again. Even the residual power released from the battle between demigods was enough to kill peerless experts in the void-controlling realm. All the peerless experts who were rushing over could not help but tremble in fear when they saw this scene. Powerful as they were as weak as children in front of the demigods. The peerless experts who were not affected by the mighty destructive power quickly avoided the demigods and continued to rush toward the palace that was floating in the air. The indestructible corpse general had its eyes on the demon monarch of 6 paths and the middle-aged scholar. It displayed a powerful martial arts technique to stop them from entering the palace. Old Daoist Ku Rong and the demon lord Yellow Dragon did not encounter any obstruction and rushed into the palace. Boom! A loud sound immediately came from the palace. The demon lord Yellow Dragon waved the broken flag in his hand and instantly broke the restriction of a palace. Immediately, more than 10 rays of light shot into the sky. The demon lord Yellow Dragon stretched out his hand and immediately collected the most dazzling rays of light. He nodded with satisfaction and did not try to collect the other ancient treasures. The ancient treasures that the demon lord Yellow Dragon didn't care about turned into streaks of light that flew in every direction. The peerless experts who had not rushed into the palace immediately shouted. They controlled the rays of light and cast spells to cover the rays of light. They wanted to collect the ancient treasures that had flown out of the palace. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 rays of light cut through the sky and immediately chased after the rays of light formed by the ancient treasures. Rumble, the experts of the Taishen sect controlled the ancient altar and landed in the sky above the mountain. A ball of fire rose from the altar and 9 3-legged golden birds flew in the flames. Daoist Chao Yang, who was wearing the 9 Suns' brilliant golden crow sky-burning magical robe, reached out his hand and a palm of fire immediately rushed out and grabbed a ray of light that had flown past him. A few silhouettes dashed out of the altar one after another, and chased after the scattered treasured lights. The sword cultivators of the Guangcheng celestial sect also controlled the rays of light to intercept the ancient psychic ancient treasures that had rushed out of the palace. In the sky, figures flashed and it was a mess. There were even peerless experts fighting in the sky for the ancient treasures. The brilliance of the spells and the spiritual light of the magic treasures were constantly flickering. Only the powerful cultivators of the void-controlling realm and above were qualified to participate. The cultivators on the ground who could rush into the sky to fight for the ancient treasures could only watch helplessly and be destined to be bystanders. How lively! Ji Fei looked at the scene in the sky coldly. He was not tempted by the ancient treasures and had the mentality of a bystander. What are the psychic ancient treasures? I still have the mountain river cauldron in my inner world. Ji Fei thought to himself. He had the real treasures, so of course he had no interest in these so-called psychic ancient treasures. Ji Fei saw the figures of Shen Hongsha, the old monster of the Shangqing sect, and Elder Luo Xiao of the Guangcheng celestial sect among the dozens of fast-moving figures in front of him. Roar! Collect them! In the sky, the old turtle stood above the divine palace that was surrounded by rays of light and filled with the aura of treasures. He opened his inner world and shrouded the area below. The earth-fire vein was completely suppressed by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, and the outer restrictions were all ineffective. It was the best time to collect the divine palace. Rumble. The entire palace shook and slowly rose into the old turtle's inner world. It was as if thousands of mountains were moving. It was very slow and made people feel a strong sense of oppression. Those peerless experts who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush into the divine palace were all sent flying. Boom! 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 Loud noises came from the divine palace. Old Taoist Ku Rong and the demon lord Huang Long were attacking the central main palace. The aura of treasures was the strongest there, and it was definitely the place where the ancient fire god stored his treasures. The ancient fire god's palace was above the fire eye of the earthfire vein and had been refined by the earthfire for countless years. Every brick and tile was surrounded by the brilliance of treasures, and every brick and tile had become extraordinary. The central main palace was dazzling and was the largest palace in the divine palace. It was also the most important place in the divine palace. The ancient god of fire had set up a strong restrictive spell to seal this place. The power of the seal was too strong. A huge 5-colored light barrier enveloped the central main palace. If one did not attack, the light barrier would become transparent and invisible. However, once it was attacked, the light barrier would appear. The demon lord, Huang Long, waved the broken flag in his hand with all his might, shaking the space around him. However, he was unable to break the 5-colored barrier. Old Taoist Ku Rong stretched out his hand and directly pulled the ancient altar that was floating above the mountain over. 2 figures rushed out of the altar. The sect leader came in person. Jiu Fei was no stranger to the 2 figures who rushed out of the altar. One of them was the Taishen sect leader, Taoist Shentian. The other was a handsome middle-aged man in a green robe. He was Uncle Dan Chengzi, who had ventured into the northern demon zone to look for him. The ancient altar quickly shrank and rushed into the divine palace. Old Taoist Ku Rong jumped onto the altar and performed a spell. The runes on the entire altar lit up, and the essence of the world began to gather toward the altar from all directions. The ancient altar under old Taoist Ku Rong's feet emitted a bright light. Every rune seemed to come to life and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation like a raging sea. Old Taoist Ku Rong controlled the altar and directly bombarded the 5-colored light barrier of the central divine palace. Bam! The 5-colored light barrier shook violently but still showed no signs of collapsing. The ancient altar was sent flying by the rebounding force. At that moment, Old Turtle's inner world had already enveloped the sky above the divine palace. Old Taoist Ku Rong and the demon lord Huang Long had no choice but to step on the altar, put away the broken flag, and rushed out of the divine palace. Chapter 370. Rumble. A part of the world descended. Vaguely, one could see lush forests, high mountains, and flowing rivers. It was a small world outside the great world. In order to collect the divine palace, which was surrounded by colorful lights, the old turtle desperately expanded its inner world to the limit. The void within a radius of dozens of miles was covered by the old turtle's inner world. A huge hole seemed to have appeared in the void, trying to swallow the divine palace. The old turtle stood in that part of the inner world, its whole body surging with demonic power. Its dragon face was extremely solemn. Bean-sized beads of sweat seeped out of its forehead and were directly evaporated by the demonic power. The terrifying fluctuation of the inner world made all the cultivators feel great pressure. Everyone was shocked, and they felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. The area beyond 50 kilometers was no longer safe. The countless cultivators in the mountains sensed the danger and once again retreated like a receding tide. Even Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, Demon Lord Yellow Dragon, and other peerless demigods rushed out of the range of the old turtle's inner world. Swish! Swish! A green shadow and a fiery light rushed from afar and directly rushed into the old turtle's inner world. The 3-clawed green serpent Xiaoqing and the fire Chileen entered the old turtle's inner world. The earth-fire vein under the divine palace had been completely blocked by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar. A pitch-black pillar was half submerged in the eye of the fire. The indestructible corpse general was standing on the black pillar, looking up. The pillar that the earth-stabilizing divine pillar had turned into was extremely huge. One end of the pillar had a diameter of 300 feet. Standing on it, the indestructible corpse general looked very small. "Ha ha! You juniors, What are you running for? Come, 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 fight me for 300 rounds. The old turtle shouted, and its voice shook the sky. With a rumble, the inner world shrouded down. The palace had been sucked in by the power of the inner world and slowly flew into it. Demon Lord Huanglong held the broken flag in his hand as he calmly watched the scene. On the other hand, Demon Monarch of Six Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and Daoist Ku Rong had dark expressions on their faces. They were able to tell that the true treasure was definitely in the central palace. However, the restrictions there were simply too powerful. With their strength, even with the treasures in their hands, they would not be able to break through the restrictions. If the old tortoise took that palace into his inner world, all the treasures, including the divine palace, would belong to the old tortoise. Demon Lord Huanglong had long believed that Old Turtle was a mighty figure among the demon clan. Old Turtle obtaining the divine palace left behind by the ancient fire god was no different from the demon clan obtaining it. As long as the demonic monarch of Six Paths and the human cultivators didn't get it, he would be happy to see it happen. The inner world was a world that was independent of the outside world. It was a small world created by a great cultivator with unimaginable power. The demon monarch of Six Paths and the others didn't dare to make another move. The divine palace belongs to the old tortoise. Jiu Fei, who had already retreated 100 kilometers to the top of a mountain, muttered to himself when he saw the scene in the distant sky. It was hard to imagine what kind of treasures were stored in the palace left behind by the ancient gods. Even the palace itself was probably a divine item. This old tortoise. Jiu Fei couldn't help but sigh. The old tortoise had traveled far and wide. After obtaining the palace left behind by the ancient gods, the old tortoise's capital had undoubtedly become more robust. If there were immortal pills and divine medicines in the divine palace, the old tortoise's cultivation would probably break through to the demigod realm and become a legendary immortal. There were countless legends about immortals and gods in the soaring dragon continent. There were also many ancient divine relics left behind in some ominous places. However, for thousands of years, no one in the soaring dragon continent had seen an actual immortal. There were only some skeletons that were suspected to be the remains of immortals and gods. Even the most ancient sects in the soaring dragon continent had mysterious descriptions of immortals and gods in their ancient records. They seemed to be illusory existences. To cultivators, immortals and gods definitely existed because this was the highest goal that countless cultivators fought for. If even cultivators denied the existence of immortals and gods, then what was the point of walking the path of cultivation? The life of a cultivator was to live forever in the world and to become a god or immortal. They wanted to exist with the world and coexist with the sun and the moon. At that moment, the peerless masters who had rushed in all directions to chase after the psychic ancient treasure that had rushed out of the divine palace continued to fly back from afar. Some of them were full of smiles as if they had gained something, while others were disappointed and full of hatred. The big shots of the Guangqing Immortal Sect, the Shongqing Sect, the Taishan Sect, and the three great Daoist sects had grasped the opportunity well and thus became the big winners in the fight for the ancient treasure. Dozens of powerful cultivators who were flying back stopped 100 miles away. They did not dare to get too close in case they were affected by the power of space and were sucked into the turtle's inner world. Only the 4 demigod bigwigs dared to stand in the air outside the area covered by the old turtle's inner world. They were powerless to stop the turtle from taking the divine palace. The inner world was a great magic that only immortals and gods possessed. They could not understand how the turtle could control an inner world when he was not an immortal or god. Controlling an inner world meant that the turtle was invincible. Among the demigods, no one could compete with the turtle. The turtle could be said to be invincible. Among the countless cultivators present, Jiu Fei was probably the only one who knew the origin of the turtle. The turtle was a figure from the ancient times. When he was at his peak, his cultivation must have been earth-shattering. He was probably a terrifying existence that surpassed the immortals and gods. In the ancient times, there were many strong cultivators. That was the era that countless cultivators yearned for. The demon monarch of Six Paths and the others were waiting outside. They were waiting for the moment the restrictive formation of the central palace was broken. The more powerful the magic treasure and the more powerful the weapon, the more spiritual it would be. This kind of magic treasure and weapon could be called a spiritual artifact. Spiritual objects would not be taken away easily. Once the restrictive formation of the central palace was broken, the spiritual artifact inside would definitely turn into a divine rainbow and rush out. When that happened, it would be time for the demon monarch of 6 paths and the demon lord Huanglong to take action. Rumble. The world shook. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the turtle's inner world, which covered a radius of dozens of miles, was gradually swallowing the divine palace that was surrounded by colorful lights. The outcome seemed to be set. The palace left by the ancient gods was going to belong to the turtle. Little turtle, at this moment, an indistinct but clear voice rang out in the void. Little turtle. You're there. The voice was so young that it seemed to come from a child. The owner of the voice seemed to be a lively and adorable child. Everyone was stunned. The turtle's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice. Aya! He almost fell out of his inner world. Little turtle. The voice rang out again. This time, it was much clearer, no longer faintly discernible. However, no one knew where the voice came from. Even Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, Demon Lord Huanglong, and the others were surprised. They scanned their surroundings, but they couldn't find the owner of the voice. The turtle seemed to know who the person was. After stabilizing himself, he immediately cursed, "Little bald donkey, you chased me from the West Earth to the North. You're really something." Everyone was shocked. It was hard to believe that someone as powerful as the almighty figure of the demon race with a dragon body was afraid of someone. Moreover, according to the turtle, that person seemed to be Baldy from the West Earth. West Earth was the land of the Buddhist sect. It was the Western paradise that the people of the secular world often spoke of. Only those in the world of cultivation knew that there was no such thing as a paradise in the West. It was just that the Buddhist sect wanted to rope in their believers, which was why they said that the West was a perfect world without illness, disputes, and everyone was kind. In the end, it was just a way for the Buddhist sect to spread their teachings in the world. It portrayed a beautiful world that didn't exist. It made people believe that this world existed and had a kind of spiritual sustenance. Little turtle. So you're here. The voice sounded very far away as if it came from the 9 heavens. It was mighty and pervasive between the heavens and the earth. A white figure appeared in the western sky. Swoosh. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, the Demon Lord Huanglong, the middle-aged scholar, and old Daoist Ku Rong, the 4 peerless demigods, all turned to look at the western sky. Who's that? Why is the old turtle so afraid of him? Jiu Fei also sensed the abnormality in the western sky and was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that there was someone in this world that the peerless monster, the old turtle, was afraid of. When the old turtle saw that person, his body trembled again and his mind was greatly shaken. He couldn't use the power of his inner world to its fullest. The divine palace that had been devoured by his inner world sank down again. Ha ha! Little turtle. Don't run anymore. Be a good boy and be my mount. A young voice was heard. It was a little monk with red lips and white teeth wearing a moon-white monk's robe. The little monk held a purple gold arms bowl in his right hand as he strolled through the void. There was no escape light, and he looked very calm and collected. In just a few steps, the little monk came close. He didn't seem to be moving very fast, but it was as if he had shrunk the ground to an inch and traversed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with one step. Swoosh. The old turtle put away his inner world and turned to escape. He didn't even want the palace below. Chapter 371. The appearance of the little monk caused all the cultivators in the mountain to feel extremely shocked. No one said anything and the surroundings were silent. Everyone was looking up at the little monk in the distant sky. The mountain wind whistled from time to time. The old turtle seemed to be afraid of the harmless and innocent little monk. He withdrew his inner world and turned to flee. Little turtle, don't run. A childish voice was heard. The little monk raised his hand and threw the purple gold arms bowl at the old turtle. There was nothing special about the purple gold arms bowl, and it didn't emit any spiritual light or multicolored light. However, The expressions of the 4 demigods in the sky changed the moment the little monk threw out the purple gold arms bowl. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, Demon Lord Huanglong, and the others quickly retreated. The purple gold arms bowl flew out of the little monk's hand and quickly expanded to envelop the escaping old turtle. The inconspicuous purple gold arms bowl exuded an unfathomable power that shook heaven and earth. The arms bowl emitted a Buddha's light, which instantly enveloped the old tortoise, who had fled dozens of miles away. The Buddhist light was peaceful. Vaguely, one could see golden lotuses emerging and celestial flowers fluttering in the air. It was as if a paradise had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This little monk was definitely not simple. He was most likely an almighty figure of West Earth's Buddhism sect. With a wave of his hand, heavenly flowers would fall and golden lotuses would appear from the ground. This was simply a great divine ability comparable to that of gods and Buddhas. There seemed to be a Buddhist kingdom inside the purple gold arms bowl. Endless Buddhist light contained great Buddhist power. It actually froze the old turtle in the air, trying to suck him into the purple gold arms bowl. A world of its own. Demon Lord Huanglong was shocked. The purple gold arms bowl that had become as large as a mountain seemed to contain a world of its own. There weren't many almighties that could make a peerless demigod who had seen through life and death fear. However, 2 of them had appeared one after another today. Like the old tortoise's inner world, it was also a small world created and refined by a mighty being using his supreme divine powers and dharmic powers. Roar! The old turtle roared again and again. He was fixed in the void by the boundless Buddhist light. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the boundless Buddhist power and rush out of the Buddhist light. Little bald donkey, you're going too far. I'll fight you to the death. The old turtle roared and waved his hands. Rumble. A part of the void trembled. He opened up a world and enveloped himself within it. The endless Buddhist light was immediately blocked by the old tortoise's inner world. The old tortoise stood in his inner world, controlling his inner world and rushing toward the mountain-like purple gold arms bowl in the sky. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and the boundless Buddha light was dissipating. It was as though a world of Buddha had been shattered. The 2 forces of heaven and earth were colliding, wearing each other down. The void was collapsing. The place where the Buddha's light and the old turtle's inner world came into contact turned into chaos. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. The mighty aura of destruction made everyone's heart palpitate. Little turtle, don't resist. The little monk, like a smiling Buddha holding a flower, flew above the purple gold arms bowl. As he waved his hands, swastikas rushed out, broke through the void, and rushed into the old turtle's inner world. The mountains were broken, and the trees were turned into flying ashes. The swastikas had immeasurable Buddhist power, but they were not transformed by the power of the old turtle's inner world. The old turtle's inner world was bombarded and the mountains shook violently. The old turtle's figure shook again and again. His inner world was attacked, and he could not avoid the great impact. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Go to hell! The old turtle roared madly. A stone turtle shell the size of a fist rushed out of his body and out of his inner world. In an instant, it grew to the size of a mountain and smashed toward the Buddhist land that was filled with flowers and golden lotuses. Rumble. A large area of the Buddhist land was collapsing. Endless Buddhist light was dissipating. The stone turtle shell possessed an unimaginable might. It actually shook the purple gold arms bowl that was emitting endless Buddhist light. It was a piece of Buddhist land that was manifesting. Sigh. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Little turtle, why do you have to do this? The little monk's body suddenly emitted a dazzling sacred Buddhist light, and a giant Buddha phantom appeared behind him. The little monk sat cross-legged on the purple gold arms bowl, like a Buddha descending. The Buddha phantom behind him stretched out a big hand and covered downwards. Buddha is with me. Little turtle, you can't beat me. The little monk's voice was young, but it displayed great magical power. Just like the ancient Buddhist Vedanta, it appeared extremely solemn and solemn. The faintly discernible big hand actually grabbed the stone turtle shell that was rushing over like an ancient divine mountain, trying to collect it into the Buddhist land in the purple gold arms bowl. And at this time, a huge vibration suddenly came from below. A huge black pillar rushed up, and with a dank sound, it bombarded the purple gold arms bowl. The terrifying sound wave spread in all directions, causing everyone to feel dizzy and their blood to boil. Even the 4 peerless demigod experts immediately retreated far away. In the mountains, a large number of the awakening self-stage cultivators immediately collapsed, all of them knocked out. Only transcending mortality realm cultivators and above could barely resist the terrifying sound wave. So powerful. Ji Yufei was secretly shocked. The mighty sound wave from the purple gold arms bowl made him feel danger, causing the blood in his body to boil. I also want to become a supreme expert that can look down on the world. After witnessing the peerless demigod expert's great magical power, Ji Yufei had an unprecedented desire to become stronger. The giant black pillar that rushed up from below was the earth-stabilizing divine pillar above the earth-fire vein. The giant black pillar caused the purple gold arms bowl to shake violently. At the same time, the stone turtle shell that was grabbed by the Buddha phantom also emitted a powerful wave of energy. It struggled free from the Buddha's hand and was retrieved by the old turtle. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar quickly shrunk and was grabbed by a strong hand. Boom! The ground below suddenly shook violently, and flames soared into the sky. The earth-fire vein that was blocked by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar exploded after the immortal corpse general retrieved the pillar. The earth-fire vein had been spewing out non-stop, using the earth fire to temper the ancient palaces that were floating above the fire eye. After being blocked by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, the earth-fire vein could not be released. It was like a flowing river that was blocked by a dam. The dam suddenly collapsed, and the river surged out like a mountain torrent. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles suddenly cracked, and the earth fire seeped out. The collapsed soil was instantly turned into boiling lava by the terrifying temperature. The earth-fire vein's eye collapsed, and a giant pillar of fire 1,000 meters in diameter rushed out from the ground, reaching tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The world trembled as if the end of the world had come. The earth-fire vein that was charging at the divine palace was directly pushed into the sky by the earth-fire. The old turtle that had retrieved the stone turtle shell withdrew its inner world and retreated in panic. The mysterious little monk's expression suddenly changed. The faint and illusory giant Buddha Dharma form behind him also disappeared into the void, and the tens of thousands of meters of Buddha light retreated like a tide. The little monk, who was sitting cross-legged on the purple gold arms bowl, rushed out with the purple gold arms bowl. The demon monarch of 6 paths and the others also rode their escape lights and rushed out hundreds of miles away to avoid the impact of the earth fire. The earth fire erupted with unprecedented power, and everyone retreated. The weather suddenly changed, and thick smoke covered the sky, blocking the sun in the sky. The surrounding sky gradually darkened. Even the people in Beeling City, who were far away, could feel the unusual movement coming from the depths of the snow mountain. They could also see the tens of thousands of meters of fire rushing out from the ground. The Origin Palace floating above the earth fire eye was also pushed tens of thousands of meters into the sky by the fire pillar. The old turtle and the little monk were also affected, and were sent flying thousands of meters to the side. The earth fire vein suddenly exploded, and the mountain suddenly became chaotic. The peerless masters of the void-controlling realm all rode their escape lights and flew away. Rays of divine light cut through the void and flew into the distance. The demonic woman who was standing on the 5-colored divine bird turned into a cluster of colorful light and flew into the sky along with the divine bird under her feet. Everyone was retreating and running for their lives. They could only see the ancient altar emitting 1,000 feet of multicolored light. It swept up all the masters of the Taishen sect, and like a huge mountain, it quickly retreated into the distance. The masters of the Guangcheng celestial sect rode their sword light, and in an instant, they traveled thousands of miles. The celestial sword escape technique was extremely fast, and they were like heavenly swords that flew across the sky. They were much faster than ordinary escape lights. The people of the Shangqing sect were the most carefree. They stood on a giant talisman that looked like a golden cloud, and their sleeves fluttered in the wind as they escaped into the distance. When the Earthfire vein exploded, Jiyu Fei, who was on a mountain 200 miles away, was also in danger. The earth shook violently, and huge cracks appeared. There was a crack that spread from the eye of the fire, and it happened to pass by the mountain under Jiyu Fei's feet. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, the mountain that Jiyu Fei was standing on was split in half. More than 10 cultivators screamed and fell into the terrible crack. Jiyu Fei was shaken to the ground. He was less than 200 feet away from the huge crack, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He quickly got up from the ground and distanced himself from the bottomless crack. This was simply a disaster. Countless cultivators frantically fled into the distance. The exploding fireballs were like meteors with billowing smoke and raging flames, smashing in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs continued to fall among the mountains. Jiyu Fei saw that a nearby mountain was hit by a huge fireball, and it instantly collapsed. The dozens of cultivators on the mountain were suddenly enveloped by the sea of fire, and they were burned to ashes. Even their primordial spirits could not escape, and their souls were directly destroyed. The end of the world. What was happening in front of him was definitely a terrifying scene that could only be seen at the end of the world. In front of the power of heaven and earth, even the powerful cultivators could not resist, and their lives were so weak. Chapter 372. The eruption of the earth vein of fire was even more violent and terrifying than when the old tortoise collected the earth-stabilizing divine pillar in the virtual sky world. The virtual sky world was only an imperfect world. It couldn't be compared to the perfect world at all. The true perfection of the universe was something that even the ancient gods would not be able to contend against. In the perfect world, all living things were merely ants attached to it. The sky was truly out of reach. There was no powerful creature that could surpass the sky. Even the legendary innate gods, who were born at the beginning of the world, could not do it. The earth vein of fire shook. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning raged between heaven and earth. A huge pillar of fire rushed to the sky, and the terrible heat it released melted everything. Of course, except for the palace left by the ancient god of fire at the top of the pillar of fire. The palace was still blooming with dazzling light, which reflected the light of the pillar of fire below. It was a spectacular sight. The area within a radius of several dozen miles around the earth vein of fire turned into boiling magma. The earth cracked, and all the cultivators on the ground were running for their lives. From time to time, people were swallowed by the bottomless cracks, and miserable screams could be heard before they died. Jiyu Fei was also running for his life. Behind him, the ground kept collapsing, and a crack was rapidly expanding. Half of the mountain peak was completely swallowed in a few breaths. At this time, Jiyu Fei couldn't care less about hiding his strength. It was more important to run for his life. The 5 elemental energies in his body surged violently, and a 5-colored aura burst out of his body, forming a layer of dazzling aura around his body. All the stones and dirt that were smashing toward him were either blown away or shattered into pieces by the protective aura. After running for more than 10 miles, Jiyu Fei was finally out of danger. At this time, he suddenly saw a familiar figure flashing among the fleeing cultivators in front of him. It was a woman, a beautiful woman. Her beautiful face revealed a panicked expression, and a powerful wave of power surged from her body, blocking all the stones and dust that shot toward her. Beitang Yu. The moment Jiyu Fei saw this woman, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. It turned out that the people of the Beitang family were hidden among the cultivators. Jiyu Fei snorted coldly. His divine sense immediately locked on Beitang Yu in front of him. He then used the 8 desolate steps and chased after Beitang Yu, leaving after images in the void. At this time, everyone was running away. No one noticed Jiyu Fei's strangeness, and no one paid attention to Jiyu Fei. However, Beitang Yu seemed to have sensed something. While she was running, she unexpectedly turned around to look. Jiyu Fei? When Beitang Yu saw Jiyu Fei approaching with a murderous aura, she immediately recognized him and cried out in alarm. She had fought with Jiyu Fei before, so she was naturally very familiar with the aura exuded by Jiyu Fei. Although Ji Yufei had changed his appearance, Beitang Yu still recognized him. She had fought with Ji Yufei before, so she was naturally familiar with the aura coming from Ji Yufei's body. Even though Ji Yufei had changed his appearance, Beitang Yu still recognized him. Ji Yufei walked the path of martial arts and cultivated the martial Dao. His aura and energy ripples were completely different from ordinary cultivators. At this moment, his strength exploded, no longer concealing his identity as a martial cultivator. Ji Yufei walked the path of martial arts and cultivated the martial path. His aura and energy fluctuations were completely different from ordinary cultivators. At this time, his power suddenly burst forth, and he could no longer conceal his identity as a martial arts practitioner. Courting death. Beitang Yu waved her right hand backward, and the power of the divine art burst forth from her hand. Swoosh! An arc of golden light immediately rushed out from her hand, slashing towards Ji Yufei, who was closing in from behind. The golden blade broke through the air, emitting a cold aura. In an instant, it spun and slashed towards Ji Yufei, wanting to cut him in half. Ji Yufei's face revealed a trace of disdain and coldness. He didn't have the intention to dodge and directly rushed towards the golden blade. Bam! The golden blade slashed down like a divine weapon and ruthlessly slashed on the five-colored energy outside Ji Yufei's body. Then, it instantly crumbled and turned into specks of golden light. Ji Yufei rushed through the golden light, and in a few steps, he was already behind Beitang Yu. He didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex and directly pushed his palm forward. The surging palm force condensed into a golden palm of light that emitted a destructive power that caused people's hearts to palpitate. It rushed towards the escaping Beitang Yu. This was the Great Five Elemental Annihilation Hand, the fiercest and most unyielding metal element palm force. Beitang Yu felt the terrifying fluctuation coming from behind her, and her expression couldn't help changing. The strength of Ji Yufei was beyond her expectations, and it made her feel a sense of danger. Five Elemental Great Shift. Beitang Yu turned around and both her hands moved in a mysterious trajectory in front of her. The power of the five elements surged out from her hands. A five-colored whirlpool appeared in front of Beitang Yu and blocked the golden palm that was rushing towards her. Within the whirlpool, the space seemed to distort. Rumble, two powerful forces instantly collided together, producing a muffled sound like muffled thunder. Beitang Yu operated the five elemental great shift with all her strength, wanting to move away from Ji Yufei's great five elemental annihilation palm. However, Ji Yufei's palm force seemed to have attracted the power of the metal element. It was vast, unstoppable, and difficult to move. Bam! Beitang Yu was directly sent flying dozens of feet away, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. After the golden palm force sent Beitang Yu flying, it rushed forward dozens of feet before dissipating in the void. Beitang Yu was extremely shocked. Did Ji Yufei's strength really become so strong? Beitang Yu found it hard to accept that she was injured by Ji Yufei in just one move. However, regardless of whether Beitang Yu accepted it or not, she had to face the reality that she was no longer a match for Ji Yufei. After Beitang Yu realized this, she did not dare to accept the challenge. Instead, she borrowed the momentum of the forward momentum to run forward as if she was flying. In just an instant, she had already rushed hundreds of feet away. Dongfang Yu's eldest brother and Saber Emperor's successor Song Wentian were defeated by Ji Yufei even after joining hands. This news had already spread among the people with ulterior motives. When Beitang Yu heard this news, she did not believe it at first. However, it was not until she fought with Ji Yufei that she realized that the news was not fake. The two quickly ran through the mountains, their movement techniques were like the wind and lightning. Soon, they escaped from the danger zone and entered a snowy forest. The other cultivators retreated even further away. There were not many fireballs that rushed out from the earth vein fire eye. Occasionally, one or two fireballs could be heard crashing into the mountains. A huge pillar of fire stood between heaven and earth. High in the sky, a dazzling divine palace floated on top of the pillar of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous silhouettes soared into the sky, exuding an aura that was as majestic as a mountain. Every single silhouette made people feel an urge to look up at them. They were like fiend gods, causing people's hearts to be filled with fear. They felt as insignificant as ants in front of them. These big shots, who were as powerful as immortals, had a clear goal. They all rushed toward the divine palace at the top of the pillar of fire. Roar. You houseflies are really annoying. The old tortoise roared and rushed over from afar, followed by the indestructible corpse general clone holding the earth-stabilizing pillar. Little tortoise, don't kill. The fair-skinned little monk appeared in front of the old tortoise in an instant with the purple gold arms bowl and intercepted him. Little bald donkey, you. The old tortoise and the indestructible corpse general clone stopped in the air. The old tortoise pointed at the fair-skinned little monk and said in a trembling voice. It was unknown if he was trembling because of anger or fear. My hand is too cheap. I shouldn't have opened that stupid seal and let you out. The old tortoise gnashed his teeth and glared at the little monk. The old tortoise lived a comfortable life in the Buddhist kingdom of the West. He occupied the largest spirit vein in the entire Buddhist kingdom. After cultivating for a few years, his strength had increased to an unimaginable level. All the virtuous monks in the Buddhist kingdom of the West worshipped the old tortoise like a Buddha. The old tortoise could be said to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain in the Western Buddhist kingdom. However, his happy days came to an end when he broke a seal left behind in the spiritual mountain out of curiosity. Hehe, this proves that I am fated with you, little tortoise. Buddhists talk about fate. You and I are fated. You are my mount. The heavens have already decided it. Accept your fate. The little monk held the arms bowl and looked at the old tortoise with a smile. Fate my ass. What **t fate do I have with you? You want me to be your mount? Why don't you just die? Old tortoise jumped up and pointed at the little monk as he scolded loudly. Boom. At that moment, a loud noise came from the palace at the top of the fire pillar. The demon monarch of 6 paths and the others had re-entered the palace and were attacking the central palace. Terrifying energy ripples spread out from the divine palace above. The 4 demigods wanted to break open the central divine palace and take the treasures inside. Preposterous. The old tortoise was furious. He wanted to rush forward and kill the demon monarch of 6 paths and the others, but he was stopped by the little monk. Boundless Dharma. The little monk's childish voice was heard again. His small body emitted a bright Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. A hazy Buddhist land appeared around the little monk like a paradise. You win. The old tortoise let out a strange cry. He and the undying corpse general turned into rays of light and broke through the Buddhist light. They escaped into the distance without looking back. Little tortoise, I won't send you off. After I take the palace, I'll talk to you about life and reason. Hee hee. The little monk laughed. Then, he brought the hazy Buddhist land with him and flew toward the palace at the top of the fire pillar. It was as if a world was moving. Chapter 373. Gu Fei chased after Beitang Yu, passing through the snow forest and into the snowy mountain before he managed to intercept Beitang Yu. However, there were actually 2 old men waiting at the foot of a mountain not far away. When they saw Beitang Yu and Gu Fei, they immediately rushed towards them. Kill him. Beitang Yu roared at the 2 old men. It was obvious that the 2 old men were waiting here to meet up with Beitang Yu. Thus, Beitang Yu led Gu Fei to their rendezvous point. The 2 old men looked at each other in the eye, then without a word, they directly attacked Gu Fei. A ball of white light rushed out from one of the old men. Within the white light, there was a white jade ruyi that emitted a heavy energy wave that smashed towards Gu Fei. This old man's body didn't have any energy wave. He was a divine arts practitioner. Divine arts practitioners also had weapons and could refine weapons. The weapons of divine arts practitioners were the same as the magic treasures of martial cultivators, they could also be kept on their bodies. The other old man stretched out his right hand and the power of his divine arts surged. 5 beams of fire shot out from his 5 fingers and pierced towards Gu Fei. Experts of the 9th heavens of transcending mortality realm? Gu Fei was instantly shocked. The cultivation of these 2 old men wasn't ordinary. Their bodies emitted energy waves that were like mountains. These two old men were definitely experts of the older generation of the Beitang family. Bang! Ji Fei was incomparably fierce. He directly punched the white jade Rui. The powerful fist force directly sent the white jade Rui flying. In terms of the strength of the corporeal body, among the cultivators of the transcending mortality realm, there was probably no one that could be compared to Ji Fei. Even the cultivators of the ninth heavens of transcending mortality realm couldn't do so. After sending the white jade Rui flying, Ji Fei took a step to the side and avoided the 5 blazing finger lights. He then punched forward. Boom! A glaring aura burst forth from his fist like a surging river, enveloping the two old men in front of him under the power of his fist. The space in front of Ji Fei's fist began to tremble under the force of his punch. The beard of one of the old men danced in the wind as a flame-like spiritual radiance was emitted, and the power of the divine ability surged out. He took a step forward and pushed forward with both hands. Boundless fire elemental power surged out from his hands. It was like a real divine fire, forming a sea of fire that soared into the sky. It met Ji Fei's attack head-on. Boom! The two powerful forces collided with each other in an instant, and a visible ripple spread out. The ground beneath the two men's feet undulated violently like waves from the impact of the mighty aftershock. The ice and snow within a radius of several dozen zhong were all lifted into the air. A powerful airwave swept out in all directions. The other old man and Beitang Yu had no choice but to retreat. Thud. 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 Ji Fei only felt a powerful force surging in front of him, and he couldn't help but take 7 to 8 steps back. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. The old man, who seemed to be wearing a fiery armor, only took 3 to 4 steps back. The power of the ninth sky of the ascended realm seemed to be able to suppress Ji Fei. In terms of cultivation, Ji Fei was only a cultivator at the 4th sky of the ascended realm. However, he was a martial artist, and his powerful physique also contained unimaginable power. The combination of his powerful physique and martial arts was enough to raise Ji Fei's strength to the point where he could fight against a cultivator at the 8th sky of the ascended realm. However, the person he was facing now was a cultivator at the 9th sky of the ascended realm. This kind of cultivator was extremely powerful, and he was only 1 step away from the void controlling realm. It wasn't something that a cultivator at the 8th sky of the ascended realm could compare to. Flame slash! The old man shouted, and his hands danced in the air. An endless amount of fire elemental energy formed into huge fire blades that were hundreds of feet long, and they slashed towards Ji Fei. The fire elemental energy spread out, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The ice and snow in the surroundings quickly melted. The fire blades seemed to have sliced through the air, and they instantly arrived in front of Ji Fei. Ji Fei only felt a wave of heat surging towards him, as if he was in a sea of fire, and all the water in his body was about to evaporate. Ji Fei danced as he punched forward with all his might. His fist smashed apart a fiery blade that was slashing towards him. Then, a blue aura exploded from his fist. The power of the water element surged violently in front of him, as if he was guiding the torrential flood over, surging towards the incoming fiery blades that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Using water to subdue fire, Ji Fei used the water elemental fist of the 5 elemental fists. The power of water and fire clashed violently, and the fire blades slashed into the water elemental fist force, and then they were shattered by the blue light. When the power of water and fire cancelled each other out, Ji Fei was forced back once again. Although he blocked the old man's flame slash, the opponent's powerful strength at the 9th sky of the ascended realm caused him to be at a disadvantage. A cultivator at the 9th sky of the ascended realm was extremely powerful, and the current him wouldn't have any advantage even if he were to fight head-on. Moreover, the opponent definitely wouldn't let him get close. If he could get close, Ji Fei might have a chance to turn the tables with his strong physique. Swoosh! The other old man stepped on the white jade scepter and soared into the sky, chasing after the retreating Ji Fei. He waved both of his hands, and rays of light of destruction shot towards Ji Fei. Ji Fei immediately executed the 8 desolate steps and moved quickly on the ground. He used his profound footwork to dodge the destructive light descending from the sky, which immediately put him in a dangerous situation. The old man in front of him emitted a powerful aura, and at the same time, he closed in on Jiyu Fei. With two cultivators at the ninth sky of the Ascended Realm attacking at the same time, Jiyu Fei was instantly in danger. Beitang Yu was also glaring at Jiyu Fei from the side, and the power of her technique surged, ready to deal a fatal blow to Jiyu Fei at any time. Without any hesitation, Jiyu Fei chose to escape. This wasn't embarrassing at all, in fact, it was something that he could be proud of. To dare to fight with two cultivators at the ninth sky of the Ascended Realm, in the eyes of others, this was undoubtedly a suicidal action. There was no comparison between a cultivator at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm and a cultivator at the ninth sky of the Ascended Realm. A cultivator at the ninth sky of the Ascended Realm could easily kill a cultivator at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm, and they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. However, Jiyu Fei wasn't an ordinary cultivator at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Swoosh! With one step, as if he teleported, Jiyu Fei's figure appeared 300 to 400 feet away. With just one step, he had already escaped from the encirclement of the two old men. "Don't let him escape," Beitang Yu yelled. The two old men seemed to listen to Beitang Yu's orders, and without any hesitation, they chased after Jiyu Fei. Beitang Yu himself also chased after Jiyu Fei. The four silhouettes dashed through the snowy mountains. Their movement techniques were like the wind and lightning. In an instant, they were far away and disappeared into the snowy mountains. Many cultivators in the vicinity had already sensed the battle between Jiyu Fei and the two old men, but no one interfered. The attention of the people from the three great Daoist sects was still focused on the Divine Palace in the distance. The big shots were all eyeing the Divine Palace on top of the fire pillar, and they had no time to care about the small fight below. At this time, the fair-skinned little monk who scared away the old turtle displayed a terrifying skill that surpassed the demigod level. It was as if he had really cultivated the body of a Buddha, and he actually wanted to use the world inside the purple gold arms bowl to devour the divine palace left behind by the ancient fire god. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground, and heavenly flowers fell from the sky. A hazy world of bliss descended from the sky, covering the divine palace on top of the fire pillar. The little monk stood in the world of bliss, smiling as he pinched the flowers. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths and the others had already fled. They didn't dare to make a move against the abnormal little monk. The central palace hadn't been broken, and the seal that covered the entire palace didn't seem to be that terrifying. Even if the 4 peerless demigod-level powerhouses used all their skills, they still wouldn't be able to shake it. The mysterious little monk seemed to be even more powerful than the old turtle. His inner world was even larger than the old turtle's, and it covered an area of 100 miles. The earth fire that gushed out from the earth fire vein was all sucked into the auspicious world that looked like a fairyland, and turned into the most primitive spiritual energy. The abnormal little monk didn't seem to be in a hurry to obtain the divine palace on top of the fire pillar. He actually wanted to absorb the power of the earth-fire vein to refine his inner world. Gradually, the world in the sky that was surrounded by multicolored light and heavenly flowers rumbled like thunder. As it absorbed the spiritual energy of the earth-fire vein, the hazy world gradually became clear. Ha ha! As long as I can absorb all the earth-fire in this earth-fire vein, my Buddhist inner world will become real and reappear in the world. The little monk laughed. His childish voice had an indescribable and strange feeling in the ears of the onlookers. In the end, the little monk directly stopped the hazy and illusory western paradise that was shrouding the area below. He held the purple gold arms bowl in his hand and sat cross-legged in the air. The endless earth fire passed through the divine palace on top of the fire pillar and was then absorbed and refined by the hazy world above the divine palace, turning it into the most primitive spiritual energy that nourished the little monk's inner world. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, Demon Lord Huanglong, and the others couldn't help but be furious when they saw this scene. However, no one dared to attack the mysterious little monk. The mysterious little monk's inner world was hazy and illusory, as if it wasn't something tangible. Even so, this illusory world was more terrifying than the real inner world of the old turtle. The little monk occupied the divine palace and the earth fire vein, but the big shots in the surroundings didn't leave. They were waiting for an opportunity. After all, it was hard to guarantee that no one more powerful than the little monk would come after hearing the news. Moreover, there were definitely more than 4 demigods in the Tinglong continent. Chapter 374. Jiyu Fei fled through the snowy mountains. He used the 8 steps of extremity, each step spanning 140 zhong. It was as though he had teleported through the thick snow, leaving no traces behind. Behind him, the 2 ninth heavens of the ascended realm chased after him like 2 rays of light. On the ground, a flame flashed across the glaring snow. Everywhere it passed, the ice and snow instantly melted. In the sky, an old man stood on a white jade scepter. His body was shrouded in white light as he flew through the void. The speed of a 9th heavens of the ascended realm wasn't any slower than Jiyu Fei's 8 steps. It seemed impossible for Jiyu Fei to get rid of the 2 behind him. Realm. The difference between Jiyu Fei and the cultivators of the 9th heavens of the ascended realm was only realm. This was an insurmountable gap. Every realm required different comprehension. The higher the realm, the deeper the comprehension of heaven and earth, and the more power one could control. The increase in realm was the increase in all aspects of a cultivator. Spirit sense, corporeal body, power, speed, all of them increased along with the increase in realm. Cultivators of the 4th heavens of the ascended realm couldn't compare to Jiyu Fei in terms of speed, not even those at the 8th heavens of the ascended realm. Beitang Yu had long been left behind. She had the cultivation of the 8th heavens of the ascended realm, but she still couldn't catch up to Jiyu Fei or the 2 elders. This was the difference. 8 steps to extreme meant that cultivators of the same level were kings. However, this wasn't a battle between cultivators of the same level. The speed of a 9th heavens cultivator was something that Jiyu Fei, who was at the 4th heavens of the ascended realm, couldn't shake off. Of course, this didn't mean that Jiyu Fei's 8 steps to extreme was the limit of 8 desolate steps. As his cultivation level increased, the speed of his ancient cultivation method would also increase. Among the 2 elders, one of them was a powerful cultivator who could control spirit treasures to fly in the air. It was because of this elder that Jiyu Fei couldn't escape from the pursuit of the 2 elders. In the air, one's field of vision was wide. Moreover, there were few obstacles in the snowy mountains that could block one's view. These 2 old fellows. Jiyu Fei sensed the 2 powerful auras chasing after him and couldn't help but feel helpless. He had already been locked on by the 2 Beitang family's experts of the older generation. Unless he entered his inner world, it would be difficult to get rid of them. However, he needed time to prepare to enter his own inner world. The 2 old men behind him definitely wouldn't give him the time to open his inner world. With Jiyu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to instantly open his inner world. Swish, swish, swish. With every step Jiyu Fei took, he would leave behind an afterimage that had yet to dissipate. His yuan qi surged and spilled out of his body, forming a 5-colored aura. Like a 5-colored divine rainbow, it swept across the pure white and reflective snow, rushing straight into the depths of the snowy mountain. At this time, Jiyu Fei only hoped to be able to get rid of the 2 Beitang family's experts behind him. As for what dangers there were in the depths of the snowy mountains, he didn't think much about it. Jiyu Fei, obediently accept your death. Maybe we can still leave your corpse intact. In the air, an old voice came. It was the voice of the old man riding the jade scepter. Here, they were already far away from the area where cultivators gathered, so they had no scruples. The 2 old men had already known the identity of Jiyu Fei from the mouth of Beitang Yu. There was no doubt that Jiyu Fei must die. They couldn't let the grievances between Jiyu Fei and Beitang Ao be known to the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Jiyu Fei being alive was definitely a disaster for the Beitang family. Although the Beitang family was also a large family in the cultivation world with thousands of years of inheritance, and the family's heritage was incomparably deep, even so, they were not willing to offend the Dao sect. The 3 major Dao sects were connected. Offending the Supreme Mystery Sect was equivalent to offending the entire Dao sect. In the cultivation world, There was no cultivation family that could compete with the strength of the world's Tao sects. Ji Fei, do you dare to stop and fight? I alone am enough to kill you. The old man on the ground also spoke at this time. Although he spoke, his speed did not slow down at all. Ji Fei simply ignored the two old men behind him. He was very clear that the people of the Beitang family were not reliable at all. He would never believe in the words of a one-on-one fight. In the face of a battle of life and death, any promise, any morality, seemed extremely fragile. There was only one goal on the opposing side, and that was to kill the other and survive. In order to survive, what was the use of unscrupulous means? Ji Fei would not turn back and fight with the two old men just because of a few words, because that would be the most stupid behavior, no different from suicide. Ji Fei did not want to die. Although the old man on the white jade Rui could control a spiritual weapon and fly in the sky, it was still difficult to close the distance between him and Ji Fei. The two powerful cultivators at the ninth sky of the ascended mortality realm and Ji Fei, there was always a distance of 500 or 600 feet between them. This distance seemed to be insurmountable. The three figures moved quickly in the endless snow mountains. After half an hour, they had already chased for thousands of miles. Behind them, there were large and small snow peaks towering under the sky. The strange phenomenon of the earth-fire veins spurting out could no longer be seen. Everything was covered in white. Kai, 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 the power of the divine ability was vast and mighty. 5 pillars of fire pierced through the void, shooting towards the back of Ji Fei. The hot air spread out, and 5 deep pits appeared on the ground, formed by the instantaneous melting of ice and snow. Ji Fei felt something strange behind him. He did not even turn around, and his right hand directly blocked behind him. Bang! His palm, which was emitting a dazzling 5-colored radiance, blocked the 5 pillars of fire. The 5 pillars of fire were unable to penetrate Ji Fei's palm, but the high temperature from the explosion of the 5 pillars of fire caused Ji Fei to feel a stinging pain in his palm. The powerful impact of the 5 pillars of fire made Ji Fei feel as if he was riding on the clouds. In an instant, he rushed forward 700 or 800 feet, which caused a considerable distance between Ji Fei and the two old men behind him. Ji Fei, die! A cold voice came from the sky. Immediately after, peng, a bright light like the sun suddenly flashed in the sky. Then, tens of thousands of blazing white lights shot down from the sky, piercing towards Ji Fei. The power of the divine ability was like the eruption of a volcano, vast and unparalleled. This was another kind of unpredictable power that was different from the magic arts and the warrior's true chi. It had unimaginable power. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator, a devil cultivator, or even a beast cultivator, such as the demon race, they all cultivated magical arts and cultivated magical energy. Those who succeeded in their cultivation would have magical energy that could move mountains and drain oceans. There was nothing they couldn't do. However, the people with the divine ability cultivated it. According to legend, it was one of the countless secret cultivation techniques passed down by the Almighty in ancient times. In the endless years, countless cultivation techniques were annihilated in the long river of history. Only a small number of secret techniques could be passed down. Over time, the Ting-Long continent formed 3 major cultivation systems: magic arts, divine ability, and martial arts. The martial arts had also completely declined in the cultivation world of the Ting-Long continent. The real warriors had already disappeared. The Beitang family had inherited an ancient book, which recorded the law of divine ability and cultivated the 5 elements of divine ability. Legend had it that when this divine ability was cultivated to the extreme, it could shatter the heavens and earth, no different from a true immortal. At this moment, the old man standing on the white jade Rui displayed a mysterious divine ability. The scorching light was like the light of death, which engulfed Ji Fei. Roar! Feeling the danger, Ji Fei let out a furious roar and a towering sword aura was emitted from his body. His skin turned purple gold in an instant. As if a peerless weapon had suddenly been unsheathed, a terrifying sword aura was emitted from Ji Fei's body, which caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. The expressions of the 2 experts from the previous generation of the Beitang family, who were at the 9th sky of the ascended realm, changed dramatically. This sword aura was not only extremely sharp, it was extremely terrifying. It made them feel as if a sharp blade was pointed at their throats. Kai, 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 Kai! The blazing white light pierced through the sky like countless sharp arrows, covering the entire sky and sealing off this part of the space, not giving Ji Fei any chance to dodge. Countless rays of divine light instantly landed on Ji Fei's body. The blinding light instantly engulfed him, and the rays of light exploded. Countless rays of light landed on Ji Fei's body, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. In just an instant, Ji Fei had escaped from the range of the light. The old man in the sky was shocked. His shortkill move actually didn't kill Ji Fei. The endless light beams didn't penetrate Ji Fei's body. They only left behind countless black, finger-sized holes on the ground and on the rocks. Ji Fei's shirt had turned into tattered rags that hung on his body. His hair was long and messy like a chicken's nest. Although he looked battered, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Swoosh! Ji Fei did not stop. He took large strides and rushed forward. The purplish gold color on his skin began to recede, and the unparalleled sword qi also disappeared into Ji Fei's body. Just now, he had guided the essence of the divine weapon that had been refined in his body to protect his entire body from the destructive rays of light that had descended from the sky. Although the destructive rays did not penetrate Ji Fei's body, the places that were hit were still in unbearable pain. It was obvious that the rays of light contained great power. Ha ha! Brat, why are you in such a sorry state? Just as Ji Fei was about to rush into the snow forest in front of him, a loud laugh suddenly came from the snow forest in front of him. Then, a figure flashed in front of the snow forest, and a fellow with the body of a dragon appeared outside the snow forest. Old tortoise! Ji Fei was overjoyed when he saw the fellow with the body of a dragon. This 10,000-year-old tortoise was his savior. Chapter 375. The old tortoise, who was driven away by the mysterious little monk, didn't go far. Instead, he lurked in the mountains, waiting for an opportunity. He was a figure from the distant past era, the same age as the ancient god, so he naturally knew what kind of treasures were in the ancient fire god's divine palace. Even the old tortoise coveted the collection of the ancient fire god. He would never give it up easily. However, to his surprise, the old tortoise sensed Ji Fei's aura. After all, the old tortoise and Ji Fei had gone through many trials and tribulations in the virtual sky world, so the old tortoise was very familiar with the aura of a martial artist coming from Ji Fei. Therefore, when Ji Fei was chased by the two elders of the Beitang clan into the endless snow mountain, the old tortoise secretly followed him. He didn't show up until Ji Fei was in danger. Old tortoise, help me kill them. Ji Fei saw the old tortoise coming out of the forest in front of him. He was pleasantly surprised and immediately rushed toward the old tortoise. At this time, the two elders who chased after Ji Fei stopped. They looked at the guy in front of them with a dragon's body in shock. They naturally knew who this guy was. When the old tortoise showed his invincible might, they were fortunate enough to witness that earth-shattering battle from a distance. This guy with a dragon's head was an almighty figure of the demon clan that even demigods didn't dare to provoke. Demon Lord Huanglong, the lord of all demon clans in the world, was already very powerful, but this guy made even Demon Lord Huanglong retreat. The two elders looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. They both wanted to retreat at the same time. At this time, Ji Fei had come to the old tortoise's side. He had a lot to ask the old tortoise. That day, they activated the transporting formation in the ancient shrine in the death swamp of the virtual sky world and were teleported out together. Ji Fei really wanted to know where the old tortoise was teleported to and why they were teleported to different places. However, this wasn't the time for them to talk about what happened after they parted. The two elders of the Beitang clan were carefully retreating. Old tortoise, they and I are mortal enemies. Help me kill them. Ji Fei stood beside old tortoise and glared coldly at the two old men who were chasing him. His words were filled with killing intent. Hihi, stinking brat, it's rare for us brothers to reunite. Why ruin the scenery for these two ants? The old tortoise crossed its arms over its chest and giggled. The jade-like dragon whiskers on its chin trembled, giving off a strange feeling. This fellow was still unable to completely transform into a human form. His body and limbs were already humanoid, but he still had a dragon head on his head. Legend has it that the more potential a demon race had, the harder it was for them to transform into a human form. Old Tortoise was already a demigod, but he still couldn't completely transform into a human. The demon lord Huanglong was also a demigod, but he could already transform into a human. In other words, the old tortoise's potential was greater than the demon lord Huanglong's. Those who did not know the old tortoise would definitely mistake him for a dragon. In fact, old tortoise was also a dragon because he was the son of a dragon. The dragon had 9 sons, but each son was different. Old Tortoise had a great background. When the 2 old men heard the conversation between Jiyu Fei and the old tortoise, their faces turned ashen. The old man standing on the white jade scepter in the sky swayed and almost fell from the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. Without any hesitation, the 2 old men turned around and fled. The fact that Jiyu Fei was acquainted with the demon race almighty shocked the 2 old men. Every dog has its day. Just now, they were the ones who had chased Jiyu Fei to the ends of the earth. Now, it was their turn to flee for their lives. The 2 old men knew that their lives depended on a single thought from the demon race almighty. They used all their strength and turned into 2 rays of light as they dashed into the distance. Circulating the power of the divine ability to escape, the speed of the 2 old men seemed to be much faster than when they were chasing after Jiyu Fei. When one's life was in danger, humans would often push themselves to their limits. This situation was now reflected by the 2 old experts of the Beitang clan. The speed of a cultivator at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm when they ran for their lives was shocking. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old men had already dashed hundreds of feet away. Old Tortoise. Seeing that the 2 old men were about to disappear behind a snow slope, Jiyu Fei couldn't help but become anxious. Stinking brat, since you asked me, why wouldn't I help? They can't escape. As he spoke, the old tortoise took a step forward and pressed his right hand in the air. Screams of fear came from afar. The 2 old men who had escaped from the ground and the sky were waving their arms and legs wildly as they flew back. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the air that pulled them back. Bam! Bam! The 2 old men fell headfirst onto the snowy ground in front of Jiyu Fei. Half of their bodies were buried in the ice and snow, and they fell upside down. Peng! Snow and ice flew everywhere. The 2 elders flipped over and leaped out of the snow at almost the same time. However, just as their feet touched the ground, they felt that they could not move. The 2 old men were imprisoned by an unfathomable force. They couldn't even move a finger. The 2 old men were scared out of their wits. They knew that this great figure of the monster clan had finally attacked them. Only this great figure of the monster clan had such power. Jiyu Fei was already used to the old tortoise's methods. There wasn't a single trace of surprise on his face. Jiyu Fei strode forward and walked towards the 2 old men who were standing in the snow like wooden statues. Jiyu Fei, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? The old man who cultivated the fire elemental art shouted at Jiyu Fei. Although he was terrified, he appeared to be fearless on the surface. The old tortoise played with a crystal-clear white jade ruyi in his hand and looked at the scene coldly. Spiritual power surged on the white jade ruyi. A layer of white light lingered on it as if it was covered with a thin layer of gauze. It was very extraordinary. This white jade ruyi was the spiritual weapon of the other old man, which was taken by the old tortoise. I'll fight you one-on-one now. Jiyu Fei walked in front of the old man with a cold face. Bam! He directly punched the old man's face. The old man's nose suddenly bled and several teeth flew out of his mouth. When Jiyu Fei's fist hit his face, the skin and flesh twisted and deformed, and the old man was also sent flying. I'll fight you one-on-one, I'll fight you one-on-one. Jiyu Fei muttered as he rushed forward and punched the old man's face with his left fist, right fist, and fist after fist. Bang! Bang! The old man's cultivation was completely imprisoned by the old tortoise. He could only let Jiyu Fei beat him like a sandbag. After a while, The old man's head was flattened into a pig's head by Ji Yufei. Does it feel good to fight one-on-one? Ji Yufei said, and then swept his right foot on the old man's waist. The old man was kicked more than 10 feet away and rolled in the snow. One-on-one? Fart. Ji Yufei felt very satisfied. He finally vented his anger. When the two of them were chasing me, they didn't want to fight me one-on-one. Ji Yufei did not have a good impression of the Beitangs. He did the same thing and gave another old man a good beating before sending him flying with a kick. From beginning to end, the old tortoise watched the scene with interest and did not interfere. Why didn't you kill them? The old tortoise asked. He only saw that Ji Yufei punched the two old men, but it seemed that he did not kill them. It's not too late to kill them after I've tortured them enough. A cruel smile appeared on Ji Yufei's face. He then walked toward the two old men who were lying on the ground more than 10 feet away. The mournful screams rose and fell in the snowy ground, and only disappeared after a full hour. Ji Yufei wasn't a ruthless person, but when he became ruthless, he wasn't a human. He would never show mercy to his enemies. This was Ji Yufei's principle. After half an hour, Ji Yufei and the old tortoise left, leaving two badly mutilated corpses in the snow. Soon, a few snow eagles appeared in the sky and circled in the air. When they sensed that there was no danger to the prey below, a snow eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky and grabbed the chest and abdomen of a corpse with its sharp claws. Swoosh! A golden blade suddenly spun and flew over from afar, slicing the snow eagle in half. A cloud of blood mist exploded in the air, and drops of blood fell to the ground, like blood-colored agates rolling on the snow. It was exceptionally eye-catching. A slender figure slowly walked over from afar. Her expression was extremely ugly. When she got closer, she saw the two corpses on the snowy ground. After a while, she waved her hands and two balls of fire flew out from her hands and landed on the two corpses with a bang. In just a short while, the two corpses were burned to ashes. A cold wind blew over and the two piles of ashes immediately drifted away with the wind. Ji Yufei, I, Beitang Yu, swear that I will repay this enmity tenfold in the future, the woman said hatefully. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Beitang Yu was the most promising descendant of the Beitang family in the past 100 years to reach the void-controlling realm. She had a certain treasure of the family on her. This treasure could conceal the presence of divine arts practitioners. In fact, she had already come nearby and witnessed everything. However, she was powerless and could only watch the two experts of the older generation in the family being tortured and dying in the hands of Ji Yufei. There were disputes in the Beitang family as well. As the family grew, there would naturally be conflicts. After a long time, the people in the family formed their own cliques and formed their own forces. Beitang Yu was the most outstanding descendant in her branch, but in the eyes of the people from other branches, she was a strong opponent. The two experts of the older generation that were killed by Ji Yufei were actually experts sent by the family to protect Beitang Yu. Chapter 376. This was a lush world full of vitality. There was only a small mountain and a small lake at the foot of the mountain. Further away was the chaotic zone. This small world could be said to be a spiritual land. It was overflowing with spiritual energy, and there were all kinds of spiritual trees that were hard to name planted on the small mountain. A stream flowed down from the mountain wall and into the small lake below. There was a pavilion by the lake surrounded by a purple bamboo forest. There was no wind here and it was very quiet. The lake was clear and as calm as a mirror. From time to time, one could see the silhouettes of fish swimming in the lake. There was no sun in the sky, but this part of the world was as bright as day. No one knew where the light came from. This was a small world, and an incomplete one at that. There were almost no characteristics of the world. The sun, moon, and stars were nowhere to be seen. There was no change of day and night. There was only light and the mountain ridges, the small lake, the bamboo forest, and the countless unknown trees and flowers. There were even spiritual essences lingering with spiritual energy. In the pavilion by the lake, hearty laughter and conversation could be heard. Two people were drinking wine and chatting in the pavilion. The fragrance of the wine drifted out from the pavilion and lingered by the lake. "Ha ha! Old turtle, I'm really happy to see you," In the pavilion, a young man in white laughed and drank a big bowl of wine in his hand with a heroic expression. Sitting opposite the young man was a man with a dragon head and a human body who was holding a wine jar. He was obviously a little drunk. That guy raised the wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls before wiping the wine off the corner of his mouth. This is great. If life could be like this often, it would be a great joy. I hope I won't wake up again, the dragon-headed man said with infinite emotion. Oh, since when did you become so emotional, old tortoise? Did the sun rise from the west today? The young man in white said. Clang. The old turtle fiercely smashed the wine jar on the ground. Then, he reached out and grabbed a jar of wine from the stone table. He removed the clay seal and pushed the jar towards Jiu Fei, saying, Brat, we won't go home until we're drunk. Ha ha. Won't go home until we're drunk. This seems to be your inner world. Where else can I go? Jiu Fei was a little drunk at this time, and his face was a little red. Ignoring Jiu Fei, old tortoise held the wine jar and started drinking. All right. We won't go home until we're drunk. When Jiu Fei saw old tortoise gulping down the wine, he couldn't help but feel heroic. He opened the seal of the wine jar in front of him, grabbed a jar full of wine, and gulped it down. Old tortoise and Jiu Fei reunited after a long time. After telling each other about their experiences, old tortoise and Jiu Fei drank and chatted happily in the pavilion. With Jiu Fei and old tortoise's cultivation base, even the strongest wine in the world would not be able to make them drunk. However, old tortoise and Jiu Fei were really a little drunk at this time. Jiu Fei found out from the old tortoise that the old tortoise had actually been teleported to the holy land of the Buddhist kingdom of the West Earth, the Buddhist lands Mount Spirited. Moreover, the old tortoise had occupied a spirit vein on the Spirited Mountain, cultivating while harming the living beings on the Spirited Mountain. The originally peaceful and tranquil Buddhist holy land, Mount Spirited, was no longer peaceful. After a long time, some of the virtuous monks on the mountain began to notice that flocks of red-crowned cranes had disappeared. The commonly seen spirit deer no longer appeared, and the immortal birds that lived on Mount Spirited disappeared one after another. The monks who cultivated on Mount Spirited felt that something was wrong. After investigating, they found that the missing red-crowned cranes, spirit deer, birds, and beasts had filled old tortoise's internal organs. The monks on Mount Spirited did not dare to do anything to old tortoise. They could only turn a blind eye and pretend that nothing had happened. The monks on Mount Spirited were secretly praying to the legendary Lord Buddha, praying that old tortoise would not do anything earth-shattering on Mount Spirited. In the past few years, the monks on Spirited Mountain had been living in fear, and even their cultivation had been delayed a lot. Then, a few months ago, old tortoise finally did something that the monks were most unwilling to see. It was enough to shake the entire Buddhist land. When Jiu Fei heard about this from old tortoise, he couldn't help but admire old tortoise from the bottom of his heart. This guy actually went to dig up the legendary Lord Buddha's tomb. Old tortoise was truly audacious. Legend had it that the Lord Buddha was the first Buddha born since the creation of the world. He was definitely the oldest almighty being in the world. Legend had it that after the omnipotent Lord Buddha who established a Buddhist land, he was buried by his disciples at the top of Mount Spirited, the holy land of Buddhism, for thousands of Buddhist disciples to worship. Old tortoise actually went to dig up the Lord Buddha's tomb. The reason was simple: he wanted to see the legendary Lord Buddha. As a result, tragedy struck. The legendary Lord Buddha was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings in the world, even in primordial times. Even after his death, his corpse would not have decayed. It should be noted that the Buddha's indestructible Vajra body was a terrifying existence that was comparable to the indestructible body of a martial artist. It could exist in the world forever and would not decay. However, when the old tortoise arrived at the location of Lord Buddha's veil on Spirited Mountain and spent a lot of effort to break through the layers of seals and open the underground palace where Lord Buddha's remains were stored, he saw a scene that left even the old tortoise dumbfounded. He did not see the Lord Buddha's body, but he saw a little monk lying peacefully in a transparent crystal coffin. The little monk was only 13 or 14 years old. The crystal coffin was not an ordinary item. It seemed to be made of 5 colored divine crystals. It flickered with 5-colored spiritual light, illuminating the entire underground palace like a fantasy world. The legendary Lord Buddha is a little monk. Old Tortoise was completely dumbfounded. He never expected to see such a scene when he opened the Lord Buddha's tomb. Inside the 5-colored crystal coffin, the fair-skinned little monk looked as if he was sleeping soundly. He could even see the blush on the little monk's cheeks. Then, when Old Tortoise wanted to open the 5-colored crystal coffin, the entire Lord Buddha's tomb trembled and emitted a blinding Buddhist light. The Buddhist light rushed out of Mount Spirited and illuminated the world. It was a dark and windy night when a strange phenomenon occurred on Mount Spirited. The blinding Buddhist light immediately alarmed the countless monks cultivating on Mount Spirited. Countless Buddhists sensed this sudden explosion of boundless Buddhist power. They rushed out from their secluded cultivation grounds and headed for the tomb of the Lord Buddha. The entire Mount Spirited was boiling. Rays of rainbow light shot up from various parts of the mountain and rushed toward the highest peak of Mount Spirited. Then, the entire Buddhist land was boiling as well. The Buddhist land was vast and boundless. The Buddhist monks who possessed Buddhist power could sense the strange phenomenon on Mount Spirited even though they were thousands of miles away. Countless Buddhist experts immediately gathered at Mount Spirited. After Old Tortoise came to his senses, the first thing he did was to escape. He sensed the auras of countless Buddhist experts heading toward the Lord Buddha's tomb. Even someone as strong as Old Tortoise was shocked. Old Tortoise successfully escaped from the tomb of the Buddha Lord, but trouble also came for him. He did not know what method those bald Buddhists used to make the little monk in the colorful crystal coffin come back to life. After the little monk was revived, the first thing he did was to subdue Old Tortoise and make him his mount. All of this was unbelievably mysterious. The Lord Buddha's tomb was definitely not simple. There seemed to be all sorts of secrets hidden within. Countless Buddhist experts seemed to be very respectful toward the little monk, as if he was the Lord Buddha. Therefore, Old Tortoise's situation became even more tragic. Countless Buddhist experts wanted to capture him and offer him to the little monk. Old Tortoise could not stay on Mount Spirited any longer and immediately left. The mysterious little monk who came out from the Lord Buddha's tomb was abnormally strong. He actually defeated Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise could only escape from the Western Buddhist land in a sorry state. However, what made Old Tortoise almost go berserk was that the mysterious little monk also led a group of bald monks out of the Western Buddhist land. It seemed like they would not give up until they captured Old Tortoise. Those bald monks were the supreme elders of Buddhist sects. Their cultivation was unfathomable. They seemed to have lived for countless years and were the only remaining almighty Buddhist experts. With Old Tortoise's ability, he managed to shake off those supreme elders of Buddhist sects who were chasing after him. However, the little monk was like a dog-skin plaster that he could not shake off. One chasing the other, Old Tortoise and the little monk actually entered the northern land from the Western Buddhist land. Tinglong continent was vast and boundless. The Western Buddhist land and the northern land were thousands of miles apart. The distance was unimaginable. Even a powerful cultivator would need to spend a lot of time to travel between the two places. It was impossible for an ordinary person to travel back and forth between the two places. Whether it was by land or by water, it would take dozens of years to travel back and forth between the two places. The lifespan of an ordinary person was only a few decades. Traveling between the Western Buddhist land and the northern land would exhaust the entire lifespan of an ordinary person. Of course, since the invention of the teleportation formation, it was very convenient for cultivators to travel back and forth. However, using the teleportation formation required the consumption of a type of crystal that contained abundant spiritual energy. This crystal contained spiritual energy. Therefore, in the cultivation world, it was known as the spiritual crystal. If a cultivator wanted to activate the teleportation formation and did not want to consume the spiritual crystal, he could directly channel his magic power into the teleportation formation and activate it with his own magic power. However, Old Tortoise and the little monk did not use the teleportation formation to reach the northern land. Instead, they directly traveled from the Western Buddhist land. They crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and traveled through endless territories. It took them several months to reach the northern land. Even so, Old Tortoise continued his tragedy. He felt that he could not shake off the little monk no matter how hard he tried. This was what happened to Old Tortoise in the past few months. It was an extremely tragic experience. In the pavilion by the lake, Jiu Fei and Old Tortoise drank to their heart's content. The stone table beside them was filled with empty jars of wine. In the end, both of them collapsed in the pavilion, lying on the stone table. The surroundings calmed down. A gentle breeze that came out of nowhere fluttered the purple bamboo beside the pavilion and wrinkled the mirror-like surface of the lake. Chapter 377. There was no sun or moon in his inner world. Jiu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain beside the lake, circulating his Xian Qi. Streams of true Qi flowed through his meridians, flesh and bones, nourishing his organs and flesh. The strength of Jiu Fei's body had already far exceeded the imagination of ordinary cultivators. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would have to put in more effort. Streams of spiritual Qi were forcibly gathered and poured into Jiu Fei's body, being refined into his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. Looking inside himself, he could feel that every bone in his body was enveloped in a faint layer of five-colored light. Every muscle, every trace of blood and Qi contained Yuan Qi. Within Jiu Fei's body, the five-colored light was surging. Finally, Jiu Fei was 3 inches off the ground, floating in the air. His body was flowing with a faint light, and every inch of his skin was as bright as a five-colored divine jade. After an unknown period of time, Jiu Fei awoke from the mysterious martial realm. The multicolored aura that was emitted from his body disappeared back into his body. He slowly descended from the air to the ground. On his skin, there was a layer of sparkling light. His cultivation had not broken into the 5th sky of the ascended realm, but it had reached the peak of the 4th sky. The true Qi of a martial artist was constantly nourishing Jiu Fei's body. Even if he didn't circulate his Xian Qi, the 5 elemental true Qi would follow the flow of his blood and Qi to every part of his body. There were many things that Jiu Fei did not understand about the ancient martial arts passed down from the Green Spirit Peak. This was because the ancestors of the Green Spirit Peak were not as lucky as Jiu Fei to break into the transcending mortality realm. This was also the reason why the Green Spirit Peak gradually declined. Cultivators who had not broken into the transcending mortality realm had a limited lifespan. When the time came, they would die of old age on the mountain. And cultivators in the transcending mortality realm, because of the transformation of their bodies, could live for at least 500 years. The reason for the decline of the Supreme Mystery Sect's Green Spirit Peak was largely because the lifespan of cultivators was too short. The lifespan of a cultivator at the Awakening Self realm was only about 150 years. There seemed to be no other way out after becoming a disciple of the Green Spirit Peak. Thus, during the disciple recruitment ceremony that was held once every 10 years, almost no new disciples were willing to enter the Green Spirit Peak and become a disciple of the Green Spirit Peak. Over time, the Green Spirit Peak withered and declined. In Jiu Fei's generation, it became a situation where there was only one successor. The Green Spirit Peak's orthodoxy could be severed at any time. Without the experience of predecessors, Jiu Fei could only rely on himself to explore a path of cultivation. Compared to the inheritance of the other branches of the Supreme Mystery Sect, this was much more difficult. At this moment, suddenly, there was a wave of magical power coming from the pavilion by the lake at the foot of the mountain. Then, a ball of light condensed on the surface of the lake and spread. In the void, there were ripples visible to the naked eye. Then, there was a flash of brilliance on the surface of the lake, and a hazy mirror-like space appeared in front of Jiu Fei's eyes. Jiu Fei stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He saw the old turtle standing next to the pavilion. Its hands were moving, and streams of demonic power rushed out and hit the void above the lake that seemed to have turned into a transparent water curtain. Then, in a hazy manner, some images clearly appeared in the circular space that was 100 feet wide. This is. The images became clearer and clearer. Jiu Fei was surprised to find that in the void above the lake, the scene in the mountain appeared. He saw a huge pillar of fire that emitted thousands of feet of fire standing between heaven and earth. At the top of the pillar of fire, There was an ancient divine palace that was surrounded by multicolored light. And above the divine palace, there was a faint and illusory world. In that world, the light of Buddha lingered, flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. It was a Buddhist land. A young monk was holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. His eyes were slightly closed as he sat cross-legged in this Buddhist land that was hard to distinguish between real and fake. Endless fire energy passed through the divine palace and was continuously sucked away by the Buddhist land that covered the sky and earth. When Ji Fei saw this scene, he was very surprised. He could not believe that the old turtle was in his inner world and was using a secret method to spy on the movement in the mountain. This kind of method was beyond Ji Fei's imagination. The scene above the lake quickly and completely fixed, as if there was a mirror, reflecting the scene outside the inner world. It was clear, without missing anything. It could be seen that the little monk had taken control of the situation. He occupied the divine palace and the earth fire vein. Furthermore, he was devouring the spiritual energy of the earth fire vein to refine his inner world. Ji Fei knew that there must be something wrong with the abnormal little monk's inner world. Otherwise, it would be a real Buddhist land instead of an illusory world. Ji Fei rushed down from the mountain, crossed the lake, and entered the pavilion on the opposite side. This little bald donkey. The old turtle stared at the scene above the lake and clenched his teeth. He had the urge to tear the little monk sitting in the illusory Buddhist land into pieces. The little monk seemed to be his irreconcilable enemy. Could it be that the little monk is the legendary Lord Buddha? Ji Fei voiced out the doubts in his heart. Even his voice was trembling. If that little monk was really the ancient Buddha Lord, then it would be too terrifying. What Lord Buddha? That guy must be a powerful Buddhist cultivator who wanted to make a breakthrough through ascetic cultivation, so he sealed himself in the tomb of the Lord Buddha, the old turtle said angrily. The old turtle was a figure from the distant past era. He seemed to know many ancient secrets, but he was unwilling to talk about them. The tomb of the Lord Buddha. Isn't the Lord Buddha buried? Ji Fei asked. The Lord Buddha? In my era, the Lord Buddha was already a legend. No one had ever seen the Lord Buddha. I'm afraid even the supreme Daoist ancestor didn't know where the Lord Buddha was, the old turtle said. This world seems to have undergone unimaginable changes. It's no longer the world I know. All the people of my era have disappeared. They may have fallen, or they may be hiding somewhere. What happened in the past? The old turtle suddenly became a little distressed. What changes? Ji Fei asked curiously. The old turtle withdrew his gaze from the lake and looked at Ji Fei. After a long time, he said, I don't know. At that time, I was already sealed in the absolute formation in the virtual sky world by that freak. The old turtle, who had always been free and easy, seemed a little dispirited, depressed, and lonely at this time. The world changed. Perhaps only the oldest ancient books and records in the Tenglong continent have records of this. Ji Fei said. The secrets of the distant past era were only known by those ancient holy lands and ancient immortal sects that had been passed down from the distant past era. Those forces that had been passed down through the ages only appeared in legends. They had high status and were very mysterious. They were the real hidden sects. According to legend, unless there was a great upheaval, those forces would not easily appear in the eyes of the world. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the lake. The old turtle and Ji Fei were startled and hurriedly looked at the sky above the lake. In the projection on the surface of the lake, the mysterious little monk actually drove his inner world downwards. The divine palace below suddenly shook violently. Finally can't help but collect that divine palace. The old turtle stared at the scene in the image above the lake, feeling very upset. After all, if it weren't for that freak little monk who walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha, the divine palace left by the fire god would have been in the old turtle's pocket. Both the old turtle and the little monk were terrifying and invincible experts, but it was obvious that the mysterious little monk was more powerful than the old turtle. The mysterious little monk's inner world seemed illusory, but it was hundreds of miles wide and covered a part of the world. The power of heaven and earth it exuded was stronger, fiercer, and more unstoppable than the old turtle's inner world. The little monk was unfathomable, but there was no doubt that this mysterious little monk who walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha was a terrifying expert who could do whatever he wanted on the Tenglong continent. Perhaps, only the legendary immortals would be able to rival it. He doesn't seem to be collecting the divine palace, Ji Fei said with a frown. Old Tortoise also felt that something was wrong. Although the evil little monk's inner world had shrouded the area below, it hadn't sucked the divine palace into the illusory Buddhist land. The little monk only used the endless power of heaven and earth to suppress the divine palace. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and figures flashed around. Countless peerless experts who could fly in the air rode divine lights and retreated further away. Bam! The divine palace, which was surrounded by multicolored lights, smashed into the fire pillar below the divine palace like 100,000 mountains. A ball of earth fire immediately exploded, and terrifying flames swept out, covering a radius of hundreds of miles in an instant. It was like a giant firework that suddenly exploded. The demon lord Huanglong, the demon monarch of 6 paths, and the other big shots had to retreat. In the next moment, the boundless earth veins fire chi that had exploded and dispersed retreated like the tide. All of it was devoured by the illusory Buddhist land above the divine palace. In the illusory Buddhist land, where the mysterious little monk was sitting, something tangible began to appear. The little monk was surrounded by Buddhist lights, and the world was evolving. Beneath the little monk, a piece of soil less than half a meter in diameter had appeared. The endless spiritual chi of the earth veins had caused the little monk's inner world to show signs of substantialization. This little monk. He is using the endless spiritual chi of the earth veins to refine his inner world. He is trying to substantialize his inner world. How despicable! The old turtle exclaimed in the pavilion. He had discovered the little monk's real intention. Chapter 378. The dazzling light and shadow technique was marvelous. Not only could it project images into the old tortoise's inner world, but it could also transmit sound. In ancient times, this glare-shadow illumination technique was just a very common technique. However, in today's world, it was considered a profound technique. As for Ji Fei, he had never seen such a magical technique before. Since he can refine his inner world with the earth spirit vein, we can do it too. Ji Fei stared at the mysterious little monk in the dazzling shadow mirror and suddenly said to the old tortoise, "That evil little bald donkey has already taken over that part of the world. What chance do we have?" The old tortoise naturally knew what Ji Fei wanted to do. However, with the little monk guarding there, the old tortoise could not help but act rashly. If his cultivation base was restored to 1/10 or even 1/100th of his peak, he could crush the evil little monk with one hand. Unfortunately, even though he had occupied the largest and densest spirit vein on Spirited Mountain, his cultivation base had not broken through to the immortal realm after cultivating for a few years. The old tortoise's current strength was only at the peak of the demigod realm. With the power of the inner world, his strength should be comparable to the legendary immortals. However, it was obvious that the seemingly harmless little monk who walked out of the Buddha's tomb was stronger than the old tortoise. Perhaps the little monk was already at the level of a deity. Ji Fei looked at the mirror-like dazzling shadow mirror on the surface of the lake and said indifferently, "The little monk has only taken over the void above the ground, but underground." He. In the image above the lake, the little monk was suppressing the divine palace in the sky. The 10,000 feet long fire pillar continued to explode, and in just a short while, it had already sunk 1,000 feet. Rumbling sounds shook the heaven and earth. The hazy Buddhist land that the little monk was in showed signs of becoming solid and began to change between illusion and reality. This was not a good sign. If the little monk was allowed to continuously absorb the spiritual energy from the earth fire vein, the little monk's inner world might really turn from illusion to reality and form a new inner world. By then, old tortoise would be no match for the mysterious little monk. The mysterious little monk's inner world shrouded the sky above the earth fire vein, and every inch of the void was surrounded by auspicious Buddha light. As long as someone entered the Buddha light, the little monk would immediately sense it. However, under the ground was the earth fire vein. Even the little monk's inner world energy couldn't penetrate it. It was blocked by the extremely huge earth-fire energy. Brat, very good. At most, we will fight to the death. Even if we can't get it, we must not let that little monk take advantage of us. Old Tortoise's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this and said sinisterly. When Jiu Fei heard the old tortoise's words, he could not help but shiver. This old tortoise. It seemed that he really hated that seemingly innocent little monk. He felt that something bad was about to happen. It was a dark and windy night. Amidst the endless snowy mountains of the northern lands, a gigantic pillar of fire towered between the heavens and the earth. An ancient shrine surrounded by multicolored light, shining with boundless divine light, was forcibly suppressing the gigantic pillar of fire. Heaven and earth shook, the weather changed, and the wind and fire raged. Endless auspicious Buddha light sprinkled down on the land of Buddha that spanned hundreds of miles. Below, streams of fire energy that looked like fire dragons constantly rushed into the land of Buddha, and then directly turned into the most primitive spiritual energy and integrated into that part of the world. That was the world of Buddha. In the center of the world, a little monk sat cross-legged with a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. The whole world was filled with heavenly flowers and golden lotuses, giving people a kind of infinite auspicious atmosphere. The Buddha light, the fire, and the multicolored light formed an unimaginable wonder between heaven and earth. In the mountains, although countless cultivators were affected by the flying fireballs when the earth fire vein exploded and some were killed or injured, they were still unwilling to leave. Hundreds of miles away from the earth fire vein, cultivators could still be seen. High up in the sky, those big shots who could fly were also watching. From time to time, light that looked like divine rainbows could be seen flashing in the clouds. Amidst a cluster of white clouds, an ancient altar was faintly discernible. The aura it exuded was as terrifying and heavy as an ancient divine mountain. On top of the altar stood a group of sage-like Taoists. Among this group of Taoists, there was an otherworldly figure with white hair that looked like an old immortal, as well as a middle-aged Taoist with black hair that hung down his shoulders. The person standing at the forefront was not Taoist Shentian, the head of the Taishan sect. Instead, it was a man with a face that was as red as a baby's on one side, high cheekbones on the other, and sunken eyes, as if a human skin was draped over a skeleton. Taoist Kurong was the only demigod expert present from the three great Taoist sects, but it turned out that he was a powerful senior of the Taishan sect. Even Taoist Shentian and the 7 major sects all stood behind Taoist Kurong, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Taoist Kurong quietly looked at the hazy void shrouded by the Buddha light in front of him. His wrinkled face was as calm as water, without any fluctuations. Everyone on the altar had the cultivation of the royal void realm, and if they were released, they would be great figures who could establish their own sects in the world of cultivation. However, no one knew if this was the true strength of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect had been passed down in the world of cultivation for 5,000 or 6,000 years, and no one knew its heritage. In the world of cultivation, the 3 great Taoist sects could already be considered ancient sects. They had been passed down for thousands of years, and they had stood tall in the world of cultivation for thousands of years without falling. This was not because of luck, but because they truly had the strength to do so. In the void in several other directions, there were also clouds floating. Those clouds showed no signs of moving, as if they were white jade embedded under the night sky. Needless to say, there were powerful cultivators hidden in each cloud. In the north, there was a dark demonic cloud, which was the most conspicuous. There, demonic shadows collided with each other, revealing a frightening demonic aura. In the south, a demonic aura soared into the sky. A mass of demonic clouds covered the sky and floated in the sky. Countless great monsters went in and out of it, making it very lively. In the midst of the demonic clouds, there were 2 figures standing on the broad back of a colorful divine bird. One was a beautiful woman in a purple dress, like a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended to the world. The other was a middle-aged man who wore a yellow robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon. He looked dignified without being angry. "Father, where did that little monk come from?" A clear and melodious voice was heard as the girl standing next to the yellow-robed middle-aged man asked. The middle-aged man's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and see through everything. However, at this moment, he frowned and pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, "Although the old guys in the Western Buddhist sects rarely leave the Western Buddhist land, I've never heard of such a powerful Buddhist existence." This middle-aged man was the demon lord, Huang Long. Even with his experience, he could not tell where the little monk came from, let alone the others. The beautiful girl in the purple dress did not say anything, but her heart was filled with shock. One should know that her father was the demon lord, Huang Long, the only remaining member of the dragon race in the Tenglong continent. The dragon race had an almost endless lifespan. The demon lord, Huang Long, had dominated the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent for thousands of years. He was definitely an ancient figure. Even he could not tell where the little monk came from. This made the girl from the demon race feel indescribably shocked. In the midst of the demonic clouds, there were figures of great monsters with soaring demonic aura. However, all the great monsters obeyed the orders of the demon lord, Huang Long, and did not dare to be impudent. All the experts in the sky were watching. No one dared to act blindly without thinking. The mysterious little monk who walked out from the tomb of the Lord Buddha had shocked everyone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 old monks wearing moon-white monk robes with white beards and eyebrows appeared in the sky in the west. "Is he really our ancestor?" An old monk with 2 snow-white eyebrows looked at the illusory world in front of him with a pair of turbid eyes and murmured, "You and I are the only remaining Grand Supreme Elders of the Buddhist sect. We should know the secret that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Western Buddhist land." Another old monk with a face full of wrinkles, but he was full of vigor as if he was full of endless energy, said. This old monk was old, but his voice was like a great bell. He was tall and sturdy. His bulging muscles could be seen under his white monk robe. "The tomb of the Lord Buddha is not the Lord Buddha, but him." The last old monk, who was thin and short, with dark and wrinkled skin, said. "Could it be that he really reversed life and death?" The old monk with long eyebrows said in surprise. This was a secret that only the Grand Supreme Elders of the Buddhist sect knew. It was passed down from the previous Grand Supreme Elder to the next Grand Supreme Elder. He seems to have succeeded, but he also seems to have failed. "I can't see through him." The thin and short monk looked at the little monk sitting cross-legged in the hazy Buddhist land in front of him and murmured to himself. The 3 old monks didn't step forward. Instead, they hid in the distant sky like the other experts, quietly watching the incomparably shocking scene in front of them. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook. The illusory Buddhist land gradually became clear. The world that had absorbed the endless earth veins and spiritual energy seemed to appear in front of everyone at any time. At this time, in a snowy forest hundreds of miles away, 2 figures were talking in a low voice. At the same time, they vigilantly scanned the surroundings. "Here," the dragon man said in a low voice. "Here. Isn't this place too far? Should we go a little closer?" A white-robed youth replied. "It's not far. If we go any closer, we will be discovered by that evil little monk." The dragon man seemed to have some misgivings and didn't